Sister, please stop messing around. I can't stand it. Outside the suburbs of Tenggui City, on Mount White Tiger. In the usually deserted Mount White Tiger, an infamous place no one dared to tread, there was, at this very moment, a lone man and woman making their way up the mountain. Dummy, I really need to pee. Keep watch for me while I go. Halfway up the mountain, Lin Yumeng suddenly turned red and asked the man beside her to stand guard. The man she called dummy was Peng Zhan, her adopted younger brother of many years. Yumeng-jie K-keep, watch for what? There's no one around in this wild mountain, Peng Zhan said blankly. Peng Zhan was tall and handsome, but his dazed expression gave away the fact that he was mentally slow, a bit of a fool. Even if no one is here, you still have to keep watch just in case. Do you understand? Lin Yumeng snapped, scolding him like a teacher. Oh, I get it now. You're worried a monster might sneak up and peek at you. That's why I need to stand guard. Peng Zhan suddenly looked like he had a revelation. At the mention of the word monster, Lin Yumeng shivered involuntarily, her skin crawling. That was because they were currently right above the infamous demon sealing cave. At the bottom of a cliff on the north side of Mount White Tiger was a natural sinkhole, long feared by locals. According to the elders of Tenggui City, a terrifying and powerful female demon was sealed beneath that pit. That's why it was called the demon sealing cave and why most people stayed far away from Mount White Tiger. Just then, a cold gust of mountain wind blew past. Trees swayed, mist billowed. Maybe it was just her imagination, but the forest suddenly felt like a place where monsters could appear at any moment. Shut up. What do you know? I told you to stand guard, so just do it. Why so much nonsense? Keep blabbering and I'll rip your mouth off. Lin Yumeng scolded angrily. One mustn't speak carelessly on a mountain. Bad words could attract unclean things. She brought Peng Zhan here to find a rare herb rumored to cure his mental condition. Over the years, she had taken him to countless hospitals and doctors, but none could help him. Just yesterday, a wandering physician at the old town market told her that enlightenment grass grew on Mount White Tiger. Boil it into a tonic and it could cure Peng Zhan's condition for good. The man's name was Zhu Zangguang, a bachelor from the old district known for treating strange illnesses among the elderly. Locals even called him Dr. Zhu, the miracle healer. With a might as well try attitude, Lin Yumeng decided to believe him and climbed the mountain in search of the herb. She was too scared to come alone, so she dragged Peng Zhan along for courage. Yumeng-jie, don't be mad. I'll stand guard properly. I won't let anyone peek. Seeing her angry, Peng Zhan quickly fell in line. Not just others, you're not allowed to peek either. Lin Yumeng added sternly. I won't peek, but what if I watch openly? Peng Zhan asked weakly. No, you may not. If you so much as glance in my direction, I'll gouge your eyes out and pickle them. She snapped. There's nothing worth seeing anyway. Even if you told me to look, I wouldn't, Peng Zhan muttered, shrinking back in fear. He was terrified of this sister who always threatened to tear out tongues and eyes, so he stood guard seriously. God, you really are hopeless. I guess there's no cure after all. With that, Lin Yumeng finally gave in to the urgency and rushed behind a large tree. As she fumbled with her waistband, Peng Zhan stood with his back to her and suddenly asked. Yumeng-jie, there's something I've always wondered about. What is it? Speak. Lin Yumeng replied impatiently, fumbling with the button on her pants. Why can men pee standing up, but women have to squat? Peng Zhan's curiosity had been piqued again. With your IQ, I can't even begin to explain it. Lin Yumeng grumbled. But at that moment, Peng Zhan suddenly spotted something strange in the distance, a pair of eyes hiding in the grass, staring at them. Who's there? Who's hiding in the bushes? Come out, now. Peng Zhan shouted furiously. Lin Yumeng, just about to relieve herself, froze in shock at the sound of his shout. She hurriedly looked in the direction he was staring, and sure enough, the grass nearby was rustling. Who are you, human or ghost? What the hell are you sneaking around for? Lin Yumeng asked, trembling in fear. Chapter 2, Brother and Sister in Danger. The man hiding in the bushes, seeing that he had been discovered, reluctantly emerged with a sullen face. When Lin Yumeng got a good look at him, she saw that his skin was dark, he had a scraggly goatee, and was dressed in a sloppy mess. It was none other than the street-side quack doctor from Old Street, Zhu Zangguang. Dr. Zhu. What are you doing here? Lin Yumeng asked in surprise. I was worried you wouldn't be able to find the enlightenment herb, so I followed you up the mountain to help, Zhu Zhanguang stammered, silently cursing Peng Zhan in his heart. If that stupid Peng Zhan hadn't caught him just now, he would have gotten an eyeful of Lin Yumeng in all her glory. In truth, there was no such thing as an enlightenment herb on Mount White Tiger. That story was a lie Zhu Zhanguang had concocted just to trick Lin Yumeng into coming to this remote mountain with him. Lin Yumeng was graceful and stunning. He lusted after her for a long time. But back in the city, he never had a chance to make a move. So, he schemed to lure her somewhere secluded in hopes of taking advantage. Dr. Zhu, if you really wanted to help me find the herb, you could come openly. Why sneak around like a thief? Lin Yumeng said, slightly annoyed. Yumeng, I'll be honest with you, I've liked you for a long time. I've been a bachelor my whole life and never even touched a woman. Just let me have a taste, just once. If you agree, I'll make sure you never suffer again. If you marry me, I'll treat you like a queen. Zhu Zhanguang didn't bother hiding his intentions anymore, he went straight to the point. Lin Yumeng's face turned pale with fright. She had expected this so-called miracle doctor to be nothing more than a lecherous old man trying to prey on a younger woman. You're over 40, and I'm only 22, half your age. How could you have such disgusting thoughts about me? If you had a daughter, she'd probably be my age. She tried reasoning with him, hoping to appeal to logic and decency. Don't waste your breath talking, won't change anything. So what if I'm older? Older men know how to take care of women. Just say yes already. Zhu Zhanguang dropped the act completely and began walking toward her. Stay away from me. If you try anything, I swear I'll report you and you'll rot in jail. Lin Yumeng cried out, backing away in fear. Smart as she was, she finally realized she had been duped. There was no enlightenment herb. Zhu Zhanguang had lied to lure her here. As long as I get to sleep with you, even a firing squad would be worth it. Zhu Zhanguang's veins bulged, his face twisted with perverse hunger. Don't you dare hurt my sister. Suddenly, Peng Zhan stepped in front of Lin Yumeng, shouting at the top of his lungs. In that moment of danger, Lin Yumeng looked at her foolish younger brother as if he were her savior. Get out of their way, you stupid idiot. Don't mess around here, or I'll beat you to death. Zhu Zhanguang bellowed. I won't. Even if you kill me, I won't let you hurt my sister. Peng Zhan declared firmly. He might have been mentally slow, but he knew how good Lin Yumeng had been to him and he would protect her with everything he had. Fine. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. Zhu Zhanguang, losing all patience, lunged and kicked Peng Zhan hard in the stomach. But Peng Zhan struck back at the same time, throwing a fist straight into Zhu Zhanguang's face. Oh! Peng Zhan screamed as the kick landed, stumbling backward until he was right on the edge of the cliff. Gar! Zhu Zhanguang cried as Peng Zhan's punch connected, reeling several steps back as if he'd been struck by a hammer. Although Peng Zhan was slow-witted, he had one major gift: superhuman strength. That punch had Zhu Zhanguang seeing stars. He almost blacked out on the spot. Dummy! Lin Yumeng shrieked in terror, seeing Peng Zhan nearly fall off the cliff. Below was the demon ceiling cave. If he fell, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yumeng-jie, run! Don't worry about me, I can take him. Peng Zhan yelled. Lin Yumeng, terrified of being violated by Zhu Zhanguang, didn't hesitate any longer. She turned and ran up the mountain. She knew if that filthy, disgusting old bachelor got his hands on her, it would be a fate worse than death. But then, Zhu Zhanguang suddenly froze, his eyes widening in horror as he stared behind Peng Zhan. He looked like he had seen something truly terrifying. His pupils dilated, and his face twisted in sheer fear. Demon! There's a demon behind you! He screamed, shaking with terror. Peng Zhan, hearing those words, felt the hair on his neck stand up. Heart pounding, he quickly turned around to look. Chapter 3: The Stunning Female Demon in the Demon Locking Cave. However, when Peng Zhan turned around, he found that there was nothing behind him and he saw nothing. At this moment, Peng Zhan suddenly heard a gust of wind coming from the front, and he was so scared that he quickly turned his head. I saw a figure approaching. The attacker was Zhu Zhanguang. You stupid idiot, you dare to ruin my good thing, go to hell! Zhu Zhanguang roared, then pushed Peng Zhan hard with both hands. Peng Zhan was caught off guard and was pushed off the cliff by Zhu Zhanguang. I have to say that Zhu Zhanguang's acting just now was first rate. He had just been punched by Peng Zhan and knew that this fool was not easy to deal with, so he pretended to see something scary and lied to Peng Zhan that there was a goblin behind him, and then waited for an opportunity to sneak attack him. With such superb acting skills, let alone a fool like Peng Zhan, even a normal person would be fooled in the demon-locking cave. Lin Yumeng, who had not run far, heard Peng Zhan scream. She turned around and saw him falling out of the demon-locking cave. She was immediately frightened again. Silly boy, Lin Yumeng's heart was broken instantly, tears flew down her face, and she ran back desperately. Over the years, she and Peng Zhan have depended on each other and have developed a deep sister-brother relationship. Now, seeing Peng Zhan fall into the demon-locking cave while saving her, her heart is broken. When Zhu Sangguan saw Lin Yumeng running back, his eyes suddenly lit up. He immediately rushed forward, grabbed her, and dragged her into the bushes. "Let me go, help, help." Lin Yumeng struggled desperately and called for help at the top of her lungs. However, in these remote mountains and wilderness where few people go, no one will hear it. Zhu Sangguan was already so desperate at this point, and was about to get what he wanted, so of course he would not let Lin Yumeng go easily. He felt that he had already killed the fool Peng Zhan and committed the crime of murder, so he had to go all their way. After he was done, he would kill everyone to silence them, even Lin Yumeng. Lin Yumeng's heart was filled with grief, despair, and fear at this moment. Her brother's life or death was uncertain, and she had fallen into Zhu Sangguan's clutches and there was no escape. Thinking that her precious first time was about to be taken away by Zhu Sangguan, an old bachelor, she wanted to die. The further Peng Zhan fell, the faster he fell. When he was about to fall to the bottom of the cave, suddenly a strong airflow surged up from the bottom, slowing down his fall. Bang! When Peng Zhan fell to the bottom of the cave, he hit his head on a rock, but he was not seriously injured. He just fainted for a moment and then woke up. "Strong man, come and help me." Suddenly, a very pleasant female voice came from the cave. Peng Zhan looked up in the direction of the voice and was immediately frightened as if he had seen a ghost, with his hair standing on end. Because he saw a stunning beauty wearing white gauze in the cave. The hands and feet of this stunning beauty were locked with 4 black iron chains, and the other ends of the 4 chains were deeply embedded in the stone walls on both sides. What is even more terrifying is that the black chain is shining as if there is electricity. "Are you a human or a monster?" Peng asked tremblingly. "Of course I am a human," said the stunning woman. Just now when Peng Zhan fell from above, she used her palms to create a stream of air, which cushioned Peng Zhan's falling speed. Otherwise, Peng Zhan would have fallen to death by now. How can someone be so beautiful? Are you the legendary enchantress? When Peng Zhan said this, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Because he had already guessed that this stunning woman was the legendary female fairy. How could a mortal be so beautiful? Only fairies could be so excessively beautiful. Didn't he expect the legend to be true? There really is a monster under this monster-locking cave. The stunning female demon in the demon-locking cave. Chapter for Dragon Soul Sword. Demon is just the prejudice of the world against me. My real identity is actually the palace master of Lingxiao Palace, said the stunning woman. The palace master of Lingxiao Palace? Why have I never heard of him? Peng Zhan said. It's normal that you haven't heard about the hidden sects. Don't be afraid. I won't harm you. If you don't help me, you won't be able to get out of this cave, said the lord of Lingxiao Palace. How do you want me to help you? Peng Zhan calmed down a lot and was no longer so scared when he saw that the lord of Lingxiao Palace looked pitiful and did not look like a demon who would harm people. Pull out the dragon soul sword and use it to cut the chain. The lord of Lingxiao Palace said, looking towards the stone wall. Peng Zhan followed the gaze of Palace Master Lingxiao and saw a black hilt on the stone wall, with the sword blade completely embedded in the stone wall. And under the sword, there were dozens of skeletons lying. Around the skull, there are many broken swords and various strange weapons. It is obvious that a great battle once took place here, but as for how the dragon soul sword was inserted into the stone wall, it is unknown. Peng Zhan was so frightened when he saw so many skeletons that he dared not go forward. Those are just some skeletons of people who have been dead for many years. There is nothing to be afraid of. Go quickly. As long as you help me, I will definitely repay you, said the lord of Lingxiao Palace. How do you plan to repay me? Peng Zhan asked. I see that you have an extraordinary body and talent, and you are a rare genius in cultivation. I plan to teach you my unique skills to repay you for saving me. The Lord of Lingxiao Palace said seriously. Everyone says I'm a fool, but you say I'm gifted. Don't fool me, I'm not that easy to fool. Peng Zhan said. I am obviously a fool, but I am said to be gifted. Isn't this obviously misleading? In fact, when Peng Zhan fell and hit his head just now, he had returned to normal and was no longer stupid. But just as he returned to normal, he met the legendary female fairy. He was frightened out of his wits and had no time to think about it. He didn't even realize that he had returned to normal. He didn't even have time to remember that his sister was being bullied by Zhu Sanguang upstairs. Why would I lie to you? Even though I'm a woman, my words are my bond. I will definitely do what I say. At this point, the Lord of Lingxiao Palace suddenly looked at Peng Zhan with affection, and said in a charming manner, You saved me, if you want me to repay you with my body, it is not impossible. I don't dare. Please don't joke with me like this, okay? It would be bad if I believed it. Peng Zhan said with a red face. He wouldn't dare to do that with a female fairy even if he had 100 courage. However, when Peng Zhan's bewitching eyes met with those of the palace master of Lingxiao, he was immediately infatuated and walked towards the sword obediently as if he was possessed. Then he grasped the hilt of the sword with both hands and tried to draw the sword with all his strength, but the sword did not move at all. I can't pull it out, I can't help you. Peng Zhan said breathlessly. Come here, I will pass my power to you first, and then you will be able to draw the sword, said the Lord of Lingxiao Palace. Peng Zhan seemed to be possessed by a ghost again and walked towards the Lord of Lingxiao Palace obediently. Put your palms against my palms. Lingxiao Palace Master said again. Peng Zhan obediently stretched out his palms. When Peng Zhan's palms and Lingxiao Palace Master's palms were put together, it was as if two electric currents were connected, and Lingxiao Palace Master's power continuously flowed into Peng Zhan's body. More than 10 minutes later, Palace Master Lingxiao was already sweating profusely and his body was becoming weak. Peng Zhan's body was filled with a magical power, making him extremely powerful. Okay, now go and pull out the sword again, said the Lord of Lingxiao Palace. Okay. Peng Zhan, who was full of strength, was eager to try and immediately walked towards the sword. Coming to the sword, Peng Zhan grasped the hilt with one hand and pulled it hard. With a bang, the sword that was embedded in the stone wall was pulled out by Peng Zhan. In an instant, the dazzling sword light illuminated the demon-locking cave. This is a giant sword, with a glowing blade, surging sword energy, and an overwhelming chill. The snow-white sword body kept shaking, making a strange sound, like the roar of a tiger or dragon. Peng Zhan looked at the giant sword and saw 4 words engraved on the sword: Dragon Soul Sword. The magic sword saw the light of day again, like a long-trapped divine beast released from its cage, emitting a bloodthirsty cold light. Chapter 5: Obtaining the Inheritance of the Fairy. When the Lord of Lingxiao Palace saw Peng Zhan finally pull out the Dragon Soul Sword, he was overjoyed and said impatiently, Come here quickly and use the Dragon Soul Sword to help me cut the chain. Okay. Peng Zhan walked in front of the Lord of Lingxiao Palace holding the Dragon Soul Sword, and then slashed at him with the sword. Bang! The Dragon Soul Sword chopped on the iron chain that locked the right hand of the Lord of Lingxiao Palace, and sparks flew everywhere. The Dragon Soul Sword cut through iron like mud, and the iron chain broke with a sound. However, when the Dragon Soul Sword came into contact with the iron chain, a powerful energy like an electric current was transmitted to Peng Zhan's body, directly knocking him unconscious to the ground. At this time, Palace Master Lingxiao's right hand had been freed. She bent down to pick up the Dragon Soul Sword, then swung the sword to cut the remaining chains on her body. Bang, bang, bang. The iron chain wrapped around her broke with a sound. Ha 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 ha, this Palace Master has finally escaped from trouble today. Palace Master Lingxiao laughed wildly towards the sky. After laughing, the Lord of Lingxiao Palace walked straight to one of the skeletons and kicked it hard. You stinky bull nose, in the battle back then, you locked me up and poisoned you to death. Now I can see the light of day again, but you have already turned into a skeleton. I am the one who has the last laugh. You so-called famous and upright sects, under the banner of slaying demons and eliminating evil, besieged the High Heaven Palace, just to seize the Dragon Soul Sword and Dragon Blood Ring of my High Heaven Palace. You are really shameless. After saying this, the Lord of Lingxiao Palace returned to Peng Zhan's side, looked at the unconscious Peng Zhan, and said, Boy, I didn't lie to you. You really have extraordinary bones and talents. You are rare genius in cultivation. Since you helped me out of trouble, I will now fulfill my promise and teach you my lifelong skills. After saying that, the Lord of Lingxiao Palace sat down cross-legged, pulled up the unconscious Peng Zhan, held his palms with both hands, and began to teach him martial arts. Peng Zhan was in a daze, feeling as if he was having a strange dream. In the dream, various martial arts moves, sword skills, archery skills, medical skills, poison skills, and even disguise skills emerged and poured into his mind continuously. After an unknown amount of time, the Lord of Lingxiao Palace released Peng Zhan's hands and said weakly, "Okay, I have taught you all of Lingxiao Palace's unique skills. You have gained some of my power, and now your strength has reached the early stage of the yellow rank." After hesitating for a while, the Lord of Lingxiao Palace took off the blood-red ring on her right middle finger and said, "You and my Lingxiao Palace are destined to be together, so I might as well give you the dragon blood ring as well." The dragon blood ring is a storage ring. It contains all the unique skills of the Lingxiao Palace. Among them is the Lingxiao Palace's cultivation secret book, Dragon Controlling Technique. You can use it to practice and improve your strength. Although you can crush many so-called masters in the secular world with your current strength at the early stage of the yellow rank, you are still vulnerable when you meet masters in the cultivation world. You need to practice more to become a truly strong man. After saying that, General Peng Zhan of Lingxiao Palace pressed the middle finger of his right hand on the blade of the Dragon Soul Sword, cutting it a little, and blood immediately oozed out. Then, the Lord of Lingxiao Palace put the Dragon Blood Ring on the middle finger of Peng Zhan's right hand. The blood on Peng Zhan's right middle finger stained the Dragon Blood Ring, and the Dragon Blood Ring instantly emitted a strange red light. When Peng Zhan's blood was completely integrated into the Dragon Blood Ring, the Dragon Blood Ring returned to its normal color. Okay, the Dragon Blood Ring has recognized its new owner. Now you are the owner of the Dragon Blood Ring. If you have anything you want to collect in the future, you can put it in the Dragon Blood Ring and take it out at will. It is very convenient. I'll leave this Dragon Soul Sword for you to use as well. When you wake up, you can use your mind to store the Dragon Soul Sword in your Dragon Blood Ring so that it's easier to carry. Now you have not only inherited all the unique skills of Lingxiao Palace, but also possess the two palace treasures of Lingxiao Palace, the Dragon Soul Sword and the Dragon Blood Ring. You are already the only heir of Lingxiao Palace. I hope you can carry forward Lingxiao Palace in the future. Also, you have to remember that women will not affect your sword drawing speed. If you fight for the woman you love, the woman will actually increase your sword drawing speed. Although Lingxiao Palace is not a famous and upright sect, it has never done anything that harms the world. Well, I have said everything I need to say. I am leaving now. You can take care of yourself. After finishing his instructions, the Lord of Lingxiao Palace flicked his sleeves, floated up, and flew out of the demon locking cave. As soon as the Lord of Lingxiao Palace left, Peng Zhan woke up. Chapter 6: Blood in the Grass. Peng Zhan looked around blankly. The skeletons were still there. At the same time, he also discovered that there were many exotic flowers and herbs that could be used as medicinal materials growing around the demon locking cave, including many ginseng and Polygonum multiflorum that were over 100 years old. However, the Lord of Lingxiao Palace who taught him the unique martial arts has disappeared without a trace. Everything that just happened seemed like a dream, yet so real. Because he saw that there was indeed a blood-red ring on the finger of his right hand. He took the Dragon Soul Sword, stood up, and felt the magical power in his body become stronger. Thinking of what Palace Master Lingxiao had said just now, he tried to use his mind to store the Dragon Soul Sword into the Dragon Blood Ring. As soon as he thought about it, the huge Dragon Soul Sword suddenly disappeared. It's incredible. This small Dragon Blood Ring can actually store things. It's amazing. Peng Zhan said to himself excitedly. At the same time, he also found that his brain was working better and he was no longer stupid. He remembered many past events. It's great. This time, being pushed down the demon locking cave by Zhu Zangguang not only allowed me to return to normal, but also allowed me to obtain the inheritance of the Lord of Lingxiao Palace. It's really a blessing in disguise. With so many ginseng and Polygonum multiflorum, we can definitely sell them for a lot of money. Even if no one buys them, we can use them to make a stew for my sister to drink, to replenish her qi and blood, and improve her physical fitness. Thinking of this, Peng Zhan suddenly shouted, "Oh no! Sister Yumeng is still in danger and may be being brutally abused by Zhu Zangguang." Peng Zhan was suddenly extremely anxious. How could he have the energy to pick ginseng and Polygonum multiflorum? A long time has passed since he fell into the demon-locking cave. It is very likely that Lin Yumeng has been harmed by Zhu Sangguang now. Peng Zhan looked up at the cave entrance and saw that it was dozens of meters above the ground. He didn't know how to get up for a moment and became as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. But he quickly remembered that he had acquired the unique martial arts of Lingxiao Palace, so he tried to use his lightness skills to jump up. After trying it, I found that I could be as light as a swallow and jump very high. So he kept pushing the protruding stones around the cave wall with his feet and jumped all the way up. After a while, he jumped out of the demon-locking cave and came to the forest where the incident happened. Just at this moment, Zhu Sangguang emerged from the bushes in a panic, as if he had succeeded in doing something bad but was still guilty. At this time, Zhu Sangguang's steps were unsteady and his body seemed hollowed out and very weak. Zhu Sangguang, you are worse than a beast. Where is my sister? What did you do to my sister? Peng Zhan's eyes were blazing with fire, and he shouted and questioned angrily. When Zhu Sangguang heard Peng Zhan's angry shout, he trembled with fear. When he looked up and saw the furious and murderous Peng Zhan, he was immediately scared out of his wits. Zhu Sangguang had just pushed Peng Zhan down the demon-locking cave with his own hands. He thought that Peng Zhan was doomed to die. Now he suddenly saw Peng Zhan appear with murderous intent, and thought that Peng Zhan had turned into a fierce ghost and came to settle accounts with him. Our ghost don't kill me. Zhu Sangguang collapsed on the spot, screaming and running down the mountain like crazy. He was extremely weak and now, frightened, he ran faster than a rabbit. When Peng Zhan saw Zhu Sangguang running away, he was not in a hurry to chase him. The most urgent thing was to find Lin Yumeng first. It would not be too late to settle the score with Zhu Sangguang later. Sister Yumeng! Peng Zhan shouted as he rushed into the bushes where Zhu Sangguang was just now. He searched anxiously in the grass, but could not find any trace of Lin Yumeng. At this time, Peng Zhan discovered some colorful bloodstains in the grass, which were so dazzling. He suddenly felt as if he was struck by lightning, and his head buzzed. Could it be that because I was a step too late to save the beauty, Sister Yumeng had already been brutally abused by Zhu Sangguang? If Sister Yumeng has been defiled, what is the point of coming here when I've just acquired a set of unique skills? Sister Yumeng! Where are you? Peng Zhan shouted while searching around like crazy. However, no matter how he shouted, he still did not hear any response from Lin Yumeng, nor did he find any trace of Lin Yumeng. Chapter 7, My sister is the best in the world. Peng Zhan thought that Lin Yumeng had been killed by Zhu Sangguang and her body was dumped in the wilderness. He was so heartbroken that he couldn't help but shed tears. He had just obtained the inheritance from the Lord of Lingxiao Palace and was about to repay Lin Yumeng and let her live a good life, but she had been killed. How could he not be heartbroken? The younger brother wants to be filial, but his sister is not waiting for him. The past events were like a movie, and scenes emerged in Peng Zhan's mind. 8 years ago, when he was only 12 years old, he was already a homeless fool, wandering around. He only knew that his name was Peng Zhan, and he couldn't remember anything else. One day, he wandered to Huaxi district, an old district in Tenggui city. It was a cold winter evening with drizzling rain. He was dirty, cold and hungry, begging for food in Huaxi district like a beggar. At that time, almost every household thought he was dirty. Not only did they not give him any food, they also drove him away in a very fierce manner, fearing that he would starve to death at their doorstep and bring bad luck. Finally, when he passed by Lin Yumeng's house on Wutong Street, he was already dying of hunger. Lin Yumeng felt sorry for him and invited him to her home for dinner. It was rare for him to meet someone as kind as Lin Yumeng. After eating that meal, he refused to leave. Although he was stupid, he knew that if he left Lin Yumeng's house, it would be difficult to meet such a kind person again, and he might not have his next meal, so he wanted to stay in her house for a long time and eat. Lin Yumeng also knew that if she drove Peng Zhan away, he would starve to death or freeze to death at any time. She really couldn't bear it, so she took him in at home. She felt that if she drove Peng Zhan away, she would undoubtedly drive him into a dead end, which would be tantamount to watching him die without helping him. She is a kind-hearted person and she really can't bear to do this. That summer, Lin Yumeng's parents mysteriously disappeared on their way home from get-off work. They were not found after a long search and it was very likely that they were no longer alive. At that time, Lin Yumeng was only 14 years old and she had 2 younger sisters at home. The second sister, Lin Yutong, was only 12 years old, and the third sister, Lin Yuqin, was only 10 years old. After her parents went missing, 14-year-old Lin Yumeng became the head of the household and took on the responsibility of raising her two younger sisters. Later, Peng Zhan, a fool who only knew how to eat but not work, appeared, and Lin Yumeng's burden became even heavier. However, Lin Yumeng never regarded him as a burden and treated him as well as her own brother. Although she was poor, Lin Yumeng didn't want to neglect her and her sister's studies. She used the little savings left by her parents and rented a stall in a busy area to run a barbecue restaurant. The three sisters went to school during the day and sold barbecue at night to earn a little money. In this way, at such a young age, she relied on the money she earned from selling barbecue, lived frugally, and supported herself and her two younger sisters in their studies. During the college entrance examination, Lin Yumeng chose to enroll in a local university close to home so that she could take care of Peng Zhan and her two younger sisters. After her parents disappeared, Lin Yumeng, as the elder sister, became the backbone of the family and supported the entire family. One can imagine the hardships she went through. In short, during those difficult years, it was Lin Yumeng who took on everything alone. Although Lin Yumeng usually spoke harshly to Peng Zhan knew that it was because he was too naughty and often made mistakes. As an older sister, she had to be a little harsh in order to calm him down. She is a typical person with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. The two younger sisters, Lin Yutong and Lin Yuqin, know the hardships their older sister has gone through and are very sensible. They study hard, are grateful, and vow to repay their older sister in the future. 2 years ago, the second sister Lin Yutong was admitted to a prestigious university, but in order to reduce the burden on her sister, she chose to retain her student status, serve in the army for 2 years, and then return to continue her university studies. Second sister Lin Yutong. Because there are many benefits to joining the army first, when you come back to continue your studies, your tuition will be free. And when you retire, you can get a severance pay. Therefore, Lin Yutong resolutely chose to join the army first. The requirements for female soldiers were very high, but Lin Yutong had very good physical fitness. Not only did she pass the military examination, but she was also selected to serve as a special forces soldier. Before leaving, Lin Yutong knelt down to her sister in public, saying that an elder sister is like a mother, and that she would train hard, perform well, and strive to become an officer so that she could protect her sister in the future. Lin Yutong's action moved Lin Yumeng so much that she burst into tears. Because her family was poor and she had been without parental protection since she was 14, and the only man she had was a fool, Lin Yumeng had been bullied and looked down upon by her neighbors over the years. The third sister, Lin Yuqin, is now in her senior year of high school. She has always been the top student in the school. If nothing unexpected happens, she will definitely be admitted to a prestigious university. Third sister Lin Yuqin. At this moment, Peng Zhan, who had returned to normal, thought of the past events related to Lin Yumeng, and tears unknowingly filled his eyes and streamed down his face. A kind and beautiful girl like Lin Yumeng, who had just graduated from college, was at her blooming age and her wonderful life had just begun. If she suffered a tragic disaster, it would be truly God's fault. If Lin Yumeng was really harmed by Zhu Sangguang, he would definitely tear Zhu Sangguang into pieces. His heart was broken, and he ran wildly through the mountains and forests like a madman to expand his search range. Sister Yumeng, where are you? Please respond to me. Sister Yumeng, please don't scare me, okay? Come back soon. Sister Yumeng, as long as you come back, I swear that I will be a doting sister and protect you well. I will never allow anyone to bully you, never. Peng Zhan ran wildly, crying and shouting, tears streaming down his face. Just as Peng Zhan was becoming more and more desperate, Lin Yumeng's overjoyed voice suddenly came from a distance. Silly boy, I'm here. Chapter 8, Sister and Brother Reunited. Peng Zhan was suddenly surprised as if he heard the sound of nature, and immediately ran in the direction of the sound. After a while, Peng Zhan arrived at the source of the sound, but did not see Lin Yumeng. Sister Yumeng, where are you? Why can't I see you? Peng Zhan asked anxiously. I'm above your head. Are you a human or a ghost? Lin Yumeng's somewhat frightened voice came from above Peng Zhan's head. Peng Zhan immediately looked up and saw Lin Yumeng standing on a big tree. Sister Yumeng, of course I am a human. You have been so kind to me, even if I am a ghost, I will not harm you, so don't be afraid. Peng Zhan was very excited when he saw that Lin Yumeng was still alive. Didn't you fall into the demon-locking cave? How come you didn't die? Lin Yumeng saw Peng Zhan fall into the demon-locking cave with her own eyes. Now, seeing Peng Zhan appear before her in good health, she was surprised and a little bit unbelievable. My story is hard to explain in a few words. I will tell you slowly later. Peng Zhan didn't know how to explain to Lin Yumeng for a moment. It's good that you're not dead, it's good that you're not dead, I thought I would never see you again. When Lin Yumeng saw that Peng Zhan was still alive, she, who had always been strong, was overwhelmed with emotions and burst into tears of joy. Just now, she and Peng Zhan had each experienced a life and death situation, and now both of them had survived the ordeal and were safe and sound. She instantly lost control of her emotions and burst into tears. Sister Yumeng, why did you run up the tree? Did that old beast Zhu Sanguang do anything to you? Peng Zhan rarely saw Lin Yumeng cry. Now seeing Lin Yumeng crying like a pear blossom in the rain, an ominous premonition came to his heart and he couldn't wait to ask. No. No. At the critical moment, Zhu Sanguang was bitten by a king cobra, and I took the opportunity to escape. Lin Yumeng recalled the situation just now and was still in shock. It turned out that when Lin Yumeng was dragged into the bushes by Zhu Sanguang and thought she was doomed, a venomous king cobra suddenly jumped out and bit Zhu Sanguang on the calf. When Zhu Sanguang saw that he was bitten by a king cobra, he was almost scared to death and quickly took measures to save himself. Lin Yumeng managed to escape and ran wildly through the mountains and forests. Having finally escaped the danger, she was extremely frightened. Not only was she worried that the king cobra would chase her and attack her, she was also worried that Zhu Sanguang was still determined to catch up with her again. So she climbed up the big tree, hid on the tree, and dared not move. But how could Zhu Sanguang dare to move after being bitten by a king cobra? He was a quack doctor and had some common sense about self-rescue. He immediately tied up his bitten calf with vines to prevent the poisonous blood from spreading, and sucked out the poisonous blood with his mouth. However, the poison of the king cobra was too strong. He gradually felt that he was losing his mind and on the verge of coma. He walked out of the bushes and wanted to hurry down the mountain to seek medical treatment. As a result, as soon as he walked out of the bushes, he met Peng Zhan. He thought he saw a ghost and was so scared that he ran down the mountain. I see. No wonder when I saw Zhu Sanguang just now, his face was ashen, his body was extremely weak, and he looked like he was about to die. Peng Zhan was relieved when he learned that Lin Yumeng was not abused by Zhu Sanguang. Before, he thought that Zhu Sanguang was weak because he had done something bad, but now he knows that Zhu Sanguang was bitten by a poisonous snake. At the same time, he also figured out that the colorful bloodstains he had seen in the bushes before were the poisonous blood sucked out by Zhu Sanguang himself, not the kind of blood from Lin Yumeng as he had imagined. It was because he thought too much that it led to a false alarm. Now he is no longer a fool. He can guess how serious Lin Yumeng's situation was at the time without being at the scene. If there hadn't been a king cobra in the grass, the consequences would have been disastrous. What? You saw Zhu Sanguang just now. Will he catch up with us later? Lin Yumeng asked in horror. No, when he saw me just now, he was just like you, thinking he saw a ghost and ran down the mountain like crazy. If I'm not mistaken, he is almost dead now. Peng Zhan said. How do you know he will die? Lin Yumeng asked in surprise. Chapter 9 Charming Sister. Because the king cobra is one of the most dangerous snakes in the world, it excretes a large amount of venom. If a person does not receive timely medical treatment within half an hour after being bitten, he will definitely die. Besides, Zhu Sanguang just ran down the mountain at full speed, which accelerated his blood circulation. Even a god couldn't save him. Seeing that Peng Zhan, this fool, was talking so logically, Lin Yumeng stared at him with wide eyes in disbelief and asked in surprise, "Silly boy, when did you know so much?" She didn't care whether Zhu Sanguang was dead or alive. Even if Zhu Sanguang was really dead, he deserved it. What she was concerned about was how Peng Zhan suddenly became like a different person and became smarter. Sister Yumeng, I'm not stupid anymore. I've returned to normal. Peng Zhan told the truth. I don't believe it. You've been stupid for so many years. I've asked doctors to see you many times, but they always said there's nothing you can do. How can you just say you're not stupid and then stop being stupid? Stop teasing me. Although Lin Yumeng felt that Peng Zhan spoke more clearly than before, she still didn't believe that Peng Zhan would suddenly return to normal. If a fool who has been stupid for many years suddenly says that he is no longer stupid, no one will believe him. Sister Yumeng, please come down first. It's too dangerous to stand on the tree. Seeing that Lin Yumeng didn't believe him, Peng Zhan didn't explain too much. It's easy to climb up a tree but hard to get down. I can't get down anymore. Lin Yumeng said with tears in her eyes. The tree she climbed was very tall. Under normal circumstances, she would not have been able to climb up. The situation was critical just now and she didn't know how she climbed up. When people encounter danger, they always burst out with amazing strength that they don't have under normal circumstances. Forget it, just jump down, I'll catch you below. Peng Zhan now possesses the power of the Lord of Lingxiao Palace and is very confident that he can catch Lin Yumeng. What? You actually asked me to jump down. Do you want me to fall to death? I'm not as stupid as you. Lin Yumeng had begun to believe that Peng Zhan was not stupid, but after hearing what he said, she felt that he was abnormal. She was standing 3 or 4 stories above the ground. If she jumped down directly, she would be crippled even if she didn't die. I said I would catch you. How could I bear to let you fall to your death? Peng Zhan said innocently. How can you catch me after jumping down from such a high place? Stop bragging. Just let me be quiet and figure out a way to get down by myself. As Lin Yumeng was speaking, there was a sudden crack and the branch she was standing on suddenly broke. Lin Yumeng let out a terrified scream and began to fall rapidly. When she thought she was dead, she suddenly felt a pair of strong hands holding her firmly. She looked carefully and saw that the person holding her was Peng Zhan. I didn't expect that my silly brother could actually catch me. Just now when Lin Yumeng suddenly fell from the tree, Peng Zhan was quick to catch her. He held Lin Yumeng's back with one hand and her legs with the other. The posture was like a princess hug. At this moment, time seemed to stop. Lin Yumeng was still in shock and stood there like a wooden chicken, not moving at all, allowing Peng Zhan to hold her. After Peng Zhan recovered, he looked at Lin Yumeng at such a close distance for the first time. Lin Yumeng's face was white and rosy with a pair of charming dimples. Under her long eyelashes, there was a pair of clear big eyes like autumn water. The best part is that she has a perfect figure, with a pair of long, slender legs that make people never want to look away once they take one look at her. Chapter 10. If nothing unexpected happens, another accident will happen. Lin Yumeng is even more fascinating than the Lord of Lingxiao Palace. The Lord of Lingxiao Palace is an enchanting beauty that is otherworldly. Lin Yumeng, on the other hand, is a naturally beautiful woman. It is not an exaggeration to describe her as stunningly beautiful. The only flaw in Lin Yumeng's appearance now is that she is too light and a little thin. That is due to long-term lack of nutrition. Sister Yumeng, are you okay? After a long time, Peng Zhan asked with concern. I'm fine, put me down quickly. Only then did Lin Yumeng come back to her senses from the shock. Peng Zhan didn't want to keep holding Lin Yumeng, so he gently put her down. How come you suddenly become so powerful? You can catch me when I fall from such a high place. Lin Yumeng asked curiously. This is a long story. Let's go down the mountain first. I always feel that this place is a bit weird and full of danger. I will tell you while we go down the mountain. After Peng Zhan received the inheritance from the Lord of Lingxiao Palace, his ability to sense dangerous auras became particularly strong. He felt that there was a dangerous aura in this forest. Wait a minute, I have to pee so badly that I can't hold it anymore. Let me finish peeing first before going down the mountain. Lin Yumeng said with a red face. She had been in a hurry to pee, but because Zhu Zangguang suddenly appeared, she couldn't do it and had been holding it in until now. She almost peed herself when she fell from the tree just now, and now she really can't hold it back anymore. If nothing unexpected happens, another accident will happen. Peng Zhan said with an unfathomable look. What do you mean? It's so confusing. Can you explain it more clearly? Lin Yumeng was confused. What I mean is, if what I expected is true, you're going to have another accident when you pee this time, Peng Zhan explained. You're such a jinx, stop talking. I don't believe that anything unexpected could happen while peeing. Lin Yumeng refused to believe it. Okay, then you go ahead and I'll keep watch for you, said Peng Zhan. It's still the same old rule, no peeking. Lin Yumeng was already extremely anxious. After giving a warning, she hurriedly ran towards a bush. When Peng Zhan was a fool, he would never peek. Now that he has returned to normal, he will definitely not peek. Although he and Lin Yumeng have no blood relationship, Lin Yumeng raised him. 8 years of raising me is a heavy favor. After 8 years of living together day and night and relying on each other, Lin Yumeng was like his own sister, and he would never do anything disrespectful to her. Peng Zhan turned his back to Lin Yumeng's direction, standing on guard and activating his powerful perception ability to prevent any danger. Soon, Peng Zhan heard a hissing sound of urine coming from the bushes. At the same time, he also heard a whoosh sound coming from not far from Lin Yumeng. "Sister Yumeng, are you okay? Hurry up, there is danger." Peng Zhan felt the danger coming and said anxiously. Before he finished speaking, Lin Yumeng ran out from the bushes in panic. "Silly, run!" Lin Yumeng ran out, shouting in horror. She really wanted to cry but had no tears this time. Peng Zhan's bad words really came true. Why is it dangerous every time I pee? Why should I be allowed to pee? When Peng Zhan heard Lin Yumeng's cry, he was shocked. He didn't expect the danger to come so quickly. He turned around quickly to see what was going on. Lin Yumeng was seen pulling up her pants and running towards him quickly. This scene blinded Peng Zhan's eyes. Chapter 11, The Dragon Soul Sword's First Test. However, before Peng Zhan had time to take a closer look, he discovered that there was a king cobra more than 5 meters long chasing Lin Yumeng. Seeing this, Peng Zhan was suddenly shocked. It turned out that the danger he had predicted was actually the king cobra coming. The king cobra is extremely ferocious and is the most feared venomous snake in the world. Not only does it excrete a large amount of venom, but it will also actively attack humans. Because it has an astonishing speed in chasing people and can chase people relentlessly across the entire mountain, it is also called the mountain crosser. It happened so quickly that the king cobra was about to catch up with Lin Yumeng. Lin Yumeng had already run to Peng Zhan. Because she was too frightened, she instinctively jumped directly onto Peng Zhan and gave him a koala hug. At this time, the more than 5-meter-long king cobra raised its head and quickly bit Lin Yumeng's butt. The king cobra attacked too fast. In a flash, Peng Zhan had no other choice but to jump high on the spot while holding Lin Yumeng. The king cobra flashed past Peng Zhan's feet, and Lin Yumeng escaped the disaster narrowly. Lin Yumeng didn't expect Peng Zhan could jump so high. She felt that Peng Zhan might be like her, able to burst out amazing strength in critical moments, so he could jump so high. After the king cobra's attack missed, it flew several meters away and immediately turned around, ready to attack again. Lin Yumeng, who was in mid-air, screamed in fright when she saw the king cobra turning around and attacking again. She was only halfway through peeing just now, but now she was so scared that she peed. Peng Zhan had his back to the king cobra at this moment. When he heard Lin Yumeng scream, he knew that it must be the king cobra launching a second attack. He immediately turned 180 degrees in the air, exchanged directions with Lin Yumeng, and faced the king cobra. At this time, he and Lin Yumeng's bodies were falling from the air. If things continue to develop in this way, when he and Lin Yumeng fall to the ground, the king cobra will attack them right in front of them, and they will have no way to avoid it. Now he had nothing in his hand that could fight the king cobra. In desperation, he suddenly thought of the dragon soul sword hidden in the dragon blood ring. So, he immediately took out the dragon soul sword from the dragon blood ring, and then swept it across the air with the sword. I saw a flash of sword light flying out and heading straight for the snake's neck. The sword has not arrived yet, but the sword energy is already there. Blood splattered and the king cobra's head was instantly separated from its body. The dragon soul sword was so powerful when it was first used that even Peng Zhan was stunned. In order not to scare Lin Yumeng, Peng Zhan hurriedly put the dragon soul sword back into the dragon blood ring. At this time, Lin Yumeng had her back to the king cobra, so she did not see this scene. At this time, Peng Zhan had already fallen to the ground holding Lin Yumeng. Lin Yumeng looked back instinctively and saw the king cobra's body lying on the ground, rolling and flapping. Lin Yumeng screamed again in fright and hugged Peng Zhan tightly. "Don't be afraid, Sister Yumeng. This snake is about to die," Peng Zhan said calmly. Lin Yumeng took a closer look and found that the king cobra's head was gone and blood was oozing out of its neck. "Snake, where is the snake's head? Why is its head gone?" Lin Yumeng asked in a trembling voice, still in shock. "I don't know where the snake's head flew to. Peng Zhan's sword just now made the snake's head fly out and disappeared. It's so weird. How could the snake's head break off for no reason?" Lin Yumeng was puzzled. Maybe there are gods protecting us in secret. Peng Zhan didn't know how to explain to Lin Yumeng. Even if he told her that the snake's head was chopped off by him with the dragon soul sword, she might not believe it. Hearing Peng Zhan say this, Lin Yumeng felt a chill down her spine again, thinking that this white tiger mountain was truly evil. At this moment, Peng Zhan suddenly felt a warm liquid seeping down from his abdomen. Sister Yumeng, what's wrong with you? Why are my pants wet? Peng Zhan asked in surprise. Lin Yumeng then remembered that she had just peed her pants out of fright, and hurriedly got off Peng Zhan. I'm sorry, I was scared to death just now. Lin Yumeng said with a red face, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Peng Zhan took a closer look and saw that Lin Yumeng's crotch was indeed wet. Chapter 12 Peng Zhan's background. Sister Yumeng, it's safe now. Do you want to finish peeing? Peng Zhan asked. No need, I'm not in a hurry to pee anymore, let's go down the mountain quickly. Lin Yumeng found that accidents happened every time she urinated, and she had a psychological trauma. This White Tiger Mountain was too strange. She felt that it was not suitable to stay here for long and just wanted to leave early, so she took the lead and walked ahead. While Lin Yumeng was not paying attention, Peng Zhan quietly picked up the dead king cobra and put it into the space of the dragon blood ring. This king cobra is a rare delicacy. He wants to take it back and make a delicious meal to supplement Lin Yumeng's nutrition. Why is there a strange ring on your hand? When going down the mountain, Lin Yumeng discovered that there was a blood-red ring on the middle finger of Peng Zhan's right hand, so she asked curiously. This was given to me by the female demon in the demon locking cave, said Peng Zhan. Lin Yumeng's scalp suddenly tingled again. She thought Peng Zhan was trying to scare her on purpose, and said angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? Do you believe what you said?" "I'm not talking nonsense. I'm telling the truth. Just now, after Zhu Zhanguang pushed me down the demon locking cave, I met the legendary trapped female demon. I helped her out of trouble, and she not only taught me her unique skills, but also gave me this dragon blood ring." Peng Zhan felt that there was no need to hide anything from Lin Yumeng, so he told Lin Yumeng everything that happened in the demon locking cave. Stop. Don't say any more. The more Lin Yumeng listened, the more outrageous it seemed, so she quickly shouted to stop him. Let me ask you, what good will it do you to scare me to death? If I scare you to death, who will support you in the future? Listening to Peng Zhan telling such a bizarre story in this desolate mountain and wilderness made Lin Yumeng feel a chill down her spine. According to the old people, you can't talk nonsense in the wilderness, otherwise it will easily attract unclean things. How can there be such bizarre things in the world? Are you possessed by an evil spirit and that's why you're talking nonsense? Lin Yumeng even suspected that Peng Zhan was possessed by an evil spirit. It is no wonder that Lin Yumeng didn't believe it. Peng Zhan's adventure in the demon locking cave was too absurd, it was simply a fairy tale. No one would believe that there would be such a bizarre thing in the world. She originally believed that Peng Zhan had returned to normal, but when she saw that he sometimes spoke normally and sometimes abnormally, she thought that he might be intermittently normal. Even if it is intermittent normality, it is much better than being stupid all the time. At least there is progress. Sister Yumeng, what I said is true, why don't you believe it? Peng Zhan didn't expect that even though he was telling the truth, Lin Yumeng actually thought he was possessed. You're talking nonsense. How can I believe you? Tell me the truth. When you fell off the cliff, were you stuck by something so that you didn't fall down, and then you climbed up by yourself? Lin Yumeng asked. Yes, I was stuck by a tree, so I didn't fall. I didn't expect you to guess it right. Sister Yumeng is really smart. Seeing that Lin Yumeng didn't believe him, Peng Zhan simply went along with it and admitted it. Anyway, it's useless to say anything now. The only way is to make her believe it slowly through actual performance in the future. There's no need to rush. Humph, with your intelligence, you still want to deceive me? Do you think I'm as stupid as you? Lin Yumeng would rather believe that Peng Zhan was stuck by a tree in mid-air on the cliff than believe his adventure in the demon locking cave. On their way down the mountain, Peng Zhan had already remembered his life experience. He was the young master of a large family in Longcheng and had a distinguished family background. But when he was 12 years old, his mother Xiao Yu suddenly ran away from home and disappeared without a trace. Shortly afterwards, his father Peng Zhan married a woman named Yi Chen. Peng Zhan has not had a good life since Yi Chen came into the family. Stepmother Yi Chen even regarded him as a thorn in her side. On a dark and windy night, he was suddenly hit on the head with an iron rod at home and passed out. Then he was put into a sack, taken to a faraway wilderness and abandoned. Fortunately, he did not die, but after waking up, he had become a fool and remembered nothing. He only remembered that his name was Peng Zhan. He was homeless and wandered aimlessly all the way to Huaxi district. If Lin Yumeng hadn't adopted him, he would have starved to death long ago. It can even be said that Lin Yumeng saved his life and was his adoptive parent. He no longer wanted to go back to the Peng family. He just wanted to stay in Huaxi district and repay Lin Yumeng. In this world, apart from his biological mother Xiao Yu, only Lin Yumeng is kind to him, and he must let her live a happy and beautiful life. Now that he owns Lingxiao Palace and various unique skills, he has enough ability to let Lin Yumeng live a good life. However, with so many unique skills at once, he didn't know how to use them to become rich overnight. Medical skills can save lives, poison can kill people without them being seen, so what is the use of disguise? By the way, if I use the art of disguise to disguise myself as a beautiful woman's husband, wouldn't that be so evil? Peng Zhan didn't dare to think further. Before they knew it, they had reached the foot of the mountain. At this time, a group of people had gathered beside the road at the foot of the mountain. There were passers-by, medical staff from the hospital, and the police and forensic doctors had also arrived at the scene. What exactly happened over there? Lin Yumeng said nervously. Chapter 13: The Secret of the Dragon Blood Ring. Sister Yumeng, you can tell without even looking that Zhu Sangguang must be dead. Peng Zhan said as if he was able to predict the future. Lin Yumeng was a little unconvinced, so she walked over to see what was going on. Peng Zhan also followed. Anyway, Zhu Sangguang's death had nothing to do with him, so he didn't feel guilty at all. If Zhu Sangguang hadn't run away at that time, he might have been unable to help but beat him to death, but Zhu Sangguang was so scared when he saw him that he ran away, and he didn't even touch him. When she got closer, Lin Yumeng saw that it was Zhu Sangguang lying on the ground. His whole body was black and he had already died. Seeing that Zhu Sangguang was really dead, Lin Yumeng felt relieved. It was not a pity that such an old pervert died. She no longer had to worry about being harmed by him. It turned out that Zhu Sangguang had died of poisoning when he ran to the roadside. When passers-by saw him, they called the police and dialed 120. I saw this man running down Baihu Mountain in panic. He just reached the edge of the runway and fell down with a thud. I heard there are monsters on White Tiger Mountain. Could he have been killed by the monsters? Of course he is. He even dared to go to White Tiger Mountain. He is courting death. Yes, White Tiger Mountain is very strange. Others didn't dare to go up there, but he insisted on going up there. Now, he has lost his life. The onlookers were discussing the matter in a buzzing manner. But at this time, the forensic doctor had already concluded that the deceased died from a poisonous snake bite, which led to the poisoning. Lin Yumeng didn't want anyone to know that she had also been to Baihu Mountain, so she quickly rode her electric scooter to take Peng Zhan back. Before, she rode an electric scooter from the city to the foot of Baihu Mountain. Lin Yumeng's home is on Wutong Street, Huaxi District, Tenggui City. Huaxi District is an old city area, and most of the houses here are old and dilapidated. Lin Yumeng's house has been in disrepair for many years and is particularly dilapidated. The wealthy people in Huaxi District have all moved to more prosperous places. Most of those who still live here do so due to limited financial resources. Not long after returning home, Lin Yumeng received a call from a company asking her to come for an interview. Lin Yumeng had just graduated from college and didn't have a job yet. She had sent out many resumes and now a company finally called her for an interview. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yumeng went into the room and changed her clothes, then said to Peng Zhan, "Silly boy, stay at home and don't run around. I'm going to apply for a job at a big company." "Okay, then go ahead. Come back early when you're done. I'll make you a delicious meal tonight," Peng Zhan said. Although Peng Zhan was a fool before, he still knew how to do basic housework like cooking. Lin Yumeng gave him 50 yuan to buy groceries and went out. After Lin Yumeng left, Peng Zhan remembered that the Lord of Lingxiao Palace said that the dragon blood ring contained the Lingxiao Palace's secret cultivation manual, The Art of Controlling Dragons. He was very curious, so he closed his eyes and let his consciousness enter the space of the dragon blood ring. Sure enough, he saw the book, The Art of Controlling Dragons. So he took out The Art of Controlling Dragon and looked through it. After reading the preface, he realized that the strength in the cultivation world is divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, mysterious and yellow. Each level is divided into early stage peak, middle stage peak, late stage peak. The strength from low to high is: yellow rank early stage, yellow rank early stage peak, yellow rank middle stage, yellow rank middle stage peak, yellow rank late stage, yellow rank late stage peak, mysterious rank early stage, mysterious rank early stage peak. By analogy, after the peak of the late heavenly stage, there is the great perfection. Peng Zhan was not very interested in cultivation, so he put the dragon control art back into the dragon blood ring. Then, he browsed through the dragon blood ring again and found many ancient books inside. There are medical skills, poison skills, sword skills, archery skills, disguise skills, etc., even cooking skills and beauty skills. It is simply an encyclopedia library. There are also various weapons inside. The most eye-catching one is a black iron bow with 3 small words engraved on it: breaking sky bow. Next to the sky breaking bow, there is a pile of arrows. Moreover, there is a medicine storehouse in the dragon blood ring, which contains various ready-made miraculous medicines for curing diseases and saving lives, as well as many ready-made poisons. Having so many magic weapons at once, Peng Zhan was a little confused and didn't know where to start learning. Finally, he took out a unique medical book of Lingxiao Palace, the Jade Girl's internal classic, and began to study it. He discovered that after receiving personal instruction from the Lord of Lingxiao Palace, he actually had the ability to remember everything he had seen. He also has a smart mind and can understand and comprehend ancient books after reading them once. Chapter 14: Lingxiao 9 Swords. The medical skills recorded in the Jade Girl's internal classic were so superb that Peng Zhan was stunned. Many difficult and complicated diseases, even terminal illnesses, can be cured today using the medical techniques in the Jade Girl's classic of internal medicine. Many ancient Chinese medicine secret recipes that have long been lost are recorded in the medical book, the Jade Girl's classic of internal medicine. After finishing reading the Jade Maiden's canon of internal medicine, he couldn't wait to take out a book called The Archery Technique of the Overlord to study archery. He discovered that the archery skills of Lingxiao Palace were very magical, with many special moves, including mother and child arrows, 3 arrows fired at once, and several arrows fired at once. If it is a single arrow, you can also use the friction generated by the arrow's rotation in the air to make the arrow turn. Peng Zhan couldn't help but be stunned. If arrows can turn, wouldn't that mean they are more terrifying than bullets? Bullets can only go straight, and the enemy can use cover to hide, but arrows can turn, so wouldn't that leave the enemy nowhere to hide? After studying archery for a while, Peng Zhan took out Lingxiao's secret poison to study poison techniques. He discovered that the poison techniques in Lingxiao Palace recorded many methods of making poisons that could kill people without them being noticed. Peng Zhan was not very interested in poison techniques, and he had no intention of poisoning anyone to death. So he took out the 9 Swords of Lingxiao sword manual and studied swordsmanship. Lingxiao 9 Swords, as the name suggests, has a total of 9 moves. The first move, a sword. Second move, 1 sword to destroy the whole group. The third move, a sword that conquers the city. The fourth move, sweeping away thousands of troops. Fifth move, human sword integration. The sixth move, sword breaks mountains and rivers. The seventh move, heaven collapses and earth breaks. The eighth move, kill immortals and behead gods. Ninth move, sword breaks the sky. These sword moves were too profound and difficult to understand. Peng Zhan only understood the first move and could not comprehend the following moves. The 9 swords of Lingxiao become increasingly difficult to practice as time goes by, and one must practice their dragon control art to increase internal strength in order to unleash the power of the sword moves. The dragon taming art is equivalent to internal strength, and the 9 swords of Lingxiao is equivalent to martial arts. The stronger the internal strength, the more powerful the martial arts. Even the Lord of Lingxiao Palace only learned the first 5 moves of the Lingxiao 9 swords, and she was unable to comprehend the rest. Because she practiced the art of controlling dragons, she only reached the peak of the late earth stage and could not break through any further. Peng Zhan knew that the 9 swords of Lingxiao could not be learned overnight. Since he was unable to comprehend it now, he did not want to rush it, so he put the 9 swords of Lingxiao back into the space of the dragon blood ring. Inside the dragon blood ring, Peng Zhan also found a book called The Magic Art of Cuju, so he took it out and read it out of curiosity. Cuju is an ancient ball-kicking game, similar to today's football. But what is taught in this book, The Magic Art of Cuju, is much better than modern football. There are some footwork like lingbo weibu, overhead kick, crescent moon scimitar and so on, which are all child's play. According to the kicking method of The Magic of Cuju, you can even easily kick out a strange S-shaped arc. If the internal force is strong enough and the explosive is fired violently, the power will be no less than a small cannonball. In modern times, no goalkeeper can resist it. Peng Zhan couldn't help but be stunned again. If he could master the unique Kuju skill, and if he changed his career to play football, wouldn't he be able to become the world's #1 football star? It is even possible to lead the Dragon Country team to win the World Cup Championship on his own. However, in order to unleash the power of Kuju, one also needs the internal strength of the dragon controlling technique to support it. The footwork taught in this book, The Magic Art of Kuju, is not for kicking a ball, but mainly teaches people how to use their footwork to kill people. As long as there is an object under your feet, you can kick it out as a weapon to attack the enemy. Sword skills, archery and the like are all hand skills, while the art of Kuju is about training the feet. Peng Zhan sighed in his heart. As long as he learned the secrets stored in the dragon blood ring, he would be able to master thousands of unique skills in one. Before I knew it, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Peng Zhan thought of the king cobra and wanted to make a delicious meal for Lin Yumeng tonight, so he took out the God of Cookery cooking technique from the dragon blood ring and started to study it. After finishing the training, he took the 50 yuan given by Lin Yumeng and went to a Chinese medicine store to buy some medicinal herbs as auxiliary ingredients according to the instructions in The Cookery Skills of the God of Cookery. On their way back, he passed by a convenience store. The proprietress Liu Qiushui saw Peng Zhan and her eyes suddenly lit up. She called him over and said, "Peng Dasher, you've come just in time. Please do me a favor." Because Peng Zhan is a fool, people gave him a nickname called Peng Dasher. Everyone who knows him calls him Peng Dasher. Only Lin Yumeng calls him Shadan, which is more intimate. "Sister Qiushui, how can I help you?" Peng Zhan stopped and asked. Although Liu Qiushui is not as beautiful as Lin Yumeng, she is also very charming, and she has a particularly plump figure. Many men would grit their teeth and wish they could take a bite of her plump figure. She is 26 years old this year, which is the most mature age for a woman. She got divorced shortly after getting married 2 years ago and has been a lonely woman who has been single for 2 years. Liu Qiushui looked around and saw that there was no one around, so he said mysteriously, "You'll know when you come in." Liu Qiushui. Chapter 15 Playing Games with Liu Qiushui. Peng Zhan has always been willing to help others. When he saw Liu Qiushui needed his help, he walked into the convenience store. "Sister Qiushui, what's the matter?" Peng Zhan asked again. "Come with me to the room and talk," Liu Qiushui said with a red face. "Sister Qiushui, it's not good for a man and a woman to be in the same room alone. If you have anything to say, just talk here." Peng Zhan had no idea what Liu Qiushui was up to, and said with some caution, "You fool, when did you know so many rules? Are you afraid that I will eat you? Come in with me." Liu Qiushui pulled Peng Zhan into the room. "Sister Qiushui, men and women should not touch each other, don't push it, just tell me what's wrong, I will help you if I can." Seeing that Liu Qiushui insisted on pulling him into the room to talk, Peng Zhan thought that she was suffering from some unspeakable illness. If this is true, the medical skills that I have just learned can come in handy and be of great use. I. Liu Qiushui hesitated for a while, then gritted his teeth and said straight to the point, "I want to play a game with you." "Sister Qiushui, what kind of game is it that needs to be so mysterious?" Peng Zhan was puzzled. "Play a game you have never played before. This game is very fun. I guarantee you will like it very much and want to play it again after you play it," Liu Qiushui said evasively. "What game do you want to play in the room? Please tell me clearly," Peng Zhan asked anxiously. "This game is very simple. Take off your clothes first, and then I will tell you how to play," Liu Qiushui said. Peng Zhan finally understood Liu Qiushui's intention. His heartbeat suddenly accelerated and his body reacted uncontrollably. "Is it that when I am a fool, do women often fool me like this? If this is true, then continuing to be a fool would be too blissful. Don't just stand there, hurry up, come, let me undress you." Seeing Peng Zhan hesitate, Liu Qiushui stepped forward to undress Peng Zhan. "Wait a minute. Sister Qiushui, I'm not that kind of casual person. I can't play this kind of game." Peng Zhan had just returned to normal when he encountered such a good thing, which made him a little at a loss. "Isn't it just a game? Why are you so shy? As long as you play with me, I will let you experience the happiness you have never enjoyed before." After a brief moment of shyness, Liu Qiushui has now relaxed. Although there are many men who usually have their eyes on her, and as long as she is willing, a lot of men will come to her, but those men are all very vulgar and old perverts, and she has no appetite at all. Apart from being stupid, Peng Zhan is tall, handsome and strong, much better than those old perverts. Moreover, when playing with a fool like Peng Zhan, he won't say anything casually and no one will know. Peng Zhan was also very conflicted at this time. Should he continue to pretend to be stupid and do what Liu Qiushui said? He has now recovered into a normal man, and at the age of 20, full of vigor and vitality, a mature and beautiful young woman like Liu Qiushui is still very attractive to him. If I continue to play dumb, then everything that follows will come naturally, and I will experience happiness that I have never enjoyed before. However, he felt that doing so was immoral. Just when Peng Zhan was hesitant, Liu Qiushui said, "Since you are embarrassed to take off your clothes, I will take them off first as a sign of respect." After saying that, she slowly pulled her pants down. When Peng Zhan saw the indescribable scene, his blood instantly boiled and his nose bled. This was the first time he saw a woman's body since he recovered. It would be strange if he could control himself. "Fool, don't just stand there, come quickly." When Liu Qiushui saw that Peng Zhan was bleeding from his nose, he knew that he would definitely defeat him this time. Chapter 16 Eating Meat. Sister Qiushui, this isn't a good idea. I've never played this kind of game before and I don't know how to play it. Peng Zhan's mind went blank. If you don't understand, I'll teach you. It's very simple. Just give your. Liu Qiushui said as he pulled Peng Zhan over. Sister Qiushui, please respect yourself. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because I'm a fool. At the critical moment, Peng Zhan finally shook off Liu Qiushui's hand with his strong will and rejected her. He felt that his precious first time should not be easily given to Liu Qiushui, a married woman. After Peng Zhan finished speaking, he immediately rushed out the door. He knew that it was not advisable to stay here for a long time. If he stayed for too long, he would lose control and something bad would happen sooner or later. There may be people buying things outside the convenience store at any time. If someone finds out that Liu Qiushui and I are alone in a room, we won't be able to clear ourselves of guilt even if we jump into the Yellow River. We have to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible. Peng Dasha, don't leave in such a hurry, play the game first. Liu Qiushui never expected that Peng Zhan, a fool, would actually desert the battlefield. He was so anxious that he ran out with his pants in his hand. Play by yourself if you want to. I can't play with you. Peng Zhan ran out as if he was escaping. This idiot is so hopelessly stupid. He didn't even cherish such a good opportunity. Liu Qiushui didn't expect Peng Zhan to reject his request, and he gnashed his teeth in hatred. The more she can't get it, the more she wants it. She just couldn't believe that she, who was so beautiful and had such a good figure, couldn't win over a fool like Peng Zhan. A new plan has formed in her mind. Peng Zhan returned home, his heart still pounding, and his mind was filled with the image of Liu Qiushui's pants hanging on her knees, which he couldn't get rid of. He took out the king cobra from the dragon blood ring, and then began to cook a pot of snake soup according to the method in the God of Cookery cooking technique. Lin Yumeng came back just after I finished cooking the snake soup. Silly, what are you cooking? Why does it smell so good? Lin Yumeng smelled the fragrance as soon as she entered the door and asked curiously. Sister Yumeng, you're back just in time. You'll know what it is when you taste it. Peng Zhan said. When Peng Zhan served the snake soup to Lin Yumeng was shocked when she saw the snake meat. Where did you get the snake? Lin Yumeng asked. This snake is actually the king cobra found on Baihu Mountain today. I brought it back, said Peng Zhan. When did you bring it back? How come I didn't know about it? Lin Yumeng asked again. When we came back, I hid it on my body and brought it back with me, said Peng Zhan. Why did you hide it from me? Lin Yumeng asked again. It's not that I don't want you to know, but I don't want others to see it. Because I heard that the king cobra is a second-level protected animal. I was afraid that if others saw it, it would cause trouble, so I hid it and brought it back quietly. Peng Zhan didn't want to tell Lin Yumeng that he brought the king cobra back by hiding it in a dragon blood ring. Because he knew that even if he told her, she would not believe it. By the way, is it illegal for us to eat snake meat now? Lin Yumeng was a little worried. As long as you don't tell me and I don't tell you, no one will know. Anyway, this snake died on its own for no apparent reason, and snake meat is so delicious. If we don't eat it, it would be a waste of food. Lin Yumeng thought that what Peng Zhan said made sense. The snake soup was already cooked, it would be a waste not to eat it. She came from a poor family and was never picky about food. She would eat anything edible, even poisonous snakes. Silly boy, the snake soup you made is so delicious, and the snake meat is also very tasty. I have never eaten such delicious food in my life. Lin Yumeng praised as she ate. If it tastes good, eat more. Your body is too weak and you need more nutrition. Peng Zhan couldn't help feeling sad when he saw Lin Yumeng wolfing down the food. Over the years, my sister has lived frugally and has never been willing to spend a penny on herself. She has never eaten anything delicious. Occasionally, if she has something delicious, she saves it for her younger siblings. At this moment, a scene from the past emerged in Peng Zhan's mind. Once when they were young, they passed by a noodle shop. Peng Zhan, Lin Yutong, and Lin Yuqin were clamoring to eat pig's trotter noodles, so Lin Yumeng bought a bowl for each of them. But she said she was not hungry and didn't want to eat, so she just sat beside them and watched them eat. After they all finished eating, Lin Yumeng saw that there was some soup left in Peng Zhan's bowl, so she picked it up and drank up all the soup. As the past events came back to his mind, Peng Zhan couldn't help but well up in tears. The three sisters of the Lin family when they grew up. Silly boy, you should eat too. Don't just stare at me while I eat. Lin Yumeng said when she saw Peng Zhan in a daze and not eating. Okay. Peng Zhan also started eating. Hey, why are there tears in your eyes? Why are you crying for no reason? Lin Yumeng found tears in Peng Zhan's eyes and felt puzzled. No, the hot steam from the soup burned my eyes. Peng Zhan made an excuse to cover up. Then he changed the subject. By the way, Sister Yumeng, how was your job application today? Tell me to wait for notification. I don't know if I can be hired yet. It doesn't matter if you don't get the job. I'll support you in the future. It's good enough that you can support yourself. Wait until you have the ability to do so. When they were halfway through their meal, Lin Yumeng suddenly said, your second sister has been in the army for almost 2 years and will be discharged soon. She hasn't contacted me in the past 6 months. Is there anything wrong with her? My second sister is a special forces soldier. She may be carrying out a top secret mission, so it is not convenient to contact her. Peng Zhan comforted. Lin Yutong and Peng Zhan are of similar age. When Lin Yumeng adopted Peng Zhan had already lost his memory and didn't know how old he was. Lin Yutong bullied him for being stupid and asked him to call her second sister. Now Peng Zhan has recovered his memory and knows that he and Lin Yutong were born in the same year, but Lin Yutong was born 3 months earlier than him and is indeed older than him. Over the years, it has not been wrong to call me second sister. In Peng Zhan's impression, his second sister was very good at fighting. Every time he was bullied, his second sister would fight with the opponent until the opponent was left with a broken tooth. She was a complete brother-protecting demon. However, when he acted naughty, he would sometimes be beaten by his second sister. In the words of my second sister, I am the only one allowed to bully my brother, and no one else is allowed to bully him. I hope it's really like what you said, and nothing will happen. Lin Yumeng said. After eating and drinking, Lin Yumeng and Peng Zhan felt warm from the inside out and full of strength. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Lin Yumeng and Peng Zhan went to the barbecue stall to sell barbecue as usual. Although Peng Zhan was a fool before, he could still help out in the barbecue restaurant, such as serving barbecue and cleaning tables. Usually Lin Yumeng is responsible for the barbecue, and Peng Zhan helps her. Lin Yumeng's barbecue restaurant has always been very popular, firstly because the barbecue she makes is delicious and not expensive, and secondly because she is beautiful. Many male customers come here to eat barbecue, and their main purpose is to catch a glimpse of Lin Yumeng's beauty. At 9 o'clock in the evening, several luxury cars suddenly arrived and parked around the barbecue restaurant. A group of burly men with tattoos got out of the car, led by a bald man with a ferocious look. The powerful aura frightened the people around so much that they dared not speak. The air suddenly became quiet. And these people who came in luxury cars were actually coming to Lin Yumeng's barbecue restaurant to eat barbecue. It was obvious at first glance that this group of distinguished guests were not to be trifled with. Lin Yumeng was frightened at the sight of their ferocious looks. When the customers who were eating barbecue saw this group of people coming, they trembled and left without finishing their meal. Chapter 17, The Best Beauty. The bald man in the lead was named Mar Biao, also known as Bald Biao. He is the branch leader of the Wild Wolf Gang, the largest evil gang in Tenggui City, and is in charge of the forces in the Huaxi district. He usually hangs out in places full of bright lights and wine, and has never been to a small restaurant like Lin Yumeng's to eat barbecue. This time I came here to eat barbecue because I heard from a new member of the Wild Wolf Gang that there was a very young and beautiful girl selling barbecue here, so I came here to see her beauty. After Bold Biao and his friends ordered a barbecue and beer, they kept looking at Lin Yumeng who was making the barbecue. Then these people began to whisper and comment on Lin Yumeng. Look at that face, it's so rosy inside, it's just as beautiful as a flower. Her legs are so long, and her figure is so perfect, every part of her body is just right, she is really a top-notch beauty. She looks so pretty and about to bloom, so she must be a chick. At this time, the younger brother who introduced Bold Biao here so that everyone praised Lin Yumeng unanimously, and began to take credit for it to Bold Biao. Brother Biao, I didn't lie to you, didn't I? Isn't this barbecue girl so beautiful? This little brother's nickname is Chen Ergu. He is also from the neighborhood and has just joined the Wild Wolf Gang not long ago. He knew that Bold Biao liked to play with women, and he wanted to make some contribution, so he brought Bold Biao to see Lin Yumeng. Well, she is indeed very beautiful. There is such a beautiful girl here. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Bold Biao felt that he had met Lin Yumeng too late. Before, Chen Ergu told him that there was a very beautiful girl selling barbecue here. He didn't quite believe it at first. How beautiful could a girl selling barbecue be? However, when he saw Lin Yumeng for the first time, he was stunned. She was even more beautiful than what Chen Ergu described. There are no words that can describe Lin Yumeng's beauty. Her beauty is like when you are walking with your head down and suddenly look up to see the stunning sight of peach blossoms all over the mountains. Lin Yumeng is more beautiful than those internet celebrities. Bold Biao has seen many beautiful women, but they are all mediocre. This was the first time he had seen a girl like Lin Yumeng who was so otherworldly, pure and extremely beautiful. I just discovered her when I passed by here by chance last night, and I told you right away. Judging from her innocent look, she's probably still a virgin. Chen Ergu winked and said flatteringly. In fact, he had known Lin Yumeng for a long time, and even knew that she had never had a boyfriend. But Lin Yumeng didn't know Chen Ergu. Although Chen Ergu was also a nearby person, she and Chen Ergu were not from the same group after all, so it was impossible for her to know everyone. Well, if she is really a virgin, I will give you a great reward. Bold Biao has already developed a strong interest in Lin Yumeng and is beginning to get restless. Thank you, Brother Biao. Peng Zhan, who had a strong sense of perception, heard all their whispers. I didn't expect that these people from the Wild Wolf Gang were targeting my sister. It looks like we're going to be in big trouble tonight. The more charming a girl is, the more dangerous she is. If you have a sister who is too charming, you will probably be in trouble all the time in the future. After the barbecue was served, Bold Biao shouted to Lin Yumeng, "Little sister, come over and have a few drinks with me." Lin Yumeng was startled when she heard Bold Biao calling her to come over and drink with him. She has been running a barbecue restaurant for so many years, and no customer has ever asked her to drink with them. Tonight was the first time a customer made such a request. I'm sorry, I don't know how to drink, Lin Yumeng said tremblingly. When Bold Biao saw that Lin Yumeng refused to drink with him, he immediately became angry and his expression became ugly. When the subordinates saw that Lin Yumeng dared not to give face to the boss, they were furious and said, "Even if you can't drink, since our brother Biao is here, you have to have a couple of drinks with him. You don't know our brother Biao, do you? Even if you haven't seen brother Biao, you should have heard of his reputation. You are a little girl, so you may be a little ignorant. Let me tell you, our brother Biao is the leader of the Wild Wolf Gang. This area of Huaxi district is under brother Biao's jurisdiction. It's your blessing to have a man of such stature as brother Biao patronize your store. What are you still standing there for? Come over and have a few drinks with brother Biao. If you still want to continue running a barbecue restaurant here, then come and drink with brother Biao. Otherwise, I guarantee that your barbecue restaurant will not be able to continue." When Lin Yumeng heard them say this, she realized that this group of people were from the Wild Wolf Gang. The Wild Wolf Gang is a vicious gang that makes people shudder. They have committed all kinds of evil and have done many unscrupulous things. They have long been notorious and infamous. The wild wolf gang is deeply rooted in Tenggui city, and no matter how hard we try, we cannot completely eradicate them. Lin Yumeng didn't know Bold Biao before, but she had heard of his notoriety. Huaxi district was his territory, and he was in charge of the criminal forces in the area. She never dreamed that the notorious wild wolf gang leader, Bold Biao, would actually patronize her small barbecue restaurant. Please don't make things difficult for me. I run a small business and make a little money. I don't offer the service of drinking with you. Lin Yumeng said weakly. Chapter 18, First Battle. When Bold Biao saw that Lin Yumeng was still refusing, he became angry and embarrassed. The men said angrily. What? You dare to refuse? Don't refuse a toast and drink a penalty drink. Come here quickly. How many girls want to drink with Brother Biao, but they don't even have the chance, and you are so ungrateful. After drinking with Brother Biao, you have become friends with him. From now on, with Brother Biao protecting you, no one will dare to bully you. If you don't drink, you have to pay 10,000 yuan for protection. If you drink with Brother Biao, you can be exempted from paying the protection fee. It's up to you. Of course, Lin Yumeng knew that offending Bold Biao would definitely not lead to any results, but she really didn't want to drink with such a person. I really can't drink. How about this? All your food and drinks are free tonight. Lin Yumeng had no choice but to make this concession. Why are you so stubborn? Is it so difficult to have a few drinks with me? Since you don't know how to appreciate it, I won't be polite to you anymore. Bold Biao became furious when he saw Lin Yumeng's repeated refusal. He originally planned to get Lin Yumeng drunk or drug her when they drank together, and then take her to a hotel. But Lin Yumeng refused to drink with him. Soft tactics didn't work, so she had to use hard tactics. No woman he likes has ever escaped from his grasp, and he will get her even if he has to use force. Then, Bold Biao yelled, "Come on. Take her away. I'm not in the mood to drink anymore. I need her to help me cool down." Those men immediately stood up and walked towards Lin Yumeng. What are you going to do? Lin Yumeng was frightened when she saw Bold Biao's men surrounding her. Our brother Biao wants to take you to a place to play. Will you follow us obediently or let us arrest you, said one of his men. No. I'm not going. I have to sell barbecue and don't have time to play with you guys. Lin Yumeng knew what it meant to go with them, so of course she wouldn't go with them. It's not up to you. You have to leave whether you want to or not. You have offended our brother Biao. Take good care of brother Biao first, and then come back to sell barbecue. Follow brother Biao from now on, and I promise you will have delicious food and spicy drinks, and there's no need to open a barbecue restaurant. All the men spoke at once. When these men saw how beautiful Lin Yumeng was, they all felt some sympathy for her and were reluctant to use force against her. Seeing his men being so fussy, Bold Biao immediately got angry again. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Just arrest her and take her away. Why are you still wasting time talking to her? When the subordinates saw Bold Biao getting angry, they did not dare to disobey his orders and immediately rushed forward to capture Lin Yumeng. When Lin Yumeng saw so many people rushing towards her, she was so scared that she didn't know what to do and just stood there in a daze. At this moment, Peng Zhan, who had been silent, suddenly stepped forward and stood in front of Lin Yumeng. Stop! You are robbing a woman in broad daylight. Is there any law? Peng Zhan shouted angrily. He had been holding back from stepping out before because he wanted to see what tricks these people would play. He didn't expect that they would dare to arrest people directly. They are so rampant. If I don't stand up now, my sister will be caught by them. If we don't act now, when will we act? Is there something wrong with your brain? It's late at night, how can it be broad daylight? If you don't understand, don't use the lines randomly. Get out of the way, you have nothing to do here. One of the subordinates saw a young man suddenly appearing and thought he was working for Lin Yumeng, so he scolded him. He is Lin Yumeng's adopted brother. He is a fool and there is indeed something wrong with his brain. Don't take him seriously. Chen Ergu explained. So he's a fool, no wonder he said such stupid things. Peng Zhan was also a little embarrassed. He had just recovered to normal and wanted to use an ancient line before taking action, but he forgot that it was night time. Hurry up and do it, you good-for-nothings. Beat that idiot up until he doesn't even recognize his sister, and then take his sister away. When Bold Biao saw that his subordinates were so fussy, he wanted to do it himself. But if you deal with a fool yourself, it would be too beneath your dignity. He was so angry that he lit a cigarette, raised his head and blew out a smoke ring to ease his emotions. The subordinates also knew that if they didn't take action, the boss would definitely get angry, so they didn't dare to say anything and immediately rushed forward, intending to beat up the fool Peng Zhan first. When Lin Yumeng saw the Wild Wolf Gang members were about to beat up her brother, she was so scared that she yelled, "Run, idiot!" However, before she could finish her words, Peng Zhan had already rushed towards them. Bang, bang, bang. Peng Zhan quickly punched and kicked the people from the Wild Wolf Gang. This was the first time he had a fight after receiving the inheritance from the Lord of Lingxiao Palace. AA. Those who were rushing in the front didn't expect that a fool like Peng Zhan could attack so quickly. They were all caught off guard, screaming and flying backwards. Seeing this, Lin Yumeng couldn't believe her eyes. She didn't even see clearly how Peng Zhan made his move, but half of the Wild Wolf Gang members were already lying on the ground. Bold Biao was just looking up and blowing out smoke rings, and didn't see what happened just now. When he blew out a smoke ring, he saw that half of his men had fallen down and the tables and chairs were overturned on the floor. Those men who rushed behind and did not fall looked at each other with horror on their faces. But Peng Zhan stood out like a crane among chickens, and remained standing. Bold Biao didn't know what was going on and thought he was dazzled. "What the hell are you doing with this plane? Do you want to lie down? What are you still standing there for? Beat up that idiot right now." Bold Biao was so angry that he threw his cigarette away and was furious. Chapter 19 Lack of Practical Experience. Those who were not knocked down by Peng Zhan had no choice but to attack Peng Zhan again. Those who fell to the ground also got up and joined the battle. They already knew how powerful Peng Zhan was, so they were mentally prepared and on guard for this attack. Lin Yumeng wanted to stop the fight, but the fight was already underway and there was nothing she could do. The customers of the nearby late-night snack shops were scared away when they saw Lin Yumeng fighting. Some brave ones ran far away before stopping to watch the fun. As Peng Zhan faced the siege from the Wild Wolf Gang, various martial arts moves from the Lingxiao Palace kept flashing through his mind, instructing him on how to fight back. The real battle has just begun. Just now, those people from the Wild Wolf Gang underestimated Peng Zhan's strength and were caught off guard by him. Now that they have shown their true strength, it is not so easy for Peng Zhan to defeat them. Although Peng Zhan had the theoretical knowledge of Lingxiao Palace's unique martial arts, he had never practiced it formally and had no practical experience. This was his first time using Lingxiao Palace's martial arts, and he seemed rather unfamiliar with it, with his body sometimes failing to keep up with his mind. However, even so, Peng Zhan was still able to hold his own. It was just that he was unable to defeat all the members of the Wild Wolf Gang so quickly. Lin Yumeng was extremely surprised to see that Peng Zhan was still not at a disadvantage when he was fighting against more than a dozen people from the Wild Wolf Gang alone. You know, this morning at Baibia Mountain, when Peng Zhan and Zhu Sanguang were fighting one-on-one, both of them were at a disadvantage and were pushed off the cliff by Zhu Sanguang. And now Peng Zhan can remain invincible against a group of Wild Wolf Gang members alone. It is really incredible. Zhu Sanguang is just an ordinary barefoot doctor, while the people of the Wild Wolf Gang are fighting and killing all day long. Their fighting power is simply not at the same level. As the battle progressed, Peng Zhan gradually adapted, his skills became more agile, and he became braver and braver. Some members of the Wild Wolf Gang began to be knocked away by Peng Zhan again. "Hurry up and grab your weapons, kill this idiot." Bold Biao roared in frustration when he saw that his men were unable to beat the idiot and were already on the verge of defeat. When the men heard Bold Biao's roar, they suddenly came to their senses and ran to the car to grab their weapons. Some people were holding iron rods, some were holding machetes, and they rushed towards Peng Zhan. When Lin Yumeng saw the Wild Wolf Gang members taking out weapons to deal with Peng Zhan, she turned pale with fright. But Peng Zhan showed no fear and looked at them coldly as they rushed towards him. He originally had a collection of many weapons in his dragon blood ring, such as the Dragon Soul Sword. However, he felt that there was no need to use the Dragon Soul Sword to deal with these people. Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? The power of the Dragon Soul Sword is too terrifying. If it is not controlled well and someone is killed in the street, it will be a big trouble. After the warm-up battle just now, he has gradually mastered Ling Xiao's martial arts. He wants to take this opportunity to improve his practical experience. When the Wild Wolf Gang members rushed forward, he quickly snatched the iron rod from the man in the front and used it to fight against them. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the flashes of knives and sticks kept coming, making fierce collision sounds and even sparks flying. Peng Zhan had the instructions of Ling Xiao Palace's martial arts moves in his mind, and his body was able to keep up with his consciousness, starting to show a trend of becoming stronger when facing stronger opponents. Oh. Members of the Wild Wolf Gang were constantly hit by Peng Zhan's iron rod, screaming in pain, and some were seriously injured and fell to the ground. During the melee, Peng Zhan was accidentally hit on the head by the opponent's iron rod. Blood flowed from the top of his head to his cheek, looking horrible. "Stop hitting me, stop hitting me." Lin Yumeng cried anxiously when she saw Peng Zhan's face was stained with blood. But now both sides are so bloodthirsty that it is impossible to stop. The pain from the injured Peng Zhan stimulated his nerves, and like a wounded beast, he became even more ferocious. Chapter 20 Policewoman Han Rubing. Peng Zhan has the support of internal strength, so when a knife and stick collide, he can basically knock the opponent's weapon away. Soon, all the members of the Wild Wolf Gang fell to the ground injured, howling like ghosts. Lin Yumeng was extremely shocked when she saw that Peng Zhan could knock down a group of Wild Wolf Gang members who were armed with weapons all by himself. How could my fool suddenly become so powerful? Bold Biao was completely dumbfounded. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would have suspected that his men were deliberately letting the opponent win. When I go crazy, even I get scared. You'd better not mess with me. Peng Zhan shouted loudly, holding an iron rod stained with blood. At this moment, his face was covered in blood and he looked extremely terrifying, giving people the feeling that he was the devil. Those members of the Wild Wolf Gang who fell to the ground and howled in pain became pitiful creatures. "Brother Biao, you have to get back our honor. Brother Biao, this idiot is too powerful. You are the only one who can match him. It's your turn to take action. Brother Biao, this idiot is too arrogant, you should teach him a lesson, otherwise he will be ignorant of his own limitations." Those subordinates all hoped that Bold Biao would take action personally and avenge them. "Okay. You all learn from me and see how I deal with him." After saying that, Bold Biao picked up a machete and walked towards Peng Zhan with murderous intent. He has been through many battles and has seen all kinds of scenes. Of course, he will not be intimidated by Peng Zhan. His men were injured by Peng Zhan. As their boss, if he retreated in the face of danger, it would be difficult for him to regain his authority in the future. Moreover, he was able to become the branch leader of the Wild Wolf Gang by relying on his own strength, so his strength is certainly not bad. The subordinates, seeing that their boss was finally going to take action, waited and watched. When Lin Yumeng saw that Bold Biao was going to fight with her younger brother, she couldn't help but become nervous again. When Peng Zhan saw Bold Biao walking towards him with a machete, he was ready for battle. A showdown between masters is about to take place. At this moment, a voice suddenly shouted, "Don't move, put down the weapon." Everyone looked in the direction where the voice came from, and saw a tall, heroic, cold as frost female police officer walking towards them angrily. When Peng Zhan saw the police coming, he hurriedly put the blood-stained iron rod in his hand into the dragon blood ring. Now everyone's attention was focused on this beautiful policewoman, and no one noticed that the iron rod in Peng Zhan's hand had disappeared. The policewoman's eyes were always on Peng Zhan and Bold Biao. When she saw the iron rod in Peng Zhan's hand suddenly disappeared out of thin air, she was very puzzled. Could it be that she was dazzled and there was no iron rod in his hand at all? When the policewoman approached, both Peng Zhan and Lin Yumeng recognized her. It turns out she is Han Rubing. Han Rubing was also from Wutong Street, Huaxi District. Her home was not far from Lin Yumeng's, so they had known each other since childhood. Han Rubing is only 2 years older than Lin Yumeng. After graduating from the police academy, he worked as a criminal policeman in the Huaxi District Police Station. Peng Dasher, what happened? Han Rubing saw a large number of injured people lying on the ground, and Peng Zhan's face was covered in blood, obviously injured, so she asked him first. When Peng Zhan heard Han Rubing calling him Peng Dasher, he immediately remembered that he was a fool and decided to continue pretending to be stupid. Otherwise, he would definitely be in trouble for injuring so many people. So, he cried out as if he had seen a savior, and ran towards Han Rubing. "Sister Rubing, a group of them beat me up, you must seek justice for me." Peng Zhan threw himself into Han Rubing's arms like a wronged child and said in a crying voice. Peng Zhan's sudden change made Lin Yumeng and Bold Biao and his gang at a loss. After throwing himself into Han Rubing's arms, Peng Zhan felt that his face was coincidentally buried between two elastic and soft breasts that exuded a refreshing warmth and fragrance. Han Rubing's life photos. Chapter 21 Human Trafficking Gang. Peng Zhan was startled. He just wanted to act stupid to gain Han Rubing's sympathy, not to offend her intentionally. However, Han Rubing did not feel anything wrong when Peng Zhan threw him into his arms. She thought that Peng Zhan was just a fool. How could he have any bad intentions? Don't be afraid, don't cry. Now that I'm here, I will definitely seek justice for you. Han Rubing patted Peng Zhan on the back and comforted him. Peng Zhan smelled the intoxicating fragrance emanating from Han Rubing's arms, and felt that sometimes being a fool was quite blissful. Others laugh at me for being too crazy, I laugh at others for not seeing through it. After Han Rubing comforted Peng Zhan, he angrily asked the members of the Wild Wolf Gang, "Are you bored? Why are you bullying a fool? It was obviously him who bullied us, okay? Can't you see that we are all injured? Yeah, he beat up a bunch of us all by himself. We just came here to have a midnight snack, and we were beaten up like this by this idiot. Is there any justice in the world?" Those members of the Wild Wolf Gang all started to complain first, pretending to be victims. How could a fool like him injure a group of you? What a joke! Do you believe it yourself? Han Rubing did not see the fight with her own eyes, so of course she did not believe that a fool like Peng Zhan could injure a group of people. Moreover, these people from the Wild Wolf Gang have tattoos on their bodies, and you can tell at a glance that they are not good people. They must be the ones who bullied Peng Zhan. When the people from the Wild Wolf Gang heard Han Rubing say this, they were suddenly speechless and had no way to defend themselves. Because, a group of them were injured by Peng Zhan alone. If they had not experienced it themselves, they would not believe it if others told them. You silly girl, don't think I'm afraid of you just because you're wearing a police uniform. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business, otherwise I'll make you pay for it. At this time, Bold Biao made a harsh statement. How dare you threaten me? I think you are tired of living. Do you believe I can shoot you to death? When Han Rubing saw that Bold Biao dared to challenge him, he became furious and pulled out his gun, pointing it at Bold Biao. This sudden scene made everyone present terrified, and some even began to tremble. No one expected that Han Rubing would draw his gun when they disagreed with something. Even Lin Yumeng and Peng Zhan did not expect Han Rubing to be so impulsive and directly pull out a gun. Peng Zhan was so scared that he left Han Rubing's arms, fearing that it would affect her shooting. Han Rubing usually doesn't carry a gun, but today he brought a gun because he was on a mission to hunt down a human trafficker leader. Recently, many people have disappeared mysteriously in Huaxi district. After investigation by Han Rubing, it was discovered that a local criminal gang engaged in human trafficking had been active in the Wutong Street area recently. This criminal gang used deception or forced abduction to gather some young men and women together, detain them, and then sold them to Jinbei in batches. The leader of this criminal gang may have received wind of the incident and escaped in advance, so Han Rubing couldn't catch him. He happened to pass by here and saw the confrontation between Peng Zhan and Bold Biao. Han Rubing is upright, hates evil, and is famous for his hot temper. Han Rubing was already feeling very angry because he couldn't catch the leader of the human traffickers, and he had no place to vent his anger. Bold Biao dared to provoke her, and her hot temper was immediately ignited. She pulled out a gun and pointed it at him, taking it out on him. Bold Biao was frightened when Han Rubing pointed a gun at his forehead. But he thought that as the leader of a branch of the Wild Wolf Gang, with so many younger brothers watching, he would lose face if he gave in. In order to save face, he could only muster up his courage and continue to speak harshly. I am Mar Biao, the leader of the Wild Wolf Gang, also known as Bold Biao. If you have the guts, just shoot me to death. If you dare to kill me, I promise you will die miserably. My brothers in the Wild Wolf Gang will definitely use any means and at any cost to kill you and avenge me. It has to be said that Bold Biao is also a ruthless man who would risk his life for the sake of his face. Their head can be broken and blood can be shed, but the face cannot be lost. He was gambling with his own life, betting that Han Rubing wouldn't dare to shoot him. Chapter 22 This policewoman is not easy to mess with. When Han Rubing saw that Bold Biao was still being stubborn even though a gun was pointed at him, she became even more angry. Bold Biao wants to save face, and she also wants to save face. As a policeman, where is her dignity if she bows to the leader of a gang of evil forces? Since ancient times, good and evil cannot coexist. She didn't know Bold Biao before, but she had heard that the Wild Wolf Gang was a gang of evil forces that did all kinds of evil. She had also heard that Bold Biao was the leader of the wild wolf gang in Huaxi district. Now Bold Biao is revealing himself to threaten her. He is simply seeking death. So you are Bold Biao. I have always wanted to arrest you, but I didn't expect you to come to me on your own. It's like searching for something without any effort. Since you are determined to die, I will grant your wish and save you a lot of trouble in the trial. After Han Rubing finished speaking, he slowly pulled the trigger. When Bold Biao saw that Han Rubing was going to get serious, he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat and his legs kept shaking. He didn't expect Han Rubing to be so cruel and dare to kill him on the spot. This policewoman is not someone you can mess with. No. Don't kill me. If you really dare to kill me, you will also be guilty. I am not committing any crime now, nor am I attacking you. You can't kill me. Bold Biao said tremblingly. Although he is a ruthless person, he is actually afraid of death and will be terrified when facing death. No matter how strong he was not invulnerable to swords and guns. Facing Han Rubing's gun, he did not dare to act rashly, for fear of being shot to death by accident. You are guilty of a heinous crime. If I kill you on the spot, I will just receive some punishment at most. What's the big deal? It's worth it if I can take your life and eliminate evil for the people. Han Rubing said coldly. Since ancient times, good has never triumphed over evil. She just doesn't believe that she can't defeat Bold Biao. When Bold Biao saw that Han Rubing's finger was still pulling the trigger, and there was a possibility that the bullet would fly out in the next second, he finally collapsed and knelt on the ground. Officer, please don't shoot. I know I was wrong and I won't do it again. Bold Biao admitted his mistake and began to beg. He was so scared that he peed himself. At this moment, he no longer cared about his face. Saving his life was the most important thing. What is the point of saving face if you lose your life? As long as the Green Mountains remain, even if there is no firewood, at least you have saved your life and you can save your face later. Sister Rubing, since he begged for mercy, why don't you spare his life first? Peng Zhan didn't want Han Rubing to get into trouble because of him, so he began to persuade her. If he wanted to kill Bold Biao, he had many ways to kill him without him being noticed, so there was no need to let Han Rubing do it. Peng Dasher, tell me, why did they beat you so hard that your head was bleeding? Han Rubing wanted to know the cause of the incident. They wanted my sister to drink with them, but she refused. They then wanted to take her away. I came out to stop them and they beat me, said Peng Zhan. I just wanted her to have a few drinks with me. I didn't mean any harm. This crime doesn't deserve death. Please let me go. If you take a step back, the sky will be broader. You can't let my worthless life affect your future. Bold Biao took the opportunity to continue begging for mercy. In fact, Han Rubing didn't want to kill Bold Biao in the street, otherwise he might be dismissed from his post and would not be able to continue to punish evilers in the future. Now she has finally found clues about the human trafficking gang, and many abducted people are waiting for her to rescue them. If I am fired and stop working at this critical juncture, I will not be able to continue to hunt down human traffickers personally. She couldn't sleep or eat when she thought of the horrific tortures suffered by those trafficked people in that hellish place called Jinbei. If possible, she wanted to rush directly to Jinbei to rescue those abducted compatriots and save them from the dire straits. However, her abilities are limited, and she cannot fight against the well-equipped militants over there alone, so this idea cannot be realized for the time being. The most urgent task is to rescue them before the traffickers smuggle them to Jinbei. You can avoid the death penalty, but you beat him up and smashed so many things. You have to pay him compensation. Han Rubing saw that Bold Biao had admitted his mistake, so he took the opportunity to back off. The wild wolf gang is deeply rooted in Tenggui city, has great power, and has complicated relationships. It is not something that a small criminal police officer like her can deal with. In previous anti-evil operations, many small leaders of the wild wolf gang were captured, but for some unknown reason, they were eventually released. If I catch Bold Biao now, I might have to release him in a few days. I don't want to waste time, so I might as well let them pay some money and leave. Okay, I'll compensate you, how much do you want? Bold Biao felt as if he had been pardoned. Any problem that could be solved with money was not a problem for him. Chapter 23, My Sister. Yumeng, they smashed your things. Tell me, how much do you want them to compensate you for? Han Rubing didn't know how much Lin Yumeng had lost, so she let her make the decision. Those tables and chairs are not worth much. I think we should just forget about it and not pay for it. Lin Yumeng wanted to settle the matter peacefully and not ask for compensation. How can this be? You must pay compensation. Since you can't make up your mind, let me make the decision for you. After Han Rubing finished speaking, without waiting for Lin Yumeng to say anything else, he said to Bold Biao, pay 10,000 yuan in compensation, and then get out. What? These broken tables cost 10,000 yuan. Bold Biao was extremely surprised. He didn't expect Han Rubing to ask for such a high amount of money. In addition to the table, you also beat Peng Dosher so hard that his head was bleeding. Including the medical expenses, 10,000 yuan is too little. Han Rubing knew that Lin Yumeng's family was poor, so she wanted to help her get more compensation. But our people were also injured by that idiot. Who will pay for our medical expenses? Bold Biao was very dissatisfied. He is a fool. It is not illegal to injure people and he does not have to pay compensation. Who told you to provoke him? Han Rubing said. When Peng Zhan heard Han Rubing say this, he realized that there is another advantage to being a fool, that is, it is not illegal to hurt others. It seems that it is better to continue pretending to be a fool. Then his guardian should also be responsible. Why don't both parties offset the hospital fees, and I will only pay? Bold Biao felt that 10,000 yuan was too much, and he was reluctant to do so, so he began to bargain. Shut up. Do you want money or your life? You were the ones who arrested his sister first, and he tried to stop them. It was self-defense. If you don't want to pay, I will take you all back for questioning. Han Rubing became angry again. Okay, I'll compensate. Bold Biao didn't bring a gun with him tonight. Facing Han Rubing who had a gun, he could only swallow his anger. The Wild Wolf Gang is the biggest evil force in Tenggui City and they also have guns, but Bold Biao didn't bring them tonight. When Bold Biao scanned the code to pay 10,000 yuan, he couldn't help but ask Han Rubing, is this considered extortion? Why are you talking so much nonsense? If you injure someone or damage other people's property, you must compensate. This is a natural thing to do. How can this be considered extortion? Remember to pay for your barbecue bill. Han Rubing said angrily. Bold Biao didn't dare to say anything more and had to transfer a few hundred yuan to pay the bill. Then, Bold Biao suppressed his anger and left in embarrassment with his men. It was really a case of losing the rice while trying to steal the chicken. Bold Biao felt extremely unbalanced. Sister Rubing, thank you. If you hadn't shown up in time, I wouldn't know what to do. Lin Yumeng said. You're welcome. These people from the Wild Wolf Gang are not easy to mess with. You should be more careful next time. If they dare to trouble you again, you can call the police or me. After Han Rubing finished speaking, she gave Lin Yumeng her phone number. Okay, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Han Rubing wanted to continue hunting down the leader of the human traffickers, so he left after saying that. After Bold Biao's disturbance, Lin Yumeng knew that no customers would dare to come for barbecue tonight, so she closed the shop early. Silly boy, your head is broken. Let me take you to the hospital. Lin Yumeng was heartbroken when she saw Peng Zhan's bleeding head. No need, this is just a minor injury, it's nothing serious, it will heal naturally in a few days, there's no need to go to the hospital and waste money. Peng Zhan didn't take it seriously. Even if he needed treatment, he had the medicine in his dragon blood ring and there was no need to go to the hospital. Bold Biao has paid more than 10,000 yuan for your medical expenses. You don't have to feel bad about the money. It's safer to go to the hospital for a checkup. Lin Yumeng said. Really, there's no need. It's just a superficial wound. I know my own injuries. You don't have to worry. Peng Zhan said. Okay, it's up to you. If you feel any discomfort, just tell me. Lin Yumeng saw that Peng Zhan insisted on not going to the hospital, so she didn't force him. Okay. You injured so many of Bold Biao's men tonight, and Sister R Yubing also made Bold Biao pay so much money. Will he come to cause trouble again? Lin Yumeng felt that Bold Biao would never give up and was worried that he would come for revenge. Although she received 10,000 yuan in compensation, she was not happy at all. Things have come to this. We can only take things one step at a time. You don't have to worry too much. Peng Zhan comforted. The next day, Lin Yumeng got up early and continued to look for a job. Having offended Bold Biao last night, She knew that running a barbecue restaurant was not a long-term solution and she had to find a formal job as soon as possible. After the battle last night, Peng Zhan has deeply realized the importance of martial arts. With his current strength, if Bold Biao brought a large number of people to seek revenge, he might not be able to defeat him. To offend Bold Biao is equivalent to offending the entire Wild Wolf gang. If the Wild Wolf gang comes out in full force, there is only one way to go, and that is death. He wanted to improve his strength as quickly as possible by practicing Lingxiao Palace's martial arts. But the place at home is too small to practice martial arts. If I practice on the street, I will definitely be regarded as a lunatic. He thought of a place that was very suitable for practicing martial arts, which was the Sanglong Valley under Baihu Mountain. Sanglong Valley is located at the foot of Baihu Mountain. It is a very empty valley surrounded by mountains, with birds singing, flowers blooming and fresh air. You can practice martial arts there without anyone disturbing you. Because the demon locking cave is right next to the hidden dragon valley. Moreover, Peng Zhan also remembered that there were a lot of ginseng and Polygonum multiflorum under the demon locking cave. I was in a hurry to save Lin Yumeng yesterday and didn't he have time to pull them out. Today I'm going to Sanglong Valley to practice martial arts, and I can pull some ginseng and Polygonum multiflorum from under the demon locking cave. So Peng Zhan took the bus to the suburbs and then ran to Sanglong Valley. Bold Biao tossed and turned all night long and couldn't sleep since he saw the beautiful Lin Yumeng. When he woke up in the morning, he looked dazed and had no appetite. His mind was filled with Lin Yumeng's voice and smile. After only meeting Lin Yumeng once, he already fell in love with her. No woman he had ever taken a fancy to had ever escaped from his grasp, but this time, Lin Yumeng had a younger brother who was very good at fighting, which made him puzzled. No matter what, he must get Lin Yumeng to have a taste of her beauty, even if it's only once, just to try something new. If he couldn't get Lin Yumeng, he felt that he would soon become a useless person. So, he gathered all his more capable subordinates early in the morning and asked them to help find a solution. Hurry up and help me think of a way to get the barbecue girl from last night to me. Bold Biao said to his men. Brother Biao, this is easy. We can just bring more people and go directly to her house to capture her, said one of his men. Mobilizing such a large number of troops and making a big fuss to arrest people is bound to alarm many people. It would be bad if the police were alerted. Is there any better way? Bold Biao said. Brother Biao, I have a great idea. We don't have to mobilize a single soldier. I guarantee that Lin Yumeng will come to your door for your entertainment tonight. At this time, Chen Ergu said in a deep voice. What method? Tell me quickly. Bold Biao asked impatiently. Chapter 24, First Practice in Hidden Dragon Valley. As far as I know, Lin Yumeng has a sister named Lin Yuqin who is a senior in Huaxi Middle School. We can kidnap Lin Yuqin and then threaten Lin Yumeng to come and accompany you. Chen Ergu knew Lin Yumeng's family quite well, so he proposed this plan. This is a good idea. However, if we kidnap her sister, will she definitely come? Asked Bold Biao. Lin Yumeng has always been very protective of her younger brothers and sisters. As long as Lin Yuqin falls into our hands, she will never stand by and watch her die. Chen Ergu said. If she calls the police and the police come looking for us, we'll be in trouble. Bold Biao said worriedly. Brother Biao, we have done a lot of kidnapping and extortion, right? We just need to threaten her that if she dares to call the police, we will rape her sister and then kill her. She will definitely not dare to call the police. Chen Ergu said. Oh, yes, my mind is full of Lin Yumeng now. I almost forgot that I am the ruthless leader of the Wild Wolf gang. Kidnapping and extortion are commonplace for me. Bold Biao patted his bald head and said embarrassedly. Hearing Bold Biao say this, the men couldn't help but laugh. Brother Biao, are you obsessed with that girl Lin Yumeng? Otherwise, why would you become so afraid of wolves and tigers and so indecisive? As the saying goes, people who are in love have a negative IQ. Brother Biao has only met Lin Yumeng once, and his IQ is already off the charts. This is really a lifelong mistake. We have to help Brother Biao get Lin Yumeng as soon as possible, otherwise Brother Biao will almost fall in love with her. All the men laughed. Brother Biao, please rest assured. I know Lin Yumeng's character. In order to save her sister, she will come here obediently. When the time comes, she will be at your mercy in our territory. You can play however you want. Chen Ergu said. Then let's act quickly and find a way to kidnap Lin Yumeng's sister for me. Bold Biao said excitedly. After Peng Zhan arrived at Sanglong Valley, he first went down to the demon locking cave. This time when he goes down to the demon cave, Peng Zhan has time to take his time to look at it. In addition to ginseng and Polygonum multiflorum, there are many exotic flowers and herbs under the demon locking cave, all of which can be used as precious medicinal materials. Thinking back to yesterday when he had received the inheritance from the Lord of Lingxiao Palace, and that now the Lord of Lingxiao Palace was nowhere to be found and the palace was deserted, Peng Zhan felt a sense of emotion. Peng Zhan pulled out a few ginseng and Polygonum multiflorum plants, as well as some exotic flowers and herbs, put them into the dragon blood ring, and then came up. When he reached the top of Hidden Dragon Valley, he took out the dragon taming art from his dragon blood ring, then sat cross-legged on the grass and began to practice. As the practice progressed, Peng Zhan felt that the spiritual energy around Sanglong Valley was continuously pouring into his body from all directions. These spiritual energies formed a powerful energy in his body, flowing rapidly and dividing into countless small streams, nourishing the meridians throughout his body, making him feel very comfortable. Peng Zhan was overjoyed. He didn't expect that there was so much spiritual energy in Sanglong Valley. It turned out to be a holy place for cultivation. The spiritual energy here seems to be endless, inexhaustible and inexhaustible. As the surrounding spiritual energy continued to pour in, the powerful energy in the body spun faster and faster, expanding and expanding. More than half an hour later, Peng Zhan had already touched the barrier to break through. But I encountered a bottleneck and was always almost unable to break through. This feeling of expanding to the point of wanting to break through but being unable to do so is extremely uncomfortable. It's simply worse than death. In the end, Peng Zhan had to give up his practice. Peng Zhan finally realized that cultivation was not an easy thing. It required diligent practice and good timing. If it were so easy to break through, then the world would be full of experts. Although he did not achieve a breakthrough in this training and his strength was still at the early yellow level, it made Peng Zhan feel refreshed and his internal strength increased a lot compared to before. Next, Peng Zhan practiced some martial arts moves from Lingxiao Palace. After practicing for 2 hours, he felt that he had become quite proficient in the various martial arts moves of Lingxiao Palace. The Lord of Lingxiao Palace once said that Peng Zhan had an extraordinary talent and was a rare martial arts prodigy that only appears once in a century. Therefore, he made rapid progress and soon mastered the martial arts of Lingxiao Palace. Next, Peng Zhan took out the Dragon Soul Sword from the Dragon Blood Ring and began to practice the first of the 9 swords of Lingxiao, one sword across the sky. The move of Yijin Zongheng is relatively simple, consisting of 2 actions, straight stabbing and horizontal sweeping. The internal strength of the early yellow level can also be practiced, and a certain amount of sword energy can be emitted. However, the internal strength of the early yellow level was not enough to practice the second move of destroying everyone with one sword. Due to insufficient internal strength, the sword energy is not powerful enough to achieve the effect of destroying a group of people with one sword. After mastering the move of one sword across the sky, Peng Zhan saw that the Sanglong Valley was open and the ground was flat and covered with green grass, just like a full-scale football field, which was very suitable for practicing the magic of Kuju. He suddenly became interested and wanted to practice the magic of Kuju in Sanglong Valley. There are many ancient bowls collected in the Dragon Blood Ring. Most of them are made of leather, but some are directly cast into a round shape with iron, and some are directly polished into round balls with stones. It goes without saying that iron balls and stone balls are not meant to be kicked for fun, but to be used as weapons. Peng Zhan knew that with his current strength, his feet would not be able to bear kicking an iron ball or a stone ball directly. He obediently took out the leather ball and began to practice the magic of Kuju. There is a steep cliff in Sanglong Valley, and in the cliff there is a small cave that can only accommodate a football. Peng Zhan used the small stone hole as a goal and began to practice shooting. He practiced for more than 2 hours and found that he had mastered various football kicking techniques, such as volleying, overhead kick, etc., which were no problem at all. Various unpredictable balls such as banana ball, falling leaf ball, elevator ball, S-shaped ball, etc. can also be kicked out at will. After going through an unpredictable arc, the ball accurately penetrates into the small stone hole and then bounces out. You know, the small stone hole is much smaller than the real goal. Moreover, in the art of Kuju there is a kind of dribbling and breaking through technique that is similar to the microwave action of Lingbo, and no one can intercept it at all. If his internal strength could be increased a little more and he could shoot directly at the goal with violence, the destructive power would be very strong. Looking across the entire football world, there is no goalkeeper who can stop him. Peng Zhan suddenly felt that it would be a shame not to become a football player given his unparalleled football skills. If I join the national team and lead Dragon Country to win the 2026 World Cup, it is really not impossible. After practicing the magic of Kuju, Peng Zhan took out the Po Qian bow and began to practice archery. He only practiced the clustered arrows, 3 arrows at a time, several arrows at a time, and arrows that could turn, and he mastered each of them after practicing them only a dozen times. Before I knew it, the sun had begun to set. Because he was so engrossed in the training, Peng Zhan didn't even feel hungry. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. Peng Zhan was worried that Lin Yumeng would be anxious if she didn't see him when she came back, so he planned to go back and come here to practice another day. When Peng Zhan was about to leave Xianglong Valley, he suddenly heard an unusual noise coming from the mountains and forests to the north of Xianglong Valley. Chapter 25 Peng Zhan falls into Liu Qiushui's trap. Peng Zhan looked in the direction of the sound and saw a sand chicken tiger walking in the forest. He immediately thought of Lin Yumeng's need to continue to supplement nutrition, so he decided to shoot the sand chicken tiger and make it for dinner tonight. So he immediately drew his bow and arrow and aimed at the sand chicken tiger. The sand chicken tiger sensed the danger and immediately ran away in the mountains and forests. Swoosh! Peng Zhan predicted the direction of the sand chicken tiger in advance and immediately released the arrow. The arrow cleverly passed through the trees in the forest and hit the tiger's neck directly. The sand chicken tiger was hit by an arrow and fell to the ground. Peng Zhan immediately went up the mountain, picked up the sand chicken tiger that was killed by an arrow, and put it into the dragon blood ring. Just when I was about to go down the mountain, a pheasant suddenly flapped its wings in panic and flew away from the grass not far away. Peng Zhan immediately shot the pheasant down with another arrow. Peng Zhan was delighted to have unexpectedly obtained a pheasant and went down the mountain immediately. At this time, Peng Zhan heard another rustling sound coming from the grass where the pheasant had just taken off. He turned around and saw a king cobra jumping out of the grass. It's another king cobra. This one is even bigger than the one yesterday. When the king cobra saw Peng Zhan, it immediately rushed towards him. Peng Zhan quickly took out his bow and arrow, and shot an arrow when the king cobra flew into the air. The arrow pierced the king cobra's neck accurately, and then nailed the king cobra firmly to a tree. The king cobra was nailed to the tree trunk by the arrow and kept twisting and flapping. After a long while, it gradually stopped moving. After the king cobra was completely dead, Peng Zhan took it off and put it into the dragon blood ring. Peng Zhan was so happy that he got a sand chicken, a pheasant and a king cobra at once. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that there was a famous and exquisite dish in the God of Cookery recipe, called dragon, tiger and phoenix. The dragon, tiger and phoenix in this dish are of course not made with real dragon, tiger and phoenix. The dragon refers to the snake, the tiger refers to the wild cat, and the phoenix refers to the chicken. What we have now is the king cobra, which is of course better than ordinary snakes, and the sand chicken is better than ordinary wild cats, and the pheasant is definitely much better than ordinary chickens. These 3 things combined are the best of the best. And Peng Zhan accidentally gathered together the king cobra, the sand tiger and the pheasant. This is really God's will. When Peng Zhan thought that he could let his sister have a nutritious meal of dragon, tiger and phoenix supplements tonight, he felt very happy and quickened his pace to go down the mountain. Huaxi Middle School. After school in the afternoon, a male classmate who lived outside the school said to Lin Yuqin, I just saw your sister at the school gate. She has something to ask you. She asked me to come and ask you to go out. She is waiting for you outside the school gate. Lin Yuqin believed it and left the school. When she arrived at the school gate, Lin Yuqin did not see her sister Lin Yumeng. She thought she was waiting not far away, so she looked everywhere for her. When she passed by a van, the door of the van suddenly opened and the people in the car pulled her directly into the van. Lin Yuqin was immediately frightened. Before she could shout, the car door was closed and a hood was put on her head. Then the van sped away. When Peng Zhan returned home, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. At this time, Lin Yumeng had not returned yet, so Peng Zhan immediately took out the king cobra, sand tiger and pheasant from the dragon blood ring. Then boil water, peel or remove the hair, cut into pieces, and put them into the pot to cook. Remembering that this dish of dragon, tiger and phoenix also required some medicinal ingredients to be cooked together for better effect, Peng Zhan immediately went out to the herbal medicine store to buy herbs. When the convenience store owner Liu Qiushui saw Peng Zhan passing by the door, she was overjoyed and immediately prepared for her new plan. When Peng Zhan came back from buying herbs and passed by the store, Liu Qiushui called out to Peng Zhan again, "Peng Dasha, come in and help me." "Sister Qiushui, what tricks are you trying to play?" After what happened yesterday, Peng Zhan was on high alert this time and would not be easily fooled. "I really need your help this time. I won't let you play games with me anymore," Liu Qiushui said. "So what exactly do you need my help with? Just tell me first and I'll decide whether to help you or not." Peng Zhan was reluctant to walk into the convenience store easily, fearing that Liu Qiushui would make another shameless request. "The light bulb in my bathroom is broken. I can't reach it and change it. I just want you to help me change it. It's such a small favor, aren't you willing to help?" Liu Qiushui said. "Okay, I can help you with this, but you can't play tricks. I'm not a casual person," Peng Zhan stated first. "I understand. I promise I won't play tricks again," Liu Qiushui said. After getting Liu Qiushui's assurance, Peng Zhan walked into the convenience store, and then went to the bathroom with Liu Qiushui to change the light bulb. During this process, Liu Qiushui behaved well and did not do anything out of line towards Peng Zhan. After changing the light bulb, Liu Qiushui took out a bottle of Coke from the refrigerator, opened it, and handed it to Peng Zhan. "Peng Dasha, you've worked hard. I'll buy you a bottle of Coke as a thank you. It's just a small favor, you don't have to be polite, Sister Qiushui." Peng Zhan felt a little embarrassed to ask for Liu Qiushui's Coke. "The Coke is already open, just drink it. It's not worth much. You helped me, so it's only natural for me to treat you to a bottle of Coke," Liu Qiushui said. "Okay, then thank you Sister Qiushui." Peng Zhan had practiced martial arts in Sanglong Valley for a whole day and was hungry, so he took the Coke and started drinking. When Liu Qiushui saw that Peng Zhan finally drank the Coke, a smile of success appeared on his face. In fact, she had already opened the bottle of Coke and put an imported drug that could make a man lose control of his emotions into the Coke. Seeing Peng Zhan finish drinking the Coke that she had drugged, she knew that this time, this fool Peng Zhan would be unable to escape and would become her prey to play with. Chapter 26, Emotional Control. "Sister Qiushui, it's nothing. I'll go back first." After Peng Zhan finished drinking the Coke, he wanted to go back. "Why are you in such a hurry? There's nothing for you to do when you go back. You've helped me a lot, so let me cook you a delicious meal to reward you. You can stay at my house for dinner tonight." Liu Qiushui would certainly not let Peng Zhan leave. Peng Zhan couldn't understand what was wrong with Liu Qiushui today and why she was so enthusiastic. "It's just a small favor to help you change the light bulb. It's not a big favor. It's just a small favor. You've already treated me to a Coke. You don't have to treat me to a meal." Of course Peng Zhan would not stay at Liu Qiushui's house for dinner. He was cooking soup at home, and it was top-notch dragon, tiger and phoenix soup. How could he possibly stay at Liu Qiushui's house for dinner? After saying that, Peng Zhan went out. "Peng Dasha, don't go. Even if you don't want to eat, sit for a while before leaving." Liu Qiushui became anxious when he saw Peng Zhan leave as soon as he said he would. She had successfully drugged Peng Zhan, but the drug didn't take effect so quickly and needed some time. If we let Peng Zhan go now, it would be a waste of time and effort. When the drug takes effect on Peng Zhan and he can't control himself, and I'm not by his side, he might just find a woman to vent his anger on. Who knows which woman will get the advantage then? He took the medicine himself, but in the end the one who benefited was not himself, but someone else. Liu Qiushui felt that it was a huge loss just thinking about it. "My family is making soup. I'm in a hurry to go back and don't have time to sit here," Peng Zhan said as he walked out. Liu Qiushui was so angry that she stamped her feet. It was still daytime and there were pedestrians on the street, so she couldn't force Peng Zhan back. "What if someone saw me dragging that idiot Peng Zhan into their house? They would think I was going to do something to him." Her original plan was to drug Peng Zhan first, and then chat with him. When the drug took effect, everything would naturally fall into place. But she didn't expect that Peng Zhan was in a hurry to go back and make soup. This is really a loophole. "Then when you're done eating at home, come and play with me. If you really want a woman later, you can come to me anytime. My door is always open for you." Liu Qiushui couldn't say it out loud, so he could only hint at it. She believed that when the effect of Peng Zhan's medicine took effect, he would naturally understand what she meant. Peng Zhan has not yet taken effect of the drug and nothing has happened to him. He doesn't know if Liu Qiushui has lost his mind to say such irrelevant things. When Peng Zhan returned home, Lin Yumeng had not come back yet. He put the herbs into the pot and continued to cook the dragon, tiger and phoenix. When Peng Zhan finished cooking the pot of dragon, tiger and phoenix, Lin Yumeng just came back. "Silly boy, what are you doing? Why does it smell so good?" As soon as Lin Yumeng entered the door, she smelled a fragrance that was even more fragrant than last night, so she asked curiously. "Sister Yumeng, I'll make a pot of dragon, tiger and phoenix soup tonight to nourish your body." Peng Zhan said. "What is dragon, tiger and phoenix soup? There's nothing wrong with my body, why do I need to take it every day?" Lin Yumeng said. "Although there is nothing wrong with your body, you have not been eating well for a long time and are lacking in nutrition, so you need some supplements. As for what dragon, tiger and phoenix soup is, you will know after you eat it," Peng Zhan said. When Peng Zhan brought the soup, Lin Yumeng was surprised to see that there was snake meat in it. "Why is there snake meat again?" Lin Yumeng asked. "This was left over from yesterday. I didn't finish stewing the cobra yesterday." Peng Zhan didn't want Lin Yumeng to know that he went to Canglong Valley today and killed a snake, so he could only say this. "What kind of meat is the other kind?" Lin Yumeng asked again. "It's chicken and rabbit meat. I used the pocket money you gave me to buy a chicken and a rabbit at the market," Peng Zhan said. After hearing what Peng Zhan said, Lin Yumeng stopped asking questions and started eating with relish. It was so delicious. Peng Zhan had practiced martial arts in Canglong Valley all day and had not eaten anything, so he started to eat and drink a lot. After eating and drinking, Lin Yumeng felt a little full, so she walked around the house to help digestion. After Peng Zhan had eaten, he felt an inexplicable discomfort and an irresistible urge in his body. He thought to himself, no. Could it be that he ate too much tonic food? Or that he took too much Chinese medicinal herbs? At this time, Peng Zhan discovered that Lin Yumeng, who had been replenished by Long Yufeng, had a rosy complexion and was more charming than before. He began to have wild thoughts, thinking, whoever could marry a peerless beauty like Sister Yumeng would be blessed by many generations. As he thought about it, he actually had an unreasonable wish. If he could marry Sister Yumeng, that would be really great. He probably wouldn't want to get out of bed every day. Watching the charming Lin Yumeng walking around in front of him, all kinds of fantasies came into his mind, fantasizing about having sex with Lin Yumeng in all kinds of positions. His body reacted uncontrollably and he felt more and more uncomfortable. Chapter 27 Lin Yumeng is threatened. Peng Zhan didn't he know what was going on and why he had such impure thoughts tonight. In fact, that was because the medicine Liu Qiushui gave him began to take effect. At the same time, there was a reason why he ate too much tonight. Plus, with a beauty like Lin Yumeng swaying in front of him, it would be strange if he didn't have all kinds of wild thoughts. When these three reasons are combined, it must be quite uncomfortable. Peng Zhan had never dared to disrespect Lin Yumeng, but tonight his mind was full of impure thoughts, and all kinds of messy postures kept appearing in his mind. He tried hard not to think about it, but he couldn't help thinking about it. Peng Zhan took advantage of the fact that he still had a bit of rationality, shook his head, and said to Lin Yumeng without hesitation, "Sister Yumeng, I'm full on board, I want to go out for a walk." "Okay, go ahead, but be careful. Many people have been deceived into going to Jinbei recently. You must be vigilant when you are outside, don't trust others easily, and come back early," Lin Yumeng warned. "Okay, I understand. I'll go out for a walk and come back after I digest it." After saying that, Peng Zhan went out immediately. Because he knew that if he stayed at home with Lin Yumeng any longer, he would definitely not be able to control himself and would make a big mistake sooner or later. In order to prevent himself from losing his bestiality and doing something worse than an animal to Lin Yumeng, he could only stay away from Lin Yumeng temporarily. The ancients were right. It's true that when you are well fed and warm, you will never think about anything else. I can't eat too much in the future. Peng Zhan sighed in his heart after he walked out of the house. At this time, he still thought it was caused by eating too much, and did not expect that Liu Qiushui had drugged him. Not long after Peng Zhan went out, Lin Yumeng's cell phone suddenly rang. Lin Yumeng took out her cell phone and saw that it was a call from an unfamiliar local phone number, so she answered the call. "Is this Lin Yumeng?" A man's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Yes, who are you?" Lin Yumeng asked. "I'm Bold Biao. The man on the other end of the phone called out a devilish name. When Lin Yumeng heard the other party say that he was Bold Biao, she was immediately shocked. "You, what do you want from me?" Lin Yumeng asked in a trembling voice. Bold Biao actually knew her phone number. It seemed that the people of the Wild Wolf Gang were really powerful. "I called you to tell you that your sister Lin Yuqin is in my hands now." Bold Biao didn't say anything more and went straight to the point. Lin Yumeng was shocked when she heard this. She didn't expect that Bold Biao actually kidnapped her sister. "You, what do you want?" Lin Yumeng felt like the sky was falling. "My request is very simple. You must come to my Sands Bay Club to see me before 9 o'clock tonight, otherwise I will use your sister to vent my anger and destroy her," Bold Biao said fiercely. "No. No. You can't hurt my sister, she's still young, please let her go," Lin Yumeng begged at the top of her lungs. "Your sister is already in her 3rd year of high school. She's not that young anymore. She's like a flower bud about to bloom. She's just the right size. If you don't want your sister to get hurt, just come here obediently. As long as you are willing to come over, I promise not to hurt your sister." Bold Biao kept making harsh remarks. This was the first time that Lin Yumeng had encountered such a thing. She was completely confused and at a loss. "You didn't lie to me on purpose, right? How should I know that my sister is really in your hands?" Lin Yumeng suddenly thought of this. "Good. That's a good question. It seems you won't cry until you see the coffin." After Bold Biao finished speaking, the sound of whipping came from the other end of the phone. Our sister, don't come over, they are bad people, you don't have to care about me." Lin Yuqin's heart-wrenching cries came from the other end of the phone, which made Lin Yumeng feel even more heartbroken. "Did you hear your sister's voice? Now your sister's life or death depends on you. If you don't come, I guarantee that she will not survive tonight and will die of humiliation," said Bold Biao. Lin Yumeng remained silent. She thought of calling the police. Han Rubing told her today that if Bold Biao came to cause trouble, she should call the police or call her. However, Bold Biao seemed to have guessed her thoughts and said, "Don't even think about calling the police. I will send people to monitor the area. If I see a policeman coming, I will throw your sister off the building." When Lin Yumeng heard this, she shuddered as if a basin of cold water was poured over her head. She knew that the people in the Wild Wolf Gang were evil and capable of doing anything. They once kidnapped a girl and took her to a hotel to rape her. Afterwards, the girl said she wanted to call the police, but they threw her out of the window on the 10th floor and killed her on the spot, lying naked on the street. These people from the Wild Wolf Gang have become so cruel and crazy that it is outrageous. Lin Yumeng was really afraid that her sister would suffer the same fate as that girl, so she didn't dare to think about calling the police anymore. "How much ransom do you want? I can return to you all the 1 million you compensated me last night." Lin Yumeng thought of solving the problem with money. "I don't care about that little bit of money. I don't want the ransom, I just want you. It's almost 7 o'clock now. You should get ready quickly. There are still about 2 hours left. Take a shower and come to the Sands Bay Club to find me after you are clean. If I can't have you tonight, I'll have your sister. I have to have one of you 2 sisters tonight. You decide for yourself. Remember, you are only allowed to come here alone. You are not allowed to call the police, and you are not allowed to bring your stupid brother here. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences yourself." After Bold Biao finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Lin Yumeng was completely stunned, her mind was blank, she was distraught and didn't know what to do. It took her several minutes to come back to her senses. Time is running out and it's time to make a decision. Of course she knew what would happen if she went to see Bold Biao, but in order to save her sister, she had to go. "If I don't go over, my sister will be humiliated and die. As an elder sister, she would never stand by and watch someone die. She would rather suffer humiliation for her sister than let her get hurt in any way." After making the decision, she did as Bold Biao said and went to take a shower first. Peng Zhan was wandering around Wutong Street, and seeing those sexily dressed women walking by made him feel even more uncomfortable. At this moment, he finally remembered what Liu Qiushui said: if he really missed a woman, he could come to her anytime. Peng Zhan finally began to suspect that Liu Qiushui had drugged him in the coke, but he had no evidence. He could no longer bear it and wanted to find Liu Qiushui to settle the score, but he was afraid that if he went to see Liu Qiushui, he would lose control and let her succeed. The more Liu Qiushui wanted to get him, the more he didn't want her to get him. He wants to be the man that Liu Qiushui wants but can't get. He always felt that his precious first time must be shared with a beautiful girl, not with a divorced woman like Liu Qiushui. Otherwise, it would be too easy for her. The effects of the drug on Peng Zhan were becoming more and more severe, to the point where he could no longer control himself. Several times when he saw a somewhat pretty woman passing by, he almost couldn't help but pounce on her. In order to avoid doing things that would abhor both humans and gods, Peng Zhan dared not wander around the streets anymore. Although he already possessed the medical skills of Lingxiao Palace, he had no way to cure this special poison. He thought about going home, taking a cold shower, and seeing if the situation would get better. So he ran home immediately. As soon as Peng Zhan returned home, he heard the sound of water splashing in the bathroom. "Sister Yumeng, are you taking a shower?" Peng Zhan, who was eager to take a cold shower, asked anxiously. Chapter 28. Cheap Bold Biao is not as good as cheap Peng Zhan. Lin Yumeng takes a bath and changes clothes. Lin Yumeng was taking a shower in a state of confusion at the moment. She was startled when she suddenly heard Peng Zhan's voice. "Silly boy, I was taking a shower. Why did you come back so soon?" Lin Yumeng asked. She had originally planned to meet Bold Biao after taking a shower and rescue her sister, but now Peng Zhan suddenly came back, and when she went out later, she had to find an excuse to go out with him. Wang Chu Biao had clearly stated that she was not allowed to bring Peng Zhan with her. She had not originally planned to bring Peng Zhan with her. Because Peng Zhan had a fight with Bold Biao's dozen men last night and was injured. Now he is going to Bold Biao's territory, which has at least several hundred men. Taking Peng Zhan there would be like sending him to his death. Even if she didn't die, she would be disabled, and she didn't want to implicate Peng Zhan. "There's nothing to do outside, so I came back. I'm so hot, you should take a shower quickly, and I want to take a shower too after you're done." Peng Zhan was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan at this time. He urgently needed to take a cold shower to relieve the tension, and could not help but urge. "Okay, wait a moment." Lin Yumeng, who was worried, said absent-mindedly. When she thought about the fact that she would be abused by Bold Biao when she went to find him, she was terrified. She couldn't help but shed tears of grievance, sadness, despair, and helplessness. She has remained a virgin since she was a child. Even during her 4 years in college, she rejected the pursuit of many boys and remained single. And tonight, in order to save his sister, his precious first time will be taken away by the devil Bold Biao. She was very unwilling to accept this. This was too easy for the devil Bold Biao. "Oh my God! I'm so kind and have never done anything bad. Why do you treat me like this? I have been a virgin for 22 years. Why should I take advantage of the evil Bold Biao? Since I was given such a good look and figure, why should I let this devil destroy me?" Lin Yumeng shouted in her heart. At this moment, a bold idea suddenly popped up in her mind. It is better to give cheapness to her younger brother Peng Zhan than to Bold Biao. Peng Zhan is a fool. He probably won't be able to get married in his lifetime. He may have to be a bachelor for the rest of his life and never taste the love of a woman. Anyway, my chastity can't be preserved tonight, so I might as well let Peng Zhan break it and let him have a taste of a woman. Although Peng Zhan is a fool, he is tall and handsome, and is many times better than that ferocious and ugly Bold Biao. Anyway, there is still some time. Let Peng Zhan take my virginity first, and it won't be too late to find Bold Biao later. Having made up her mind, Lin Yumeng acted immediately and began to think of ways to make this fool Peng Zhan do such a shameful thing. She knew that Peng Zhan was too stupid and it was impossible for him to take the initiative, but as a virgin, she couldn't let go of her pride and asked him to seduce her, and she didn't know how to do it. She thought about countermeasures while taking a shower, but she still couldn't think of any good ideas until she finished her shower. When she was about to put on her clothes, she realized that she was so worried that she forgot to bring clothes in. She thought of asking Peng Zhan to help bring in clothes, then deliberately let him see her body and seduce him. But she felt that this method was too low level. It's so embarrassing and shameful to take the initiative to seduce someone. At this moment, she suddenly thought of a less embarrassing and advanced method, which was to pretend to be unconscious in the bathroom. As long as I pretend to be unconscious in the bathroom, Peng Zhan will definitely come in to see. When he sees his own body, it should arouse his instincts. You don't have to take the initiative to do anything, just let him do it. Thinking of this, Lin Yumeng made a prompt decision and took action immediately. Lin Yumeng cried softly, and then began to pretend to be unconscious. Outside, Peng Zhan, listening to the sound of water coming from the bathroom, couldn't help but imagine Lin Yumeng taking a bath in it, and his desire became even stronger. Suddenly he heard Lin Yumeng's soft cry, and then the sound of her falling to the ground. He was startled and came back to his senses from his fantasy. "Sister Yumeng, what's wrong with you?" Peng Zhan immediately ran to the bathroom door and asked. However, Lin Yumeng in the bathroom did not respond at all. "Sister Yumeng, what's wrong with you? Answer me quickly, or I'm going to break in." Peng Zhan had already sensed that something was wrong and immediately became anxious. The bathroom was still quiet, with no response from Lin Yumeng. Peng Zhan knew that under normal circumstances, Lin Yumeng was taking a shower inside, and would definitely answer as long as she heard his question. Now I've asked her twice and she still hasn't answered, which means something must have happened to her. Human life is at stake. Peng Zhan can't care less and breaks into the room without hesitation. Then, he saw a scene that made his blood boil. I saw Lin Yumeng sitting naked on the ground, with her back against the wall, her cheeks flushed, as if she was asleep. Peng Zhan, who was already deeply poisoned, had already been having wild thoughts about Lin Yumeng. Now seeing this scene that was enough to make countless perverts bleed to death, his veins suddenly became exposed and his nosebleed could no longer be controlled. This was the first time he saw a woman's body so clearly, and this woman was the most beautiful and sacred sister in his eyes. She is so charming and her figure is simply flawless, like a work of art. Chapter 29, Keep the Wealth Within the Family. Sister Yumeng, wake up quickly, what happened to you? Faced with this situation suddenly, Peng Zhan was also helpless and asked anxiously. Lin Yumeng still didn't respond. Peng Zhan felt that the situation was serious and wanted to get some clothes for Lin Yumeng to wear first, but he found that there were no clothes for her to change in the bathroom. Peng Zhan had no choice but to pick up Lin Yumeng and carry her into her boudoir. Sands Bay Club, room 918. After Bold Biao finished calling Lin Yumeng, he looked at the pure and lovely Lin Yuqin tied to the chair, and suddenly he had a crazy idea. That is to wait for Lin Yumeng to come to the door, and then kill two sisters with one stone. What else with the choice between two? That is all lies. Only children will make a choice. Adults want both. When Bold Biao thought about killing two birds with one stone with this pair of beautiful sisters, he was so excited that his face was grim. He was worried that he might not be able to bear it, so he immediately asked his men to bring him a bottle of imported medicine that could enhance his function. After taking one pill, he was worried that it might not be effective enough, so he poured out another one and took it. Seeing that Peng Zhan hadn't come to see her for such a long time, Liu Qiushui began to suspect that she had bought fake medicine. That's a good medicine worth thousands of dollars. Was I cheated? She really wanted to go to Peng Zhan's house and call Peng Zhan over to check, but when she thought of Lin Yumeng being at home, if she went to find Peng Zhan late at night, it might arouse Lin Yumeng's suspicion. She didn't dare to act rashly and could only wait in the convenience store, hoping that Peng Zhan would come over by himself. After Peng Zhan carried Lin Yumeng into her room, he covered her body with a quilt, then took her pulse and examined her body. However, Peng Zhan used the medical skills of Yumeng-jie Palace to examine Lin Yumeng thoroughly, but did not find any problems with her body. If we have to find a problem, it is that the blood is a little too vigorous, probably because I ate too much tonight. Lin Yumeng, who had been pretending to be unconscious, felt Peng Zhan touching her wrist and forehead in a clumsy manner. She had no idea what he was doing. She didn't know that Peng Zhan possessed the medical skills of Yumeng-jie Palace, and that he was checking her pulse by touching her everywhere. She thought that he had the desire but not the courage, or that he was too stupid and didn't know how to do that kind of thing. Time is running out. Seeing Peng Zhan procrastinating and not taking any substantial action for a long time, Lin Yumeng can't pretend anymore. She slowly opened her eyes and looked at Peng Zhan with resentment. Sister Yumeng, you finally woke up. You scared me to death just now. Peng Zhan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Lin Yumeng woke up. Why am I in bed? In order to avoid being exposed, Lin Yumeng had to pretend to be confused, as if she had just woken up from a coma and knew nothing. Sister Yumeng, you suddenly fainted while taking a shower just now. I carried you from the bathroom to the bed. Peng Zhan said embarrassedly. Seeing Lin Yumeng blushing, Peng Zhan said, I was forced by the situation at the time. I had no choice. I didn't mean to do that. In fact, I didn't see anything. When Lin Yumeng saw Peng Zhan bleeding from his nose, she knew he was lying, but she didn't want to say it out loud to avoid embarrassing everyone. Then, Peng Zhan asked again, Sister Yumeng, why did you suddenly faint? It's all your fault. You made such a nourishing dragon, tiger and phoenix soup for me to drink tonight. I might have eaten too much, which caused my blood to be too vigorous, so I fainted. Lin Yumeng thought quickly and found a more reasonable reason. This random reason she came up with coincided with Peng Zhan's guess. It's my fault. I guess I can't eat such nutritious food next time. Peng Zhan was also deeply affected by it, thinking that it was really too nutritious. Seeing that Lin Yumeng was fine and her charming rosy face, he could no longer control his impulse. I still feel very uncomfortable now. Time is running out. Lin Yumeng doesn't want to waste time talking to Peng Zhan anymore, she has to hurry and act. Bold Biao only left her 2 hours, and more than half an hour had passed. Time was running out, and she didn't want to beat around the bush anymore. She had to get straight to the point and make quick decisions. Sister Yumeng, you are in pain and I can't help you. Peng Zhan wailed with tears in his eyes. No, you can help me if you are willing. Lin Yumeng hinted when she saw Peng Zhan was so unromantic. How can I help? Peng Zhan asked weakly. It's very simple. Just do this and I can relieve my discomfort. Lin Yumeng gritted her teeth and said it directly. After saying that, she used the fingers of both hands to make a very vivid gesture, and then her face turned red as if blood was dripping. She had no choice but to risk her life. Anyway, tonight she would either be defeated by Peng Zhan or by Boldy Biao. If she had to choose between the two, she would of course choose Peng Zhan. This is called keeping the wealth within the family. Peng Zhan was now in the most severe stage of the poison. When he saw Lin Yumeng's direct hint, he of course understood what she meant. Sister Yumeng, we can't do anything rash. Facing a stunning beauty like Lin Yumeng, Peng Zhan still retained the last bit of his rationality. I don't care. It was you who gave me the dragon, tiger and phoenix soup to drink. Now I feel so uncomfortable. You caused this trouble yourself. You must solve it for me. Lin Yumeng said domineeringly. Peng Zhan wanted to say something else, but Lin Yumeng simply stretched out her arms, hugged his neck, and pulled him down on her. When Peng Zhan smelled Lin Yumeng's intoxicating body fragrance, it would be extremely difficult for him to escape from the beauty's embrace. At this moment, he had lost all his rationality. All the thoughts about not being able to offend beautiful women were thrown out of his mind. He would deal with it later. Peng Zhan, whose blood was already boiling, didn't want to play dumb anymore, and kissed Lin Yumeng as if possessed by a ghost. Chapter 30, First Experience of Love. At this moment, Peng Zhan and Lin Yumeng both experienced unprecedented beauty. This was Peng Zhan's first kiss and also Lin Yumeng's first kiss. Although neither of them had experienced these things before, this kind of thing is an innate instinct of human beings and can be learned without a teacher. Lin Yumeng closed her eyes shyly and let Peng Zhan unlock the door. It's a pity that it was the first time for both of them, and they lacked experience and couldn't find the correct way to open it. At this moment, Lin Yumeng's cell phone suddenly rang at an inopportune time. The sudden ringing of the cell phone startled Peng Zhan and Lin Yumeng, who were immersed in the beauty, and stopped what they were doing. Peng Zhan took a glance and saw a number without a name on the phone screen. Lin Yumeng saw that the number was exactly the one Bold Biao had called just now. She didn't know what Bold Biao had called at this time. Didn't he agree to arrive before 9 o'clock? Now the time is not yet up, why is he in such a hurry? She was worried that if she answered the phone now, Peng Zhan would hear Bold Biao's voice and know that Lin Yuqin was in Bold Biao's hands, and would go together to rescue Lin Yuqin. If Peng Zhan knew about these things, he might even stop doing what I am doing now. So, she made up her mind, hung up the phone directly, and turned her phone to silent mode. Sister Yumeng, who called? Peng Zhan asked curiously. It should be a harassing call. Don't pay attention to it. Let's continue. Lin Yumeng knew that Bold Biao was starting to urge her, and she became even more anxious. Because she was worried that if she didn't answer Bold Biao's call, it would anger Bold Biao and he would attack Lin Yuqin in advance. Therefore, she wanted to finish the job quickly and then hurry up to meet Bold Biao. She would never let Peng Zhan's efforts go to waste and her plan fail just because of a phone call from Bold Biao. If she can't give it to Peng Zhan, then she has to give it to Bold Biao. She will never allow such an outcome to happen. Peng Zhan is now too deeply poisoned that his mind is entirely focused on Lin Yumeng, and he doesn't have any extra time to think about other things. Okay, Sister Yumeng, I'll continue then. Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. Peng Zhan is now unable to extricate himself. He will not return until he has conquered Lulan. Well, hurry up and stop dawdling, Lin Yumeng said anxiously. Peng Zhan didn't waste any more words and started to take action. There was a moonlit night, and at this moment the moon was rising above the willow branches. The hazy moonlight shone through the window into the room, covering the entire room with a hazy veil. Lin Yumeng's skin was whiter than snow and her face was flushed. Her hair spread on the bed like a black waterfall, exuding a faint fragrance. The moonlight shining on her body made her look like a beautiful fairy. There was a hint of sadness in her eyes, as if she had countless worries in her heart. Her long eyelashes fluttered gently, like butterfly wings. The shadows on the wall swayed gently with the flickering of the light, as if performing a silent dance. The glass on the window reflected a faint light, like a mirror, reflecting everything in the room. The whole room is filled with a warm and romantic atmosphere, as if time has stood still here. The two didn't exchange many words, only felt each other's breathing and heartbeats, and felt each other's warmth. This warmth made them forget all their worries and troubles, leaving only each other's existence. Unlocking is still being carried out tirelessly. Everything is self-explanatory. Chapter 31, The big mistake has been made, so why not make it again? Everyone knows what happens in bed, so you can just use your imagination and there is no need to waste words to elaborate. After all the trouble, Peng Zhan was defeated. After the poison was removed, Peng Zhan gradually came to himself and regained his sanity. Seeing that he had done such a heinous thing to Lin Yumeng, he was suddenly extremely embarrassed, his heart was filled with guilt, and he felt deeply sinful. Sister Yumeng, I'm sorry. I don't know why I did this to you just now. I'm worse than a beast. Hit me, I'm willing to accept your punishment. Peng Zhan began to blame himself deeply. I don't blame you. I did it on my own initiative. It's none of your business. Lin Yumeng sat up and checked, but did not see any blood. Didn't he it break just now? The pain had just begun, but Peng Zhan had already finished it. I guess he didn't make a breakthrough. How come you're done so quickly? Lin Yumeng said, her tone full of regret. After hearing what Lin Yumeng said, Peng Zhan felt so ashamed that he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Because he was just too fast. He didn't know that a man's first time would be very quick, especially when facing a peerless beauty like Lin Yumeng. In fact, Lin Yumeng's words did not mean to make fun of Peng Zhan. She was regretting the failure of her plan. I tried my best, but in the end I still failed. She was just a little bit away from success, how could she not feel regretful? Could it be that his precious first blood would eventually go to that devil Bold Biao? If Peng Zhongang had held on a little longer, perhaps the outcome would have been completely different. Sister Yumeng, if you really want, I can do it again. Seeing that Lin Yumeng seemed extremely unsatisfied, Peng Zhan made a suggestion. Because he himself felt that he had not had enough fun. A man like him who is full of vigor and vitality can recover quickly. Anyway, the mistake has been made and cannot be undone. What's the harm in making one more mistake? This kind of thing is like cheating. There is no difference between cheating once and cheating 100 times. You have already done it, so what does it matter if you do it one more time? The reason why Peng Zhan had this idea was because he didn't know Lin Yumeng's difficulties. He didn't know that Lin Yumeng was about to go to Jinsha Bay to meet Bold Biao, intending to use her body to exchange her sister Lin Yuqin back. He mistakenly thought that Lin Yumeng became like this because she drank the dragon, tiger and phoenix soup. It is his duty to make Lin Yumeng happy, and he doesn't want to let her down. When Lin Yumeng heard Peng Zhan say this, she suddenly woke up from her dream. That's right. Since I didn't succeed in breaking through last time, I should seize the time and try again to make up for the regret. Why should I worry about it? So, Lin Yumeng made a prompt decision and said, okay. Then hurry up. After saying that, Lin Yumeng lay down again. The moonlight shines through the window, gently spilling into the room, illuminating the entire space. Lin Yumeng lay on the bed with her eyes slightly closed, her messy hair scattered on the pillow. Her skin, as white as snow, is even more crystal clear under the moonlight, like a piece of jade, so beautiful that it is breathtaking. She is like a dreamlike existence, making people want to get close to her and feel her warmth and tenderness. Faced with such an unparalleled beauty, Peng Zhan's blood instantly boiled again. Chapter 32, Pressing Forward. Lin Yumeng has always been chaste and virgin. She originally intended to give the best of herself to her future husband and would never do anything promiscuous. But now her sister was kidnapped. The incident happened suddenly and caught her off guard. She didn't want to think so long term. She just wanted to sacrifice her first blood and then go to Sans Bay to rescue her sister. Anyway, Bold Biao didn't he ask me to meet him in good health? Although there was only family affection but no love between her and Peng Zhan, the current situation forced her to let the handsome Peng Zhan take her first blood, and she could barely accept it in her heart. At Lin Yumeng's initiative, Peng Zhan was inexplicably led to do as she said. At this moment, the screen of Lin Yumeng's silent phone placed on the bedside kept flashing. Lin Yumeng turned her head and saw that it was Bold Biao who was attacking again. Peng Zhan also saw the phone call coming. Sister Yumeng, this phone keeps ringing. Maybe it's not a harassing call, but an acquaintance calling you for something urgent. Why don't you answer the phone first and then we can continue? There's no rush anyway. Peng Zhan couldn't make any breakthrough for the time being, so he simply let Lin Yumeng answer the phone first to avoid affecting her mood. Bold Biao kept calling her like a ghost, which annoyed Lin Yumeng so much that she wanted to hang up. But thinking that so much time had passed, what if Bold Biao saw that I didn't answer the phone and thought that I would not come over, and took action against my sister in advance, the consequences would be disastrous. Thinking of this, Lin Yumeng suddenly became scared, afraid that if she didn't answer the phone, she would anger Bold Biao and cause her sister to be killed. If my sister was killed, everything I did now would become meaningless and I would have sacrificed myself to Peng Zhan in vain. Thinking of this, Lin Yumeng didn't dare to delay any longer, and answered the call immediately regardless of Peng Zhan's presence. You stupid girl, why didn't you answer my call for so long? As soon as the phone was connected, Bold Biao's furious voice was heard. Bold Biao had taken 2 excessive doses of medicine before, and the drugs had already taken effect, so he kept calling Lin Yumeng to urge her to come back. However, Lin Yumeng didn't answer the phone, which made him extremely angry. I was taking a shower just now and didn't bring my cell phone. Lin Yumeng made an excuse. Why do you take so long to wash? Bold Biao asked angrily. Didn't you tell me to wash clean before coming to see you? So I took a little longer to wash. Lin Yumeng said. Okay, now you're done washing, right? You have half an hour to get to Golden Sands Bay, or I'll take action against your sister. Didn't we agree on 9 p.m? Why is it early? Now I have changed my mind. You have to come here early. Otherwise, your sister will be horribly harmed. Bold Biao threatened. Okay, I'll be there right away. Don't hurt my sister. I'll go out now. Lin Yumeng quickly agreed. The thing she was most worried about finally happened. Bold Biao really wanted to take action against his sister in advance. I'm waiting for you in room 918. You'd better not play tricks on me. If you can't come to the Sands Bay Club within half an hour, you'll have to wait to collect your sister's body. Bold Biao said fiercely, then hung up the phone. Lin Yumeng was stunned. Bold Biao kept pressing her step by step. She was in such a tight spot that there was no time for Peng Zhan to take their first blood. Is this God's will? God wants his most precious blood to be taken away by Bold Biao? Sister Yumeng, what happened? Peng Zhan asked at this time. He had heard the conversation between Bold Biao and Lin Yumeng just now, and he also recognized that the other party's voice was the same as Bold Biao's last night. Chapter 33, Into the Tiger's Den. Nothing. Nothing. A friend asked me to go out and play with him. I forgot about what I was doing with you just now, so he called to urge me. Lin Yumeng thought Peng Zhan was still a fool who knew nothing, so she just made up an excuse to get away with it. However, Peng Zhan had not been stupid since yesterday. When he heard Bold Biao forcing Lin Yumeng to go to Sands Bay in such a fierce tone and saying that he would take action against his sister, he knew that the matter was very serious. Moreover, Lin Yumeng and Bold Biao are not friends at all, it is obvious that they are lying. However, Peng Zhan saw through it but didn't say anything. Instead, he continued to play dumb and asked, Sister Yumeng, should we continue to finish what we didn't finish just now? After 2 attempts just now, due to various reasons, he was ultimately unable to break through Lin Yumeng's innate defense system, which made him very unwilling and full of regret. He has accumulated some experience of failure. If he is given another chance, he believes that he will be able to succeed. No, let's wait for next time. I'm already late and can't keep people waiting too long. I have to go out first. I'll continue playing with you when I come back. You stay home and don't run around, okay? Lin Yumeng had fallen into despair, but still pretended to be fine and did not forget to coax Peng Zhan. Peng Zhan, who has become smart, guessed from the conversation between Bold Biao and Lin Yumeng just now that the third sister Lin Yuqin has fallen into Bold Biao's hands, and Bold Biao used this to threaten Lin Yumeng. It must be that Bold Biao was unable to get Lin Yumeng at the barbecue restaurant last night, so he used such despicable means to threaten her today. What puzzled Peng Zhan was why Lin Yumeng did that to him before leaving. This is totally unlike Lin Yumeng's usual style. You know, when I was a fool, she wouldn't let me peek at her peeing. But tonight, she was so open. Why? Was it really because she ate too much, or was there another reason? A woman's heart is like a needle in the sea. No matter how smart Peng Zhan is, he can't guess Lin Yumeng's mind. However, no matter what, Peng Zhan felt that giving his first time to Sister Yumeng by accident tonight was a dream come true. He had always been seduced by Liu Qiu Shui, and he had held to his bottom line, which was to give his first time to the best girl. Now, he has got what he wanted. It is his greatest honor to be able to give Lin Yumeng such a good girl. Although the previous attempt was not very successful and could not be considered as possessing Lin Yumeng in the true sense, it can already become a beautiful memory for the future. While Peng Zhan was daydreaming, Lin Yumeng had quickly put on her clothes. She didn't even wipe off the marks left on her legs by Peng Zhan, but just put on her clothes. She wanted to discuss Bold Biao. Sister Yumeng, how about I go with you? Peng Zhan said. Bold Biao dared to kidnap his third sister and threaten his sister. He would never sit idly by. I'm going out to talk to someone else about something, so it's not convenient for me to take you with me, so don't follow me. Lin Yumeng didn't take Peng Zhan with her because she didn't want to implicate him. Because she felt that no matter how good Peng Zhan was at fighting, he could not fight against the hundreds of people led by Bold Biao, and she didn't want Peng Zhan to die in vain. She didn't dare to call the police, for fear that if she did, Bold Biao would be angry and her sister might be killed before the police even entered the Sands Bay Club. Faced with such a situation, what could a weak girl like her do? She could only go alone and exchange herself for her sister. Okay, then come back early, I'll wait for you at home. Seeing that Lin Yumeng was unwilling to take him with her, Peng Zhan did not force her. Because he has thought of a better way. Before leaving, Lin Yumeng's eyelids twitched and she felt uneasy. She knew that she was going into the tiger's den alone this time and would be in great danger, and there was even a possibility that she would never come back. If she were to be abused by Bold Biao, she felt that her life would be worse than death. After successfully convincing Bold Biao to release her sister, she might jump off the building and commit suicide. Thinking of this, Lin Yumeng held back her tears and turned back to warn Peng Zhan, silly boy, if I leave and never come back, you must listen to your second sister when she returns from military service. After what you did with me tonight, you are now a real man. From now on, you have to take care of and protect your third sister. Do you understand? Chapter 30 for fighting for my sister. Okay, I understand. When Peng Zhan heard Lin Yumeng say this, he felt the seriousness of the matter even more. Now that the younger sister has been kidnapped, the elder sister has gone alone to rescue her. Peng Zhan, as the only man in the family and who already possesses the peerless martial arts of Lingxiao Palace, will certainly not let his elder sister bear everything alone. It just so happened that he had practiced martial arts in Sanglong Valley for a whole day, but had not yet had a place to use his skills. Now that his sister was forced to go to Bold Biao's territory, he could take this opportunity to test the power of Lingxiao Palace's martial arts. Also, don't tell anyone about what I did to you tonight, including your second sister and third sister. You must keep it a secret forever and keep it to yourself. Do you understand? Lin Yumeng warned again. She also wanted to save face. Even if she jumped off the building and died tonight, if people knew that she had seduced her own brother when she was alive, people would talk about her even after her death, and her reputation would not be good after her death. I know, this is a secret between us, I promise not to tell anyone. Peng Zhan is not stupid, how could he tell such a thing to anyone? In the days without your sister, you must also learn to take care of yourself. After saying this, Lin Yumeng turned around and left in tears. There is a kind of tragic grandeur like, the wind is whistling and the Yi River is cold, the hero leaves and never returns. The moment Lin Yumeng turned around, Peng Zhan clearly saw tears welling up in her eyes. He was deeply moved, but his sister still wanted to shoulder everything on her own as she had done in the past. Looking at Lin Yumeng's figure going away, Peng Zhan thought to himself, fortunately, he had recovered yesterday and obtained the inheritance of the lord of Lingxiao Palace, so he was able to protect his sister. Otherwise, his sister might really be doomed tonight. My sister is so good to me, and she gave me her most precious first time tonight. Now it's my turn to repay her. From tonight on, he will never allow anyone to bully his sister. Tonight, he will fight for his sister in his own way. So, Peng Zhan immediately went into his room and took out the mask and various makeup supplies needed for disguise from the dragon blood ring. He wants to disguise himself as a stranger that no one knows, and then go to Sans Bay to kill people. Bold Biao failed to get Lin Yumeng last night, so he kidnapped Lin Yuqin today to threaten Lin Yumeng. His actions had already made Peng Zhan furious and he wanted to kill him. It's just that he didn't want to show it in front of Lin Yumeng just now. People like Bold Biao will be a disaster if they are kept around. We must eradicate them completely to prevent future troubles. Bold Biao has tried to harm Lin Yumeng many times, which has touched Peng Zhan's reverse scale. Sister Lin Yumeng is Peng Zhan's Achilles heel. This time, he would never let the tiger go back to the mountains like he did last night and leave trouble for himself. Therefore, he thought of using the art of disguise to disguise himself as a person that no one knew, and then went to Jinsha Bay to rescue Lin Yumeng and start a killing spree. If you change your appearance, even if you kill someone, no one will know it was you who did it. Even if people like Bold Biao and the Wild Wolf Gang who have committed many evil deeds are killed, it is to eliminate evil for the people, and no one will care about their life or death. The police won't have the energy to care about their life or death, thinking it's just a gang vendetta. Why would they care so much? A few minutes later, Peng Zhan disguised himself as a stern man. It's like I was reborn, transformed, and have nothing to do with my original self. Although he is not as handsome as before, he is full of firmness and coldness, and reveals murderous aura, which makes people shudder. Then, he changed his clothes and took out a set of ancient costume from the dragon blood ring and put it on. After disguising himself perfectly without leaving any clues, Peng Zhan hurried out. 20 minutes later, Lin Yumeng took a taxi to the Sans Bay Club. Bold Biao, who was impatient, had already arranged for someone to wait for Lin Yumeng at the door. To Lin Yumeng, the Marina Bay Club is a devil's den, or even a hell from which one can never get out once they enter. Although she was afraid in her heart, she walked in without hesitation in order to save her sister. As soon as Lin Yumeng entered the Sans Bay Club, someone took her to the 9th floor by elevator and went to room 918 to find Bold Biao. Chapter 35 Sisters. The 9th floor is full of VIP rooms. In order to kill two birds with one stone by being able to do whatever he wants with Lin Yumeng and Lin Yuqin sisters, Bold Biao cleared out the entire 9th floor at all costs and will not receive any guests tonight. Lin Yumeng arrived at the 9th floor and saw that both sides of the corridor were filled with burly men in black t-shirts. These burly men all have a ferocious wolf tattooed on their bodies. It goes without saying that these people are members of the Wild Wolf Gang, and they are standing guard for Bold Biao. These men under Bold Biao even have pistols on their waists. A branch leader of the Wild Wolf Gang has such a pomp and circumstance. One can imagine how powerful the entire Wild Wolf Gang is. Seeing this situation, Lin Yumeng knew that she would not be able to escape tonight. At this point, Lin Yumeng was not so scared anymore. Because she came here with the intention of dying. If you are not afraid of death, what else are you afraid of? When Lin Yumeng entered room 918, she saw Bold Biao sitting next to Lin Yuqin with a ferocious face. Lin Yuqin was tied to a chair at this time, her face was covered with tears and there were some marks of beating on her body. In addition to Bold Biao and Lin Yuqin, there were more than a dozen of his men in the room, all of whom were Bold Biao's capable generals. Room 918 is Bold Biao's private room. It is very large, even bigger than the living room of the villa. When Bold Biao saw the charming Lin Yumeng coming, his eyes suddenly emitted a wolf-like light. His men all focused their attention on Lin Yumeng. Because Lin Yumeng is so beautiful, even if they can't possess her, it's good to satisfy their eyes on her. Sister, why are you here? Didn't I tell you not to come? When Lin Yuqin saw her sister coming, tears immediately flowed down her face. She felt sad and touched. Third sister, I am your sister. You have fallen into the hands of bad guys, how could I not come to save you? Lin Yumeng said. But that person wants to do this to you. Lin Yuqin couldn't say the rest of the words. If I didn't come, they would attack you. Your grades are so good. You are the hope of our family. It's worth exchanging me for you. Lin Yumeng said righteously. Sister, you have been supporting us since we were young. This time, just live for yourself and don't worry about me anymore. Lin Yumeng cried like a tearful person. Okay, stop nagging and come over here and have a drink with me first. Bold Biao said impatiently. He was now unable to endure the effects of the drug, but he also knew that beautiful women should not be treated rashly, so he wanted to let Lin Yumeng have a glass of wine to add some romance. Moreover, he was worried that Lin Yumeng would resist strongly, so he put drugs in the wine. As long as Lin Yumeng drinks this glass of wine, she will be at his mercy and he can do whatever he wants with her. I'm here to save my sister. Please let my sister go first. When my sister is in a safe place, I will slowly drink with you. Lin Yumeng was unusually calm at this moment. I have the final say in my territory. It's not your turn to negotiate terms. If you don't drink, don't even think about me letting your sister go. Bold Biao originally intended to kill two birds with one stone with the Lin Yumeng sister, so of course he would not let Lin Yumeng go. No. If I accompany you, what if you don't let my sister go? Lin Yumeng was not stupid. She would never compromise until Bold Biao let her sister go. She had already made up her mind that after Bold Biao let her sister go, she would jump off the building and commit suicide. Even if she dies, she will never let Bold Biao defile her. Because Peng Zhan did not succeed in breaking her virginity just now, theoretically she is still a virgin. She does not want to take advantage of the devil Bold Biao, so she has no choice but to die to preserve her chastity. If Peng Zhan had successfully taken away her virginity, she might have given her broken body to Bold Biao in order to take care of her younger brothers and sisters, and then lived a miserable life, enduring humiliation. However, Peng Zhan did not succeed, so she changed her mind and thought of jumping off the building to preserve her chastity. Har har, you're right. I'm not afraid to tell you that I never intended to let your sister go. I want both of you sisters. I want to kill two birds with one stone. In my territory, you two sisters can't escape even if you have wings. Why should I let your sister go? Isn't it great if I can get both of you sisters at the same time? When Bold Biao saw that Lin Yumeng had fallen into his territory, he was not afraid to reveal his true purpose. Chapter 36 Buds about to bloom. You are so despicable. You are also a gangster, how can you go back on your word? Lin Yumeng didn't expect that Bold Biao actually wanted to possess both sisters at the same time. You two sisters are so beautiful that I want both of you. You can't keep your promise, said Bold Biao. You are shameless. Lin Yumeng cursed harshly. I am too stupid and naive. Who am I, Bold Biao, to keep my word with you? Since you don't want to drink, then don't drink. Let's start now. Bold Biao was already impatient and started to get restless. Bold Biao's shamelessness was beyond Lin Yumeng's imagination. She originally thought that she could get her sister back by coming here, but it turned out to be a scam. Bold Biao was so shameless that he wanted to play with both sisters at the same time. Bold Biao took advantage of Lin Yumeng's daze and pounced on her. Sister, be careful. Lin Yumeng was so scared when she saw Bold Biao pounce on Lin Yumeng that she instinctively warned him. Lin Yumeng came back to her senses, quickly picked up a beer on the table, and smashed it hard at Bold Biao's bald head. With a crisp bang, the beer bottle exploded on Bold Biao's bald head. This sudden scene surprised all the men present. Bold Biao was hit and was also stunned. After a long while, he touched his bald head with his hand and found that his palm was covered with blood. When the men saw that Lin Yumeng dared to hit Bold Biao and broke his head, they knew that Lin Yumeng was in big trouble. Because no one has ever dared to hit Bold Biao like she did. This little girl is so brave. Damn it, you made me bleed. Well, I'll make you bleed too, and make you bleed a little from below. The bold man showed his ferocious look and pounced on Lin Yumeng again. Don't come over, or I will die in front of you. Lin Yumeng reacted quickly and immediately pointed the sharp broken wine bottle in her hand at her neck. It all happened so quickly that everyone was caught off guard. They didn't dare to act rashly, fearing that Lin Yumeng would commit suicide with a broken wine bottle. Put down the bottle. Bold Biao said in a commanding tone. If you let my sister go first, I will put down the bottle of wine. Lin Yumeng began to negotiate the terms. Damn it, you dare to threaten me. Since you two sisters have such a deep bond and you care about your sister so much, I won't let her go. If you don't let me play with you, I'll play with your sister first. Bold Biao is a ruthless man and will never be threatened. Go die now if you have the guts. If you die, not only will your sister be toyed with by me, but she will also be toyed with by my men until she dies. Bold Biao said fiercely. Hearing Bold Biao say this, Lin Yumeng began to waver. If I die like this, my sister will still be tortured, and even worse, and my death will become meaningless. When Bold Biao saw Lin Yumeng begin to hesitate and become less determined, he knew that he had succeeded. He was playing a psychological game, betting that Lin Yumeng would not commit suicide under such circumstances. He also couldn't bear to see Lin Yumeng die like this. If she died, it wouldn't be so fun. Then, Bold Biao intensified the psychological warfare and said in a perverted way, even if you die, I will not let go of your corpse. I will still play with you. This was actually what he really thought, and he didn't mean to scare Lin Yumeng. If Lin Yumeng really committed suicide, he would take advantage of the situation. Although it's not that fun, it's also quite exciting. We shouldn't waste resources if they can be used. Lin Yumeng's mind finally collapsed. She never expected that this Bold Biao was so perverted that he would not even let go of corpses. She would be defiled by him even after her death. Seeing that Lin Yumeng still didn't put down the broken bottle, Bold Biao licked his lips and said, I didn't expect your sister to be so pure and cute, so petite and delicate, like a flower bud waiting to bloom. What is this called? The Lin family has a daughter who has just grown up. It must be very exciting to play with her. Go to hell, I won't waste my time talking to you, I'm going to start with your sister. After saying that, Bold Biao walked towards Lin Yuqin with his veins exposed. When Lin Yuqin saw Bold Biao walking towards her with a ferocious face, she was immediately frightened and trembled. Chapter 37 Twice in a row. At this moment, Lin Yumeng reacted and angrily threw the broken wine bottle in her hand towards Bold Biao. Bold Biao was now walking towards Lin Yuqin with his back to Lin Yumeng. When he heard the sound of wind behind him, it was too late. Because the distance was too close, he had no time to take any countermeasures. In a split second, his men had no time to react, and didn't even have time to warn them. Bang! The broken wine bottle hit Bold Biao's back of the head, and it happened to be the sharp end that hit first. The huge pain made Bold Biao scream. Then, he touched the back of his head and found another palm full of blood, and there were also glass fragments left in the back of his head. He was considered an expert, but he was hit by Lin Yumeng twice in a row, which made him lose all his face. He turned around angrily, staring at Lin Yumeng with flaming eyes. Lin Yumeng was glared at by Bold Biao with a murderous look, and she trembled with fear. She no longer had any sharp weapons in her hands, so she couldn't commit suicide. Faced with the extremely angry Bold Biao, she didn't know what to do. Par. Bold Biao slapped Lin Yumeng's face hard with his palm, which was stained with his own blood. Lin Yumeng was slapped to the ground, with 5 bloody finger marks on her face. What are you good for nothing still standing there for? Hurry up and hold her down. Bold Biao roared at his men in anger. He was hit twice in a row by Lin Yumeng right under the noses of these men, and these men did not react at all. They have an unshirkable responsibility. If Lin Yumeng had stabbed me from behind with a knife just now, I might have died. When the men heard Bold Biao's roar, they finally came to their senses. Just now, their boss was attacked repeatedly, but they did nothing. They were really derelict in their duty. The reason for this situation is that they did not expect that Lin Yumeng, a weak woman, would come to Bold Biao's territory and dare to do such extreme behavior. They originally thought that Lin Yumeng had become a lamb to be slaughtered, but they didn't know that even a rabbit will bite when it is cornered. Now that Lin Yumeng has been slapped to the ground, this is their chance to make amends. So they immediately pounced on her like wolves and grabbed Lin Yumeng's hands and feet. During the pressing process, they also wanted to take advantage of the situation and touch other parts of Lin Yumeng to satisfy their urge. But under the watchful eyes of Bold Biao, they didn't dare to do so and could only hold down her hands and feet. When Lin Yuqin saw her sister being held down, she knew that she was doomed and her heart was broken. Let's see how you can hit me this time. Come on, hit me. Bold Biao said jokingly when he saw Lin Yumeng being pinned down. Now Lin Yumeng is unable to escape and has become a real lamb to be slaughtered. He doesn't want to act too hastily, so he teases her first. If you have the guts, tell them to let me go. I'll beat you to death. Lin Yumeng stared at Bold Biao coldly and said with gritted teeth. Oh, you're quite stubborn. But I just like your stubbornness. It's exciting to conquer you. When you're under me and enjoying the pleasure, I'll see how stubborn you can be. After Bold Biao finished speaking, he began to unbuckle his belt, ready for action. Chapter 38, The Unrivaled Hero Appears. Seeing that the good show was finally about to begin, the subordinates became excited and looked forward to it. Although they cannot take part in the action in person now, they can still feast their eyes by watching the live broadcast up close, which is much more exciting than watching those short videos. Maybe Bold Biao will have a great time and be in a good mood, so he will give it to them as a reward. Or when Bold Biao is unable to cope with the situation, let them take turns to replace him and continue to torture the two sisters. Let my sister go, don't mess with her, come to me if you have any problem. Lin Yumeng shouted at the top of her lungs when she saw her sister was about to be raped. She would rather suffer herself than let her sister suffer anymore. Little girl, don't be anxious. There has to be an order of priority, from the oldest to the youngest. Let me play with your sister first, and then it will be your turn. Bold Biao wanted to operate on Lin Yumeng first. Lin Yumeng struggled desperately, but a group of people held her hands and feet tightly, and she couldn't move at all. She had fallen into despair. She had originally thought that she could use herself in exchange for her sister, but now she not only could not save her sister, but she also lost herself. Moreover, there is no chance to even commit suicide by jumping off a building. Seeing that she was about to be ravaged, she wished in her heart that she could be like the heroine in the novel, where a hero would suddenly appear and save her at the critical moment. Just when Lin Yumeng was thinking this, bang! The door of the wing room was kicked open. Everyone was startled and turned to look at the door. I saw a man in ancient costume, with sword-like eyebrows, star-like eyes and a sharp face standing at the door. This man exudes a murderous aura that makes people shudder. No one knows who this strange man is and why he appears here. Outside the corridor, some of Bold Biao's men were already lying on the ground, wailing in pain. Those who did not fall down were all filled with fear at this moment. They huddled against the wall and dared not approach the man. Lin Yumeng saw that at this critical moment, a stern man with murderous aura really came, and thought, it can't be that effective. I was just looking forward to the appearance of a hero, and now one really came. Could he really be the hero who came to save me? Why are you so rude? You kicked my door and broke it. Can you afford to pay for it? Who are you? What are you doing here? Did you come to the wrong set? Bold Biao was just about to attack Lin Yumeng when suddenly a man in strange clothes broke in, which made him very annoyed. He even thought that the man in ancient costume was an actor and had walked into the wrong set. I am here to be a hero and to enforce justice. You have committed so many evil deeds and have lost all conscience. Today I am here to take your life and send you to hell. The man suppressed the rage in his heart and spoke in a cold tone. This murderous man was Peng Zhan. Peng Zhan just went out after disguising himself at home, but he discovered a problem as soon as he went out. That is, he doesn't have a mobile phone, so he can't call a DD car, and he doesn't have money to take a taxi. His home is 5 kilometers away from the Sands Bay Club. He can't get there by car, so he can only walk. Time is running out. Lin Yumeng and Lin Yumeng may encounter accidents at any time, and a second's delay may result in irreparable losses. Peng Zhan did not dare to delay. Recalling that he knew Qinggong, he used his Qinggong skills on horseback and galloped towards Jinsha Bay. Along the way, passers-by only saw a shadow flash by and disappear in an instant. They thought they saw a ghost or were hallucinating. Lin Yumeng took a taxi and left home earlier than Peng Zhan, while Peng Zhan ran here on foot. He didn't know where the Sands Bay Club was and sometimes had to stop to ask people, so he arrived only now. Peng Zhan arrived at the Sands Bay Club and did not encounter any obstruction. When he went up to the 9th floor, he was stopped by someone standing guard outside the corridor. He didn't waste time talking to them. He acted as fast as lightning, knocking down a group of people in an instant. He quickly rushed to room 918, kicked the door open, and then saw everything that was happening in the room. Chapter 39, Both Sisters Are Affectionate. Peng Zhan saw Lin Yumeng's hands and feet being held down by a group of people, with blood marks on her face, while Bold Biao had already taken off his outer trousers and was about to do something indecent to Lin Yumeng. A huge rage suddenly rose in his heart, and his eyes flashed with a terrifying cold light. If I had been a few seconds late, Sister Yumeng might have really been defiled, causing irreparable damage. Do justice and uphold justice? Don't play tricks on me. I have seen all kinds of ruthless people. Don't tell me that you traveled through time from ancient times. Bold Biao has been through many battles and is considered a master. Of course, he will not be intimidated by Peng Zhan's outfit. That's right, I am the flower-guarding messenger who traveled through time from ancient times. Let that girl go immediately. Peng Zhan stared at Bold Biao with lightning-like eyes and said coldly. He didn't want to take action right away because he was afraid of accidentally hurting Lin Yumeng, who was lying on the ground, so he wanted them to let go of Lin Yumeng themselves before taking action. If you ask me to let you go, I will. Wouldn't that make me lose face? A night of love is worth 1,000 gold. I don't have time to punish you right now. If you get out of here now, I can spare your life. If you are determined to die and don't want to get out of here, you can stay here and watch. After I have my fun with this girl, I will send you off. The effects of the drug on Bold Biao have been taking effect for a long time. He has endured too long tonight. Now that the beauty is in front of him, he doesn't want to wait any longer. He doesn't even want to punish the man who suddenly broke in. Anyway, he was planning to monopolize Lin Yumeng and her sister in public. There was already a group of his men watching here, so he didn't mind having Peng Zhan watch too. However, as soon as he finished his words, Peng Zhan flew into the air, past the people who were holding Lin Yumeng, and kicked Bold Biao directly in the heart. Bold Biao only had Lin Yumeng in his eyes at this moment. Peng Zhan's sudden attack caught him off guard again. Peng Zhan's kick was so powerful that it directly kicked the tall and strong Bold Biao and sent him flying backwards. Bang! Bold Biao's back hit the wall and he stopped flying backwards. Then he fell from the wall and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. When the subordinates saw that this strange man actually kicked their boss so hard that he flew backwards and vomited blood on the spot, they were all horrified. How powerful is this kick? When Lin Yumeng saw this stern man in ancient costume kick the arrogant Bold Biao away with one kick, her eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be that I was really saved tonight? Could it be that he was really my hero? Even Lin Yumeng, who was just beginning to fall in love, had a strange glow in her eyes when she looked at the man disguised as Peng Zhan. Bold Biao was feeling extremely aggrieved tonight. He was bullied time and again, and he didn't even have a chance to fight back. Hurry, quickly beat him to death. Bold Biao gasped and roared. He was extremely angry, but he was injured and couldn't get up for a while, so he could only order his men to take action. The men who were holding Lin Yumeng down immediately let go of her and rushed towards Peng Zhan. Peng Zhan immediately used the Lingxiao Palace martial arts that he had practiced in Sanglong Valley today and started fighting with them. Bang, bang, bang. Oh. Peng Zhan's moves were as fast as lightning. With a series of combined punches, his men fell to the ground screaming in agony. The battle had just begun and it was over. After practicing in Sanglong Valley today, Peng Zhan has become much more proficient in Lingxiao Palace's martial arts moves. Compared with last night, he is completely different now. After Peng Zhan dealt with the people in the room, he bent down and gently pulled Lin Yumeng up. Girl, are you okay? Peng Zhan looked at Lin Yumeng affectionately and asked with great concern. This is his sister, so of course he is full of affection and concern. But he might start a killing spree soon, so for the time being he cannot tell Lin Yumeng his true identity in public to avoid any future trouble. When Lin Yumeng raised her eyes, her gaze met Peng Zhan's deep and affectionate gaze, and her heart was immediately moved and her heart was pounding. Just this one glance made Lin Yumeng fall in love with this man of unknown origin, superb martial arts, strong and cold-hearted at first sight. Chapter 40. The most gentle thing is that bow. Since ancient times, heroes saving beauties are the best way to win the hearts of beauties. Which girl doesn't want her lover to be a peerless hero? And this domineering man just saved her at the most critical moment when she was about to be abused. How could she not be moved? Since she was 14, when her parents disappeared, she lacked fatherly love and became the backbone of the family. Because she is the older sister, she has been the one protecting her younger siblings over the years. She handles everything by herself and has no one to vent her troubles to. Although she looks strong, she is a girl after all, and is very fragile inside. When she encounters difficulties and dangers, she also longs to be protected. Therefore, when this cold-faced man disguised as Peng Zhan appeared when she was most desperate and demonstrated his powerful strength, giving her the greatest sense of security in her life, she immediately fell in love with him at first sight. Although Peng Zhan showed his true face and fought against Bold Biao and his gang to protect her at the barbecue restaurant last night, Peng Zhan is her adopted brother who has been with her for many years and they have already developed a strong sibling relationship. It is natural for a younger brother to protect his older sister. It is impossible for her to fall in love with Peng Zhan just because he protected her. Now she didn't know that the man who made her fall in love at first sight was her younger brother Peng Zhan in disguise. When Peng Zhan saw Lin Yumeng's big watery eyes looking at him lovingly, he felt very uncomfortable and almost got goosebumps. Because Lin Yumeng had never looked at him with such infatuated eyes before, even when they were doing that thing in her boudoir tonight, she had not looked at him with such deep affection. "Girl, you are not scared, silly, are you?" Peng Zhan saw Lin Yumeng staring at him stupidly and thought she was scared silly. "No, no, I'm fine." Lin Yumeng came back to her senses, her face suddenly flushed. She was too embarrassed to look Peng Zhan in the eye again, and lowered her head shyly. The most touching thing is the gentleness of lowering the head, like a water lotus being shy in the cool breeze. When Peng Zhan saw Lin Yumeng's behavior, he really couldn't stand it anymore and was also a little bewildered by her. "You know, we are still in the tiger's den and have not completely escaped. If we continue like this, something bad will happen sooner or later." Sure enough, Bold Biao has now recovered his breath. Seeing that his capable generals were so vulnerable, he was already furious. He stood up suddenly, then rushed towards Peng Zhan with his fist. The punch was so powerful that it even brought out a fist wind. He was able to become the leader of the Huaxi district branch of the Wild Wolf Gang, and it was not a false reputation. He once had a pair of iron fists and was invincible in Huaxi district. After a series of setbacks tonight, he wants to kill Peng Zhan with one punch and save his face. He was attacked repeatedly tonight because he was careless, and now he is going to be serious. The subordinates, seeing that their boss had finally exploded and was about to display his true strength, all watched with wide eyes, expecting that Bold Biao would be able to blow Peng Zhan's head off with one punch. When Peng Zhan saw Bold Biao rushing towards him with his fists swinging like a madman, he did not dodge or evade, but just stared at him coldly with his lightning-like eyes. Lin Yumeng was so scared that she hid behind Peng Zhan. When Bold Biao rushed close to him, Peng Zhan suddenly threw a punch to meet his fist. He just wants to fight head-on and let Bold Biao know what kind of punch is a real iron fist. Last night at the barbecue restaurant, Peng Zhan was supposed to have a showdown with Bold Biao, but due to the sudden appearance of Han Rubing, the fight between the two of them broke down. Tonight, the two can finally have their peak showdown. Bang crack. The two fists collided violently, making a dull sound, accompanied by a crisp sound of broken bones. Chapter 41, Killing Two Birds with One Stone. Bold Biao let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered, then flew backwards, with his right arm abnormally bent. When Bold Biao fell to the ground, he found that his right arm and elbow were covered in blood, and the bloody bones were sticking out. Bold Biao was so frightened that his face turned pale and he couldn't believe his eyes. "I even forgot to cry out in pain." He never dreamed that he, who had dominated Huaxi for many years with his pair of iron fists, was defeated by this strange man with one punch tonight, and his right arm was broken here. In fact, Peng Zhan's fist was also very painful from the head-on punch just now, but he endured it and didn't show it, pretending that nothing happened. He wanted to give the enemy an illusion that his strength was completely overwhelming that of Bold Biao, so as to shock them and make them feel desperate. When the men saw that Bold Biao's arm was broken by a punch, they were all shocked and broke out in cold sweats. They dared not act rashly anymore. Sisters Lin Yumeng and Lin Yuqin had never seen such a tragic scene, but they were not afraid. Instead, they felt particularly relieved. Because, they were almost raped by Bold Biao just now. Seeing this man in ancient costume beat the bold man to a pulp with just one punch, they even became excited and admired him even more. At this time, Peng Zhan pulled Lin Yumeng and walked to Lin Yuqin's side. Then, Peng Zhan untied the rope that bound Lin Yuqin. "Sister." Lin Yuqin was relieved, stood up immediately, and threw herself into Lin Yumeng's arms and cried bitterly. "Third sister." Lin Yumeng couldn't help crying. The two sisters survived the disaster and hugged each other and cried. "Girls, stop crying. We are not out of danger yet. If you want to cry, wait until we are safe," Peng Zhan said. When Lin Yumeng and Lin Yuqin heard what Peng Zhan said, they suddenly woke up from their dream and realized that now was indeed not the time to cry. "Shoot quickly, shoot them to death." At this time, Bold Biao suddenly roared again. The men standing guard outside the corridor all had pistols on their waists. A quick reacting subordinate standing at the door drew his gun from his waist upon hearing Bold Biao's order, and a subordinate standing behind him also drew his gun. When Peng Zhan saw that the people from the Wild Wolf Gang were about to draw their guns, he immediately took out the sky-breaking bow and an arrow from his dragon blood ring, and then quickly drew the bow and put the arrow on it. Lin Yumeng and Lin Yuqin were extremely surprised to see Peng Zhan suddenly have an iron bow in his hand as if by magic. People still use bows and arrows these days. Could it be that this man in ancient costume really came from ancient times? When the two members of the Wild Wolf gang were about to pull the trigger, Peng Zhan quickly released the arrow. Now is a matter of life and death, either you die or I die. Peng Zhan will certainly not show mercy. If they were allowed to shoot, even if they might not hit me, they might hit Lin Yumeng and Lin Yuqin beside me. If they don't die, it will be their own people who will die. These people from the Wild Wolf gang usually do all kinds of evil and have no conscience. They deserve to be put to death long ago. Anyway, even if someone is killed here, we want to know who did it. If you want to escape from Bold Biao's territory with Lin Yumeng and Lin Yuqin safely, you must kill people and fight your way out. It happened so quickly that the arrow whizzed through the throat of the person in front, and then pierced the throat of the person standing behind him. Kill two birds with one stone. Before, Bold Biao had always said that he wanted to kill two birds with one stone with the sisters Lin Yumeng and Lin Yuqin. Now Peng Zhan showed them what is truly a two birds with one stone show. The power of the sky-breaking bow is extraordinary and cannot be compared to that of ordinary bows. The arrows it shoots out are extremely powerful, so it is easy to achieve such a trivial trick as killing two birds with one stone. The two men whose throats were pierced by arrows had frozen expressions, bulging eyes, and their hands were covering their throats, with blood oozing from between their fingers. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned, and even the air suddenly became quiet. After a long while, the two people who were pierced by arrows fell to the ground and died. Chapter 42, Killing Spree. Lin Yumeng couldn't help but feel worried when she saw that this man in ancient costume was forced to kill someone in order to save her and her sister. I thought, will the police arrest me if I kill someone? They were the first to shoot and kill people, and our lives were seriously threatened, so this hero was forced to take action. Should it be considered self-defense? While Lin Yumeng was daydreaming, Bold Biao saw that Peng Zhan was facing the door with his back to him, so he thought of attacking him from behind. So he quietly got up, clenched his left fist, and rushed towards Peng Zhan. His right arm had just been broken by a punch from Peng Zhan. He hated Peng Zhan so much that he wanted to tear him into pieces. He will get up from where he fell. He will use his left hand to avenge his right hand. However, Peng Zhan had a strong sense of perception. When he heard the sound of wind coming from behind him, he knew that Bold Biao was launching a sneak attack on him. He had just exchanged punches with Bold Biao and his fist was injured. This time he didn't want to confront Bold Biao head on again. It is not advisable to stay here for long. We must make a quick decision and leave quickly. So, Peng Zhan immediately put the sky-breaking bow into the dragon blood ring, and then took out the dragon soul sword from it. Peng Zhan's speed was so fast that no one could see clearly that there was a huge sword in his hand. At this time, Guangtou Biao's left fist had already attacked Peng Zhan's back. Peng Zhan turned around suddenly and slashed at Bold Biao's left arm with a sword. Why fight him head-on with your fists when you can easily solve it with a sword? There was a flash of sword light, and Bold Biao's left arm was cut off at the elbow. At this moment, Bold Biao felt no pain. He couldn't stop and continued to rush forward, but was kicked back by Peng Zhan. His broken fist, due to inertia, still hit Peng Zhan's chest, but the force was very weak. The series of actions just now happened too quickly. When Bold Biao fell to the ground, he found that his left arm was broken again. Blood was gushing out from the broken arm, and the broken half of the arm fell in front of Peng Zhan's feet, also covered in blood. Bold Biao was horrified. How could this happen? Why did he lose an arm every time he attacked? It was not until this time that everyone saw that there was a huge sword in Peng Zhan's hand, and blood was dripping from the sword. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. Why was there a huge sword in Peng Zhan's hand when he was holding the iron bow just now? Where did the iron bow go? Lin Yumeng and Lin Yuqin were also puzzled. Could it be that this person really knew magic? The careful Lin Yumeng discovered that the man in ancient costume was wearing a blood-red ring on the middle finger of his right hand, which was exactly the same as Peng Zhan's. Lin Yumeng was extremely surprised and her mind was full of questions. How could he have a ring that is exactly the same as my brother's? Lin Yumeng never dreamed that this man in ancient costume was Peng Zhan in disguise. This is because Peng Zhan is usually smiling, while this man in ancient costume has a cold and cruel face and is very cold-blooded. He has nothing to do with Peng Zhan at all. Although Peng Zhan had undergone a complete disguise tonight, his dragon blood ring had to be used at any time and could not be hidden. If you hide it somewhere else on your body, it will not be so convenient and quick to take the weapon. The dragon blood ring was exposed, which was a complete mistake. When Bold Biao saw the huge sword in Peng Zhan's hand, he realized that his arm was cut off by Peng Zhan's sword. He wailed in his heart, how could this Avildor suddenly have a sword in his hand? You can't play it like this. You have no moral principles. Bold Biao didn't finish his words when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his broken arm and began to scream heart-wrenchingly. How can I talk about martial ethics with a despicable and shameless villain like you? Peng Zhan said disdainfully. Shoot quickly, shoot together, kill him. Bold Biao was almost furious after losing both arms, and he roared at his stunned men. The men with guns in the corridor already knew how powerful Peng Zhan was, and they all wanted to shoot him to death. If Peng Zhan hadn't died, they would have been the ones to die. So they rushed to the door and shot at Peng Zhan. Peng Zhan also knew that he had to kill a lot of people in order to escape with Lin Yumeng and Lin Yumeng safely. Anyway, we have already started the killing spree and killed 2, so it doesn't matter if we kill a few more. Peng Zhan didn't hesitate at all and immediately swept his sword towards the door. Chapter 43 Bloodbath at Sands Bay. Although Peng Zhan just swept his sword across in a simple, direct and rough manner, the move he used was actually the first move of Ling Xiao's 9 swords, a sword sweeping across the sky. An invisible sword energy flashed out and rushed towards the door. Then, an extremely shocking scene occurred. I saw that the row of people standing at the door were inexplicably cut in half. Their upper bodies fell off from their broken waists, and blood gushed out. Such a tragic and bizarre scene frightened all the surviving members of the Wild Wolf Gang out of their wits. Because the sword energy is invisible, they did not see the sword energy, but only saw the giant sword in General Peng's hand sweeping across. The sword didn't even touch the people standing at the door, and they were cut in half. Moreover, there was a horizontal crack on the wall at the door, and the people standing outside the wall were cut in half. This magical operation completely overturned their cognition. They began to suspect that this strange man was not a human being, but a devil from hell. If it were a human, how could it be possible to perform so many mysterious operations? How could it be possible to be so powerful? Lin Yumeng and Lin Yumeng were shocked beyond words when they saw such a bloody and horrifying scene. Lin Yumeng is a top student. When she saw Peng Zhan cutting off those people's waists from a distance, she was unable to understand it using normal scientific knowledge. When Peng Zhan first appeared, Lin Yumeng was not completely sure whether he was really the peerless master who could save herself and her sister from the Devil's Cave. Because this is Bold Biao's territory, she was worried that she would not be able to lead her and her sisters out with only this man in ancient costume. But now seeing the terrifying strength displayed by Peng Zhan, she knew that her worries were unnecessary. This man in ancient costume can kill people without being seen. He can kill a group of people with just one swing of his sword. He wants to take me and my sister away. Who can resist him? Peng Zhan saw that all the members of the Wild Wolf Gang were trembling and didn't dare to move, so he said to Lin Yumeng and Lin Yumeng, "Ladies, let's go." Okay. Lin Yumeng and Lin Yumeng were terrified when they saw their body broken into 2 pieces and lying all over the floor outside the corridor. The ground was stained with blood and blood was flowing all over the floor. This tragic scene can be called a bloodbath in Golden Sands Bay. They pulled at the corner of Peng Zhan's clothes and followed him to the door tremblingly. Bold Biao saw that he had lost so many of his men and also lost 2 arms, becoming a disabled man. He no longer had hands to play with women when he wanted to. What was the fun of living? He was completely hopeless and had no desire to live anymore. He even wanted to die. Seeing Peng Zhan taking Lin Yumeng and Lin Yumeng away, Bold Biao was very unwilling. I finally managed to get the Lin Yumeng sisters here, but in the end I didn't succeed in playing with either of them. I didn't even have the chance to touch them. All this is thanks to Peng Zhan. He wanted to have this monster Le Peng Zhan take the blame for him before he died. So, he suddenly jumped up from the ground and used his ultimate killer move Iron Head Kung Fu, and hit Peng Zhan's waist. Although his pair of iron fists are powerful, his Iron Head skill is even more powerful. Normally, he would not use the Iron Head skill easily. Now, he has lost his hands and can only use the ultimate killer move, which is also his last trump card. Peng Zhan heard the sound of wind coming from behind him and turned around quickly. He saw Bold Biao charging at him with his head like a mad bull. This ultimate killing move of Bold Biao was undoubtedly a suicide pact for Peng Zhan. Peng Zhan originally wanted to chop off Bold Biao's head with a sword, but he thought of a more interesting way. He quickly put the Dragon Soul Sword into the Dragon Blood Ring, and then took out a round iron ball used for practicing Kuju, pointed it at Bold Biao's bald head, and asked him to hit the iron ball himself. Isn't he known for his iron head skills? Then let him collide with the iron ball to see which is harder, his iron head or the iron ball. Bold Biao lowered his head and rushed towards Peng Zhan. He had no idea that Peng Zhan had a round iron ball in his hand. He still rushed towards him like a moth to a flame. Bang! A crisp sound like an egg hitting a stone rang out in the room. Chapter 44, Death of Bold Biao. Bold Biao's move is undoubtedly like an egg hitting a rock. Hitting the iron ball with his head is tantamount to a suicide attack. How could his head be harder than the iron ball? Bold Biao was determined to hit Peng Zhan to death. He tried his best and used up his last bit of strength to hit him. Because he used too much force, his head hit the iron ball in Peng Zhan's hand, and his brain burst instantly. Bold Biao, the cruel and evil leader of the Wild Wolf Gang, died in this way. He didn't know until his death that his iron head skill hit the iron ball. Tonight he fought again and again despite repeated defeats. In the first two attacks, he lost his left and right arms respectively. This time he gave away his head, which resulted in his death. Seeing Bold Biao's brain burst and he collapsed to the ground, everyone was shocked and gasped. They didn't know why Bold Biao bumped into the iron ball, why there was suddenly an iron ball the size of a football in Peng Zhan's hand, and where was the giant sword in his hand. They became even more suspicious that Peng Zhan was a demon who could perform witchcraft. Otherwise, how could a normal person cast spells and create any weapon he wanted? As soon as Lin Yumeng and Lin Yuqin turned around, they saw Bold Biao's brain burst and blood splattered on the spot. They were all shocked and didn't know what was going on. Although Bold Biao died tragically, and died in front of them, they did not feel terrified. Seeing that the demon who wanted to abuse them was finally dead, they no longer had to worry about being caught and abused by him. When they saw Peng Zhan holding a blood-stained iron ball in his hands, they were shocked again. It was not until then that they realized that Bold Biao died because his brain burst after being hit by the iron ball in Peng Zhan's hand. What they couldn't understand was that in just a blink of an eye, there was an iron ball in Peng Zhan's hand, and where did the huge sword in his hand go? This man in ancient costume seems to be covered with weapons, but you can't see where the weapons are hidden. He can use them at will when needed. The two sisters became more and more curious about this omnipotent man in ancient costume. Could he be a god from heaven? When Peng Zhan saw that Bold Biao was dead, his expression did not change at all. He was as cold as an emotionless killing machine. Peng Zhan had already sworn in his heart that he would be a fierce protector of his sister and would never allow anyone to bully his sister. Bold Biao is still unwilling to give up and has repeatedly tried to take his sister away. The only way to get rid of this trouble is to kill Bold Biao. If Bold Biao doesn't die, he will cause trouble for Lin Yumeng sooner or later. Therefore, Bold Biao must die. Peng Zhan put the iron ball in his hand back into the dragon blood ring, then took Lin Yumeng and Lin Yuqin by the hand and said, "Ladies, we can't stay here for long, let's go." Lin Yumeng and Lin Yuqin were not surprised to see that the iron ball in Peng Zhan's hand suddenly disappeared and he actually freed his hands to pull them. So, Lin Yumeng and Lin Yuqin followed Peng Zhan and walked towards the door again. When Bold Biao's men in the room saw that Bold Biao was dead, they became even more cautious and watched Peng Zhan holding Lin Yumeng and Lin Yuqin's hands and walking towards the door. At this moment, Peng Zhan was like a cold-blooded killing god. Even if he was empty-handed and had no weapons, he was still a very dangerous existence to them. When they reached the door and saw the dismembered bodies with horrific looks of death, Lin Yumeng and Lin Yuqin were so frightened that their legs went weak and they dared not step over. Peng Zhan did not ask for Lin Yumeng and Lin Yuqin's opinions. He put his left and right arms around their waists respectively, and carried them directly over the corpses. When Peng Zhan was holding Lin Yumeng and Lin Yuqin outside the corridor, all of Bold Biao's men outside the corridor were so scared that they retreated step by step. However, some people who were not aware of the danger, perhaps because they were too frightened, instinctively reached for their waists to touch their guns. Peng Zhan, who is decisive and ruthless, naturally would not give them any chance. In order to give them the opportunity to shoot, there was no way to avoid the bullets in such a narrow corridor. Even if he could escape, the two sisters Lin Yumeng and Lin Yuqin would definitely not be able to escape. So, Peng Zhan took out the Dragon Soul Sword from the Dragon Blood Ring and stabbed forward. An invisible sword energy flashed out from the tip of the sword, and directly pierced through the chests of an entire row of people. The sword is so powerful that it is not just for nothing. Chapter 45 Hell on Earth. Those who were pierced by the sword energy had a bloody hole on their bodies, and blood spurted out of the blood hole. Then, their whole row fell down in unison. When they were dying, they all hated Bold Biao. Knowing that women were the root of trouble, why did he bring this pair of sisters here? Now that we have invited this god of death, not only has he lost his life, but he has also killed us. We are all doomed. Those who were not dead had a complete mental breakdown and ran towards the elevator door screaming. Peng Zhan swept his sword horizontally, and an invisible sword energy flashed horizontally again. Those who were running away were cut in half one after another. Some of them had their upper bodies fallen off, while their lower bodies and feet ran forward a few steps before falling down. The very few who survived the disaster huddled in the corner, not daring to breathe, shout or scream, and even more daring not to move. Because they know that this killer god kills people without saying a word, and if they are displeased by him, they will die without knowing how. Other ruthless people are ruthless and don't talk much, but this killer just kills people without saying a word, leaving no room for negotiation at all. Some of the wild Wolfgang members who survived the disaster began to crawl on the ground to save their lives, some lay on the ground pretending to be dead, and some held their heads with their hands and buried them in the ground like ostriches. They were all praying in their hearts, praying that Peng Zhan couldn't see them or treated them as air. Peng Zhan didn't want to kill them all, so he took Lin Yumeng and Lin Yuqin towards the elevator. The corridor at this time could be described as a river of blood. It was the first time that Lin Yumeng and Lin Yuqin saw such a bloody scene. They took every step carefully and with fear. When the two sisters saw that Peng Zhan was like a cold-blooded killer, killing people without saying a word, they didn't dare to say anything. Their palms were sweating. Since Bold Biao cleared out the guests on the 9th floor tonight and did not allow any unrelated people to come to the 9th floor, there were no outsiders on the 9th floor except the people from the Wild Wolf Gang. Such a huge bloody disaster happened on the 9th floor, turning it into a hell on earth, but no outsiders knew about it. At this moment, the elevator door suddenly opened and a person walked out of the elevator. This person was none other than Chen Ergu, who had brought Bold Biao to the barbecue restaurant to look for Lin Yumeng last night. Chen Ergu had just joined the Wild Wolf Gang and was not yet Bold Biao's confidant, so he was not qualified to appear on the 9th floor. However, it was he who gave Bold Biao the idea this morning to kidnap Lin Yuqin in order to force Lin Yumeng to go to Jinsha Bay to meet Bold Biao. He felt that so much time had passed, and Bold Biao should have succeeded in having sex with Lin Yumeng, so he wanted to come up and take credit for it. As a result, as soon as he stepped out of the elevator, he saw corpses everywhere and blood flowing in the corridor, and he was immediately scared out of his wits. Then, he saw a man in ancient costume, with a murderous look on his face, walking down the corridor holding Lin Yumeng and Lin Yuqin's hands. Chen Ergu screamed in fright and wanted to run to the elevator, but his legs were no longer under his control. Peng Zhan heard the conversation between Chen Ergu and Bold Biao in the barbecue restaurant last night. He knew that it was he who led Bold Biao to find Lin Yumeng, and the culprit was actually Chen Ergu. Of course he would not be merciful, so he let go of Lin Yumeng's hand, then took out the Dragon Soul sword from the Dragon Blood Ring and stabbed Chen Ergu with the sword. I have killed so many people, I don't care if I kill one more. I have to uproot the grass. Chen Ergu didn't know what was happening when a stream of gas pierced through his chest. He felt a chill running down his spine, and when he looked down, he saw a bloody hole on his chest, with blood gushing out of it. Chen Ergu was horrified, his eyes filled with fear, and before he could even scream, he fell to the ground and died. Peng Zhan put the Dragon Soul sword back into the Dragon Blood Ring, then took Lin Yumeng's hand and walked towards the elevator together. Peng Zhan took Lin Yumeng and Lin Yuqin to the first floor by elevator. Everything was normal on the first floor, and everyone was doing what they were supposed to do. No one knew that a bloody incident had occurred on the 9th floor. Peng Zhan took Lin Yumeng and Lin Yu and left quickly. Only when they reached a more remote place did Peng Zhan let go of Lin Yumeng and Lin Yuqin's hands. Okay, girls, you are safe now. You can go back by yourselves. We will say goodbye here. Peng Zhan said. Thank you for saving my life, I have no way to repay you. May I ask your name? Lin Yumeng thought that Peng Zhan really had traveled through time from ancient times, so she tried her best to speak to him using ancient lines. Chapter 46, Once you meet the God of War, you will be destroyed. Peng Zhan didn't expect Lin Yumeng to ask this. He thought for a moment and said, "My name is God of War." Peng Zhan had just killed so many people, he absolutely could not reveal his true identity, otherwise there would be a lot of trouble. If the people of the Wild Wolf Gang knew that he was the one who killed their branch leader, and they came out in full force to seek revenge on him, no matter how skilled he was in martial arts, he would not be able to withstand it. He suddenly thought of the name God of War because the last character of his name was War, so he simply gave himself a pseudonym called God of War. War. God of War? Are you the kind of unparalleled war god described in online novels, who, with a single order, brings back 100,000 soldiers? Lin Yumeng was extremely surprised. She would occasionally use her mobile phone to read online novels, and had also read some war novels. No, not at that. I'm not a military god of war with a large number of troops under my command. I'm just a war god with super personal combat power. Peng Zhan explained. Oh, I see. Then where are you from? You didn't really travel here from ancient times, did you? Lin Yumeng asked curiously again. She had also read some time travel novels. Girl, I want to keep everything about me confidential for now. Please don't ask so many questions. It's getting late, you should go back soon. Peng Zhan wanted to make himself more mysterious, so he tried to say as little as possible. Will we have a chance to meet again in the future? Lin Yumeng asked reluctantly. I will be there when you are in danger, said Peng Zhan. How did you know when I was in danger? Lin Yumeng asked again. Because I will protect you in secret. Peng Zhan said. Why do you want to protect me? Why are you so nice to me? Lin Yumeng asked again. Peng Zhan didn't expect Lin Yumeng to have so many questions, so he had to say, because you are kind and good girl, and I am a flower protector. When Lin Yumeng heard their God of War praising her as a kind and good girl, her heart was warmed. It seemed that he had a certain understanding of her. Ladies, please take a taxi quickly. I'm leaving first. See you later. Peng Zhan didn't want to dwell on the romance here any longer, so he left after saying that. When Lin Yumeng heard Peng Zhan say that they would meet again, she felt extremely excited and stared at Peng Zhan's receding back in a daze. Sister, he has gone far away, don't look at him anymore. Lin Yuqin reminded her sister when she saw her sister looking at Peng Zhan's receding back like a fangirl. What did she mean by see you later? Lin Yumeng still hadn't come back to her senses. When he said, see you later, he meant that you will be in danger again in the future. Because he just said that he will appear when you are in danger again. Lin Yuqin explained. Oh, so that's how it is. Lin Yumeng didn't know whether she should look forward to encountering danger again. Sister, you are so obsessed with him, have you fallen in love with him? Lin Yuqin began to suspect that her sister might have fallen in love with this God of War. My sister's infatuated behavior is completely like she's going to ruin her life once she meets the God of War. Although Lin Yuqin was also fascinated by the extraordinary strength that Peng Zhan had just demonstrated, she only had a passionate admiration for Peng Zhan and did not develop any love for him. No, what nonsense are you talking about? How could I fall in love with a man I've only met once? Lin Yumeng came to her senses and immediately denied it. Since you don't like her, let's go back quickly. Lin Yuqin knew that girls always say one thing and mean another, and she didn't want to expose her sister. Okay, then I'll call a car to take you back to school, and then I'll go back. Lin Yumeng came to her senses and immediately called a DD car. While waiting for the DD car, Lin Yumeng asked about how Lin Yuqin was kidnapped. Lin Yuqin told Lin Yumeng about the kidnapping process. Lin Yumeng warned Lin Yuqin to be more careful in the future and not to trust others easily. The boy who tricked her out of the school gate might have been bribed by the Wild Wolf Gang. After Lin Yumeng took a taxi to send Lin Yuqin back to school, she immediately took another taxi home. After Peng Zhan parted ways with Lin Yumeng and Lin Yuqin, he ran to an empty corner, removed his mask, restored his original appearance, and changed into ancient costume clothes. Then, he used his Qinggong skills to run home quickly. He had to get home before Lin Yumeng did. After returning home, Lin Yumeng had not come back yet, so Peng Zhan immediately took a shower to wash off the blood on his body. Just after I came out of the shower, I heard Liu Qiushui calling quietly outside the door, Peng Dasha, are you home? Chapter 47, A Fool Has Good Luck. When Peng Zhan heard Liu Qiushui's voice, he was startled. Why did Liu Qiushui come to his house so late at night? Peng Zhan hesitated for a moment, and finally said, Sister Qiushui, I'm at home. What do you want to talk to me about? When Liu Qiushui heard that Peng Zhan was at home, she was immediately pleasantly surprised, and then asked cautiously, Then your sister isn't at home? My sister is not at home now, what's wrong? Peng Zhan asked again. Since your sister is not at home, please open the door first. I will go in and tell you slowly. Liu Qiushui said with a sigh of relief. She drugged Peng Zhan tonight. After waiting for such a long time without seeing Peng Zhan coming to see her, she became more and more anxious, so she just came to see him. Let us see what Peng Zhan is up to. Will the drug take effect and he go wild and do something to his sister? She felt relieved when she learned that Lin Yumeng was not at home. Okay. Peng Zhan went to open the door immediately. He thought that he had just killed so many people in Jinsha Bay, and now that Liu Qiushui saw him at home, he had someone to prove that he had been at home and had not been to Jinsha Bay. When Peng Zhan opened the door, he saw that Liu Qiushui had put on light makeup tonight, was wearing a short dress, and had a faint scent of perfume on her body, looking very charming. Sister Qiushui, please come in and sit down. Peng Zhan said politely. Liu Qiushui didn't hesitate and walked in directly. Where is your sister? Did she go to sell barbecue? After sitting down, Liu Qiushui asked where Lin Yumeng had gone. No, she has something to do tonight and is out. Peng Zhan said. Liu Qiushui felt more relieved when he learned that Lin Yumeng had gone out for something. She wanted to take advantage of Lin Yumeng's absence and have sex with her brother at her house. Since Lin Yumeng might be back at any time, Liu Qiushui also started to seize the time and get straight to the point. Peng Dasher, am I beautiful tonight, sister? Liu Qiushui asked coquettishly. Well, Sister Qiushui is particularly beautiful tonight. Peng Zhan said. Liu Qiushui was sitting opposite Peng Zhan. Because she was wearing a short skirt tonight, she deliberately sat opposite Peng Zhan and deliberately opened and closed her legs and shook them so that he could see something vaguely visible. It has to be said that Liu Qiushui's strategy was very successful, and Peng Zhan was indeed attracted to her. Because Peng Zhan and Lin Yumeng had experienced those things tonight, but it was too difficult to break through and they didn't enjoy it to their heart's content, so now he is more easily attracted to Liu Qiushui, who exudes the charm of a mature woman. He even thought in his heart that if he did that with Liu Qiushui, it would be easier to have a deep communication. That kind of thing between men and women is like taking drugs. Once you try it, you will want it more and can't quit. Then didn't you miss me particularly tonight? Liu Qiushui asked tentatively again. No, all I'm thinking about tonight is my sister. She's been out for so long and hasn't come back yet. I'm really worried about her. Peng Zhan didn't want to answer everything according to Liu Qiushui's wishes. In fact, he is really worried about Lin Yumeng now. Logically speaking, it has been so long since I came back, and I have even taken a shower, so Lin Yumeng should be home by now. It's been so long since she got home. Could it be that she ran into trouble again along the way? He now felt a little regretful. He should have followed Lin Yumeng secretly. It was not safe for a girl like her to take a DD taxi at night. Liu Qiushui didn't expect that he had no status in this fool's heart, and he was suddenly a little angry. Then your body has no abnormal reactions tonight? Liu Qiushui asked again. When Peng Zhan heard Liu Qiushui ask this, he immediately confirmed that the reason he couldn't control his emotions tonight was that Liu Qiushui must have tampered with the coke. Otherwise, how would she know that her body would react abnormally? However, he couldn't understand why Lin Yumeng was in that situation tonight. My body is showing some unprecedented, uncomfortable reactions. How do you know that I will have this reaction? Peng Zhan asked deliberately. I calculated it with my fingers. Since you feel uncomfortable, don't endure it. Come, let me check you, maybe I can cure you. After saying that, Liu Qiushui immediately stood up and walked towards Peng Zhan, who was sitting on the sofa. Peng Zhan wasn't really stupid, so of course he guessed what Liu Qiushui was going to do next. Faced with a beautiful woman who came to him on her own initiative, he found it difficult to resist. I thought to myself, fools are really lucky. Even a fool doesn't even have to take the initiative to flirt with women, women will come to me on their own initiative. Isn't he this too happy? Chapter 48. Once you have seen the sea, all other waters are but puddles except for Mount Wushan, all other clouds are but mounds. As Liu Qiushui approached, Peng Zhan smelled a mature feminine scent and couldn't help but react. Sister Qiushui, where do you plan to check? Peng Zhan asked, pretending to be stupid. I'll check wherever you feel uncomfortable. Liu Qiushui bit her lip and said in a very charming way. When she saw Peng Zhan's reaction, she knew something was going to happen tonight. She planned to take advantage of Lin Yumeng's absence and push Peng Zhan onto the sofa. I'm fine now. I don't feel uncomfortable anymore. At the critical moment, Peng Zhan thought of Lin Yumeng again and decided to refuse to play with Liu Qiushui. Because he felt that since he had done that to Lin Yumeng tonight and had that kind of relationship with her, he had to be responsible for her. Although they didn't actually break in, according to a certain law, as long as they touched it, it would count. Since he and Lin Yumeng have already had close contact, he should not lose himself, lose his bottom line, and do something to let Lin Yumeng down just because he saw a more beautiful woman offering herself to him. What's more, Lin Yumeng was much prettier than Liu Qiushui, and she was completely superior to him in every aspect. With such a beautiful sister, why would he mess around with a woman who was inferior to her? Once you have seen the sea, all other waters are but puddles except for the Wushan Mountains, all other clouds are but mounds. After what he experienced with the stunningly beautiful Lin Yumeng tonight, he no longer had any interest in ordinary women. Just now, he just raised his head slightly to show some respect to Liu Qiushui, but now he has regained his composure. I don't believe you'll be fine so soon. I clearly saw you react just now. Peng Zhan braked at the critical moment, which made Liu Qiushui very angry. I don't understand what you are talking about. Peng Zhan continued to play dumb and said lightly. Liu Qiushui didn't want to explain, so she just reached out to grab the place she wanted to grab the most, but she found that Peng Zhan's situation was really not what she had imagined. Sister Qiushui, what are you doing? Let go immediately, or when my sister comes back, I will tell her that you touched me. Peng Zhan knew that if Liu Qiushui continued like this, his brothers would betray him sooner or later, so he hurriedly put his sister forward. When Liu Qiushui heard Peng Zhan say that he would tell Lin Yumeng, he quickly let go of his hand and retracted it. She was very confused. How could this happen? Did she really buy fake medicine? Or was this idiot just not good enough? In fact, it wasn't that her medicine wasn't good, nor was it that Peng Zhan wasn't good, but that she was late. If Peng Zhan had not been relieved by Lin Yumeng tonight, and Liu Qiushui had come to him on her own initiative when he could no longer bear it, she might have succeeded. Sister Qiushui, if you have nothing else, please go back. We are a single man and a single woman together late at night. It would be bad if my sister saw us. She may be back at any time. Peng Zhan began to order them to leave. Okay, I'm leaving. Don't tell your sister that I came to your house tonight, okay? Seeing that Peng Zhan was not doing well, Liu Qiushui knew that there was no hope for tonight and did not want to stay here any longer for fear of being gossiped about and not only not being able to eat the mutton but also getting into trouble. Okay, I won't talk nonsense. Peng Zhan said. Liu Qiushui left angrily. She had already determined that Peng Zhan was simply not capable of doing this. Not long after Liu Qiushui left, Lin Yumeng came back. Sister Yumeng, you're finally back. When Peng Zhan saw Lin Yumeng coming back, he immediately went to greet her happily. If Lin Yumeng doesn't come back, he will go out to find her. Yes, I'm back. Why haven't you slept yet? Lin Yumeng asked. Sister Yumeng, I can't sleep if you don't come back. I've been worried about you. Peng Zhan said. Sister, I almost couldn't come back. By the way, where did you get the ring on your hand? Lin Yumeng asked, staring at the ring on Peng Zhan's right middle finger. Chapter 49. Sister, I don't care about humans tonight, I only care about you. When I fell down from the White Tiger Mountain into the demon-locking cave yesterday, I got stuck in the rock wall by a tree. Then I found this ring in the rock wall and put it on my hand. Peng Zhan told Lin Yumeng yesterday that this dragon blood ring was given to him by the Lord of Lingxiao Palace, but Lin Yumeng didn't believe it and insisted that he was stuck by a tree when he fell halfway. He had no choice but to go along with the lie. It's so strange, why is he wearing the same ring as yours? Lin Yumeng said to herself. When Peng Zhan heard Sister Yumeng say this, he knew that she had seen the ring on his hand tonight in Sandsbei. Sister Yumeng, why are you suddenly asking about this ring again? What happened? Peng Zhan pretended to know nothing. Tonight I saw someone wearing the same ring as yours, so I asked you out of curiosity. Lin Yumeng said. Oh, there are so many rings in the world, it's not surprising to see the same style, said Peng Zhan. It's not strange, but it's too coincidental. He has so many rings but he wears the same one as yours. And your ring is very rare. Maybe it's an antique ring. Lin Yumeng said. It's no coincidence. Maybe he and I have the same taste, said Peng Zhan. Silly boy, let me tell you, I met a very cool and domineering man tonight. Lin Yumeng couldn't help but share it with Peng Zhan. Oh, really? How cool and domineering is he? Peng Zhan asked deliberately. His coolness and domineering attitude are beyond your imagination. Tonight, your third sister was kidnapped by Bold Biao and taken to the Sands Bay Club. I will go to the Sands Bay Club to rescue your third sister. But there were too many people in Bold Biao's group, and a weak woman like me couldn't save your third sister at all. When your third sister and I were in the most danger, a man in ancient costume suddenly broke in. The man said he was a flower protector, and that he came to enforce justice and eliminate violence. He came in and started killing people, sometimes with a bow and arrow, sometimes with a sword. In an instant, the Wild Wolf Gang members were killed, with corpses strewn all over the ground and blood flowing like a river. Bold Biao was also killed. Then, he took me and your third sister and retreated. The rest of the people who were not killed were all scared and crawled on the ground. His martial arts are really strong, even stronger than what you see on TV. He can kill people from a distance. By the way, he said his name is the God of War. Lin Yumeng talked non-stop about everything that happened in Sands Bay tonight. When she talked about the man in ancient costume, her eyes lit up with admiration. When Peng Zhan heard Lin Yumeng tell him everything that happened tonight, he knew that girls were indeed the worst at keeping secrets. Seeing that Lin Yumeng was full of admiration for the man who had disguised himself with him, Peng Zhan really wanted to tell her that he was the guardian angel who saved her and her third sister. But he killed so many people in Sands Bay tonight, and he couldn't tell her the truth, which made him very conflicted, and he finally held back. Sister Yumeng, I didn't expect that you experienced such a thrilling thing tonight. Fortunately, the flower-guarding messenger appeared in time, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Peng Zhan said. Yes, he is really my soulmate. He showed up just in time when I was in the most dangerous time. Lin Yumeng's eyes lit up again, with a crazy look on her face. When Peng Zhan saw Lin Yumeng's expression, he knew it was over. She had fallen in love with the man she was in disguise. He had never seen Lin Yumeng so moved by any man. Does this count as cheating on yourself? Then, Lin Yumeng suddenly said worriedly, Silly boy, do you think he will be arrested after killing so many people? I'm a fool, I don't understand, don't ask me. Peng Zhan didn't want to continue this topic. But Lin Yumeng was thinking about the God of War, and said, he killed almost all of Bold Biao's men overnight, and bloodbath Jinsha Bay. Isn't that a bit too cruel? Sister, I don't care about humans tonight, I only think of you. Peng Zhan changed the subject and suddenly said something affectionate. Lin Yumeng didn't expect that her silly brother could actually say such poetic words, and her big watery eyes suddenly widened. What do you want from me? Lin Yumeng asked curiously. I want to play that game with you again. You said that when you come back, you will continue to play with me. Peng Zhan said seriously. He didn't know why, but whenever he thought of what he had done with Lin Yumeng tonight, he couldn't help but feel awe. He had not been able to enjoy himself before due to lack of experience, but now he was very confident that as long as he was given another chance, he would be able to march straight in and break through Yumeng Pass. When Lin Yumeng heard Peng Zhan say this, her face immediately turned red, and she asked shyly, which game do you really want to play with me? Chapter 50, Even though there are many beauties in the world, you are the only one I love. Yeah, of course I did. Peng Zhan wasn't joking, he really did. Tonight, he was poisoned and lost control of himself, and he and Lin Yumeng made a big mistake. Although he has regained his sanity now, there are some things that cannot be controlled by reason. Once it happens for the first time, he will think about it for the second time. Once a man's sword is unsheathed after being sealed for many years, he will want to drink blood non-stop. We can't play that kind of game anymore. I already have a lover, and I can't do anything that would let down your future brother-in-law. Lin Yumeng flatly refused. Once a woman's body is pried open, it will be like a flood that breaks through a dam and cannot be stopped. But the problem is that Lin Yumeng's body was not completely pried open tonight, so she did not have as strong a desire as Peng Zhan. Moreover, she only had family affection, not love, for Peng Zhan. Tonight, she was forced by the situation and based on the principle of keeping things within the family, she had no choice but to do that to him. Now that Bold Biao is dead and the danger is over, it is impossible for her to mess around with Peng Zhan again. Sister Yumeng, who is your sweetheart? Peng Zhan asked weakly. The person I love is the hero who saved me and your third sister tonight. Lin Yumeng did not hide anything and told the truth directly. Peng Zhan staggered and almost fell to the ground. As expected, Sister Yumeng really fell in love with the man she disguised herself as. Peng Zhan didn't even know whether he should be jealous of himself. If one day, when Sister Yumeng finds out that the person she loves is the younger brother who has always been by her side, I wonder how she will feel. Silly boy, what's wrong with you? Your sister has finally met someone she likes, you should be happy for her. Lin Yumeng saw Peng Zhan's face looking so ugly, so she comforted him. Sister Yumeng, why do you like him? Am I not good enough? Peng Zhan is now really jealous of the man she disguised herself as. He never dreamed that the man he created would become Lin Yumeng's ideal man. I have created a love rival for myself, and I have no way to express my pain. I have to continue pretending even with tears in my eyes. Actually, you are a very good person, but we are siblings. We can't make the same mistake over and over again. You will meet a better girl in the future. Lin Yumeng didn't want to hurt Peng Zhan's feelings, so she had to say this. She is starting to get a little worried now. After what happened between her and Peng Zhan tonight, is she no longer pure? Will that person dislike her in the future? What made her feel a little fortunate was that she was stuck only halfway through and was not finally broken through. As long as the membrane was still there, she was still a virgin in theory. But, you know, I'm not your biological sister, we're not related by blood. As the saying goes, the one who's close to the water gets the moon first. Can't you consider me? Peng Zhan got a taste of the sweetness and realized that he really liked Lin Yumeng, so he refused to give in and still wanted to fight for her. After experiencing that feeling, he realized that happiness was so simple. As long as he did that kind of thing with Lin Yumeng, he could enjoy the greatest happiness in life. When Lin Yumeng saw how persistent Peng Zhan was, she knew that she had caused trouble tonight. Tonight, I was like a slutty sister. I took the initiative to seduce him and let him taste that feeling. It's out of control now. I can't quit, and I can't satisfy his demands. What should I do? If he gets impulsive and commits an unforgivable mistake to another woman, it will be a big trouble. In serious cases, he will be arrested and sent to jail. At this moment, a light bulb went off in her head and she suddenly came up with a good idea. So she said, "Silly boy, you are not young anymore, you can get married and start a family. I will introduce you to a beautiful girl someday. When you get married, you can do whatever you want with your wife, and you won't want to play with me anymore." No, I don't want it. Even though there are hundreds of beauties in the world, you are the only one I love. I just want to be with you. Peng Zhan said stubbornly.